Story 1 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps and Other Stories by Arnold BENNETT. Story 1. Elsie and the Child, Part 1. 1. Elsie and her husband Joe were working in the kitchen of Dr. Rasty's abode at the corner of Middleton Square and Cheval Street, Clerkenwell, EC1. Once they possessed a surname, but through disuse it had withered away and existed no more, save in ink on their insurance cards and medical cards. Everybody, high or humble, called them Elsie and Joe. They thought of themselves as Elsie and Joe. Elsie had youth, kind, dark blue eyes, blue-black hair, a magnificent physique, the stability of a tower. Joe, too, had youth, darkness, but he was thinner and less firm on his pins than his wife. The obscure, hot kitchen, full of cooking range, sink, deal table, Windsor chairs, washing apparatus, racks with crockery, saucepans, buckets, cloths, coal bin and cupboards open and shut, looked up subterraneously into the forbidden and forlorn July garden through an open window, from which steam and odors were issuing. A tremendous metallic clangor shook the air with a deafening and tyrannical summons, and died down reluctantly. It seemed to die, then revived, and died again. "Master's forgot his key," said Elsie, casting off a thick apron and springing to a flimsier and fancier one that hung over a chair-back. Her brow had puckered with conscientiousness. It was the brow of a woman absorbed by the sense of duty. "That ain't master's ring," said Joe in his deep voice at the range. Sweat stood on his reddened face. "Oh, lor, then!" Elsie muttered in apprehension, throwing apron strings over her majestic shoulders and fastening them behind. She vanished through the kitchen doorway. In the space at the foot of the twilit basement steps, whose shabby and stained walls were irregularly striped with all sorts of conduits conveying water, gas, electricity, and bell wires, the front door bell was indolently still wagging. She ran up the stairs, putting on a new demeanor as she approached the levels where dwelt the feared, worshipped, and incalculable rulers of her universe. A strange caste, they were unhappy if they could not have a bath every day, and they would not eat simply. Their meals were made as complicated as a church service, with all sorts of cloths, glasses, cutlery, and silver, which had to be arranged in a very particular way. They could not eat their fill of one dish. Oh, no! They would peck at a dish, and then have it changed for another, and so on. And if you offered them solid food, you must stand on one side of them, and if liquid, you must stand on the other side of them. And you had to hold the dish with one hand and keep it balanced against their pressures with the spoon or fork, while they helped themselves. And upstairs you must touch nothing with your fingers. Downstairs you touched everything with your fingers, and they knew you did. But upstairs you must pretend that the fingers had never touched the food. It was nearly funny enough to give you the giggles, but of course it was all quite proper and right and nice, though a bit incomprehensible. However, there it was. And though they didn't mind much about their own costume, they fussed terribly about yours. The cap, for instance. Never let them see you without a cap. The sight of your bare head seemed to shock them, and they drummed the cap into you so that after a time you blushed if they caught you capless, and somehow felt as if you had entirely forgotten to dress yourself. You had to wear a blue print dress in the morning, but not after 12:30. My word, no! After 12:30, blue print suddenly became improper. Most girls whom Elsie saw about in the afternoons wore black, but not Elsie. Elsie had to wear a light purple color. Mrs. had bought it in Upper Street at one of the big shops there. It was so odd that, to begin with, Elsie had been ashamed to face the square in it, as bad as a pantomime it was, but she had grown accustomed to it. Then your voice, the way you had to speak to them. As a charwoman, and even as general to the most respectable Earl Forward couple in Riceyman Steps, them as died one after the other the same day, poor things, Elsie had always used her natural voice. But Mrs. Rasty would say so nicely, "Hush, not so loud, Elsie," and "Elsie, you should speak quietly, and you should move quietly," so that you actually learned to mince your words, so that you had two voices, one for them and their friends, and the private patients, and the other for Joe and the tradesmen and the panel patients. Nevertheless, it was all simply beautiful and superior, and you were proud of it, and you felt that you had gone up in the world. What Elsie deemed not quite nice was the rule against knocking at the dining-room or the drawing-room door. She could not believe her ears when Mrs. Rasty first told her of this. Well, the dining-room, perhaps that was all right, but the drawing-room? To burst in on them? To knock was for Elsie the very basis of politeness. She had compromised by coughing for a day or two. But as soon as Mrs. Rasty realized that the cough had a purpose, she stopped that, too. And when Elsie had timidly mentioned the matter to her friend in high life, Miss Eva, the child had laughed and kicked out her long legs. "Elsie, you are too frightfully comic!" At the front door was a strange lady of early middle age. Elsie had to keep her wits together, for she was still new to this portion of a house-parlor maid's job, which previously had been performed by Joe. She was supposed to judge character and real errand instantly, and to act accordingly. Not everyone could be let into the house, and appearances were deceptive. Anyhow, she felt sure that this visitor was not a patient, nor a prospective patient. "Is Mrs. Rasty at home?" The strange lady spoke smilingly, nicely, but commandingly. She'd never stand any nonsense. "Now, Elsie, reflect, and judge like lightning. Is it to be yes'm, or I'll see 'em, or what name, ma'am? Or if you'll step inside, ma'am, I'll—" Sunday morning! No prayer book in her hand, either. Just on dinner time. The lady stepped inside of her own accord. Evidently one of those as knew their minds. A bit cool, though. At the same moment Mrs. Rasty surged out of the front room, and there was such a clasping and a kissing and a burying of face in face as you never saw. "I thought it was you, Harriet, but I couldn't believe it. How long is it?" More kissing. "What an elaborate carved ceiling!" said the visitor, looking up at the ceiling of the hall. Queer thing to say just then. Well, she was probably a bit nervous, not having seen Mrs. Rasty for so long, and they so fond of each other. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Rasty, "there's some remains of greatness about this square. How observant you are, you darling! You'll stay for dinner?" "Shall I?" "Yes, you will. Elsie, lay another place, will you, please?" "Oh, certainly, mum." A slip. It slipped out of her mouth in her agitation. She ought simply to have said "yes'm." No fancy replies allowed. From the moment the bell rang, she had had a sort of an idea that somebody was coming in unexpectedly for dinner. And on that day of all days. No wonder that she was agitated. She felt that she was up against destiny. 2. "Dinner is served, madam." This was what she had to say, and to say with precision in the drawing-room doorway. She had once said, "Dinner's ready, mum," but that would not pass. Then she had said, "Dinner's served, ma'am," and that would not pass either. The discipline reminded her somehow of the spirit of the tales of military life recounted to her, both by her first husband, Spricket, and by Joe. In an hour of expansion one night, she had imparted to her sympathetic mistress that her proudest desire had been to be able to wait at table. Strange ambition for a serious young woman with responsibilities, but it was hers, and call it caprice if you will. Soon afterwards she had been taken bad, and Joe had cooked a meal. The rulers did not know that Joe could cook, but Elsie knew, for Joe could prepare little snacks for self and missus in the private life of their home in the basement. Joe had the root of the matter deeply in him, whereas Elsie preferred service to cookery, for which she had no instinct. A little while, and nearly the whole of the household work was turned upside down. Most of what had been Elsie's became Joe's, and vice versa. Joe, at any rate, was happier, because more withdrawn from the world. The sheltered secrecy of the kitchen seemed to suit this victim of shell-shock and malaria. And Elsie, if not actually happier, was more excited. Quite a revolution in Middleton Square. Mrs. Rasty had taken advantage of the master's occasional absence from meals to instruct Elsie in the complex craft of waiting at table. Mrs. Rasty was as ambitious for Elsie as Elsie for herself. Elsie's ambition gave the mistress the opportunity effectually to counter the master's indifference to the spectacular niceties of domestic existence. The master, indeed, clung to the simplicities of his youth. The youth of the mistress had been less humble. Thus Elsie had been made into a political tool. She had already given one or two modest performances in presence of the master, but this very Sunday's dinner had been appointed by the mistress as the occasion of the first full display, and the master had had no notice of the matter. Imagine Elsie's apprehensive nervousness, and then, to cap all, in comes this formidable, if kindly, Miss Harriet Huskisson, C.B.E. Elsie had heard Mrs. Rasty half teasingly congratulate her adored Harriet upon the distinction. Imagine the upset! More plates to be warmed, more silver and cutlery to be got out and rubbed up, and no time for it all. And Joe muttering that the beef would get dry if it had to wait. And did the mistress watch over her, give her moral support? Not a bit. Elsie, lay another plate. No more than that. The rulers chatted and laughed together in the drawing-room without a care. Stay, let us be just. Mrs. Rasty did run into the dining-room once. "Oh, Elsie, that won't do. Miss Eva's place must be on the master's left now. Didn't you think?" Eva had special apparatus. How could Elsie think of a thing like that? Now she waited alone in the dining-room for them to come. She looked in the mirror over the sideboard at her cap, apron, dress. She turned round and twisted her head back to see if the shoulder-strings of her apron were twisted. No, everything all right. She glanced anxiously around. Spare bread on the sideboard? Yes. Spoons in the two vegetable dishes? Yes. She would have to hand them both at once. Cover on the dish of meat and Yorkshire in front of the master's place. Cork loose in the flagon of Australian Burgundy. Water jug full. Handles of spoons for the sweet to the right, and handles of forks to the left. Yes. She grew more and more nervous. Why didn't they come? Everything getting cold. They came, gay and careless, except Miss Eva, who looked funny. They had only to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, while for Elsie a soul-wrecking ordeal was at hand. They never looked at her. The master looked at the vegetable dishes on the sideboard and compressed his lips. His fixed notion was that the vegetables should be in front of the mistress, as the meat was in front of the master. The mistress had defied him, and he would have to lump it. A slight change in the atmosphere, a subtle sniff of disturbance, perceptible enough to Elsie. This, added to Miss Eva's mysterious moodiness, had its distracting effect upon Elsie. And then blowed if the door wasn't pushed open and Jack came nosing in, inquisitive and apologetic. Well, he had no right to be in the dining-room at meals. She would not have him getting under her feet, and she shooed him out, and quick, too. They were all seated. The room, the ceremony, were in Elsie's charge. She lifted the gleaming cover from the meat. "Aha!" said the master, brightening for the sake of the distinguished guest. As she lifted the cover, Elsie's fat, red hand trembled with stage fright, just as the elegant, pale hand of some Shakespearean Viola might tremble in unrolling the parchment of Orsino's address to Olivia on a first night. It was with gratitude to God for his great mercy that Elsie left the dining room with the big, oval, japanned tray loaded to its limit at the end of the meat course. She had come through the first course, if not with honors, without any notable disaster. Once or twice the mistress had had to signal to her, signals which Elsie, not instantly understanding, had in an interminable couple of seconds understood with an undignified start, unworthy of a perfectly mechanized parlour-maid. Once she had stretched a hand to remove the C.B.E.'s plate, and the C.B.E., in a comical, supplicatory tone, had appealed for further possession of the plate, not having quite finished with it. Sure enough, the lady had not put her knife and fork together to indicate that all was over for that course. A dreadful moment! The mistress had raised eyebrows, and Elsie had offered her a miserable and touching little smile of excuse, a smile entirely unauthorized by the code. Also, in pouring out the master's wine, she had spilt 3 drops from the rim of the flagon, having forgotten to give the flagon the bit of a twist which would have prevented such an accident. Another dreadful moment. For some time afterwards she could see nothing but the red stigmata on the white tablecloth, and she could see them even through the mound of salt under which the master buried them. But the most dreadful moments were those during which she had had to stand unoccupied and moveless by the sideboard, striving to keep in order those unruly vassals, her hands, terrorized by a sickening self-consciousness, and praying that nobody would want any more wine, for if anybody did, she knew she would positively spill not 3 drops, but 30. The dog was at the turn of the hall into the basement steps. He would be. Down he went, head over heels, yelping, and arguing to himself that in a world so unjust there could be no God. She persuaded the heavy tray through the dark incline and round the corners, and deposited it in safety on the kitchen table. Like beaching a lifeboat full of the saved. Populations ought to have cheered. "Sugar, Castor?" Joe queried in the nick of time, as she was about to set forth with cherry pie, custard sauce, and plates. God was good, but not too good. Joe dashed to the cupboard. She had the precautionary wit to shake the castor. It was empty, and she could not wrench the top off it. Between them they could not wrench it off. Months, decades, ages passed. The earth stood still. Eternity superseded time. Black shame enclosed Elsie. Tears gathered in her eyes. Joe grew incredibly, horribly blasphemous and obscene. The top flew away. A tremendous metallic clangor shook the air with a deafening and tyrannical summons. Expression of dire wrath from on high. What would they say to Elsie when she returned to the dining room? They said nothing. They looked nothing. They pretended that nothing untoward had happened, and that the bell had not been rung. Astounding duplicity, and somehow not at all reassuring. Elsie functioned for some minutes in a nightmare of crossing Niagara on a rope. Then, slowly regaining the realities of the meal, she noticed first that Dr. Rasty had condoned the method of serving vegetables, and was genuinely cheerful and agreeable; and second, that Miss Eva was crying. Joe's finest hot cherry pie lay untouched in front of Miss Eva. What had they been talking about during the struggle downstairs with the sugar caster? Elsie, being otherwise occupied, had ignored the conversation throughout the meal. She listened now for a clue to Miss Eva's trouble, but did not catch it. The sight of the softly weeping child made Elsie want to cry too. It dimmed her vision, so that she saw the table as through a steamy pane. Miss Ava, the axis and idol of the household, who, while nominally the sport of autocratic parents, was in fact her parents' queen, Miss Ava tore at Elsie's tender heart, and for a special reason among many. If Elsie was in service at the Rasties, it was solely because the child at their first encounter had taken such a prodigious, inexplicable fancy to her, had forced her parents to engage Elsie, and forced Elsie to accept the situation. There Miss Ava sat, far more elegant and stylish than either of her parents, fresh, exquisite in contours, sensitive, proud, defenceless, set apart. So young in her 12 years, childlike, broken. The adults were roughened and stained by the world, experience, years. Miss Ava had the divinity of innocence, and rather than that she should lose a particle of it, the whole world ought to be destroyed. Elsie, better than anybody else in the room, felt and comprehended the ineffable difference between Miss Ava and the powerful, hardened, shrewd adults. The adults were at their duplicity again, assiduously pretending that Ava had not outraged the code. But when the child's tears began to dilute the juice of the cherry pie on her plate, duplicity had to be abandoned. "Darling," said the mistress gently, "wouldn't you like to go and lie down?" The child nodded meekly, slipped from her chair, and, staggering at first under a weight of woe heavy enough for an adult, scurried out of the room like an animal. She usually lay down during the day because she was understood to be outgrowing her strength. "Elsie," said the mistress in a casual tone, "have you any idea what's the matter with Miss Ava?" Elsie was thunderstruck at this address, this open admission in front of company that she, the maid, the ex-charwoman, might have special knowledge of the aristocratic child's mysterious moods. "No'm, that I have not." The next moment some chord in her snapped, and, to her own amazement, horror, and shame, she burst into tears with a mighty sob. "All right, Elsie, I think we shan't want you any more for the present," said the mistress gently. And Elsie also left the room. Unimaginable end of a meal so creditably and correctly begun. But they would smile among themselves calmly. Elsie knew they would. 3. There were strange doings in the afternoon. The adults became children. It is necessary to explain the geography of the doctor's dwelling. The garden wall ran along the north side of Cheval Street, being a low continuation of the side wall of the house. There were 2 doors in the garden wall, close to each other and close to the house. On entering the one nearest to the house, you found yourself in a narrow passage with a high wooden fence on your left hand, and the back wall of the house, with a little area containing the window of the basement kitchen, on your right. This passage ended just beyond the window. It gave access to the back door of the house and the kitchen window, but no access whatever to the garden, in which the doctor had no part nor lot. The next door in the wall gave access to the garden, which consisted of a neglected lawn with a lead statue in the middle, surrounded by a tilted border of evergreen shrubs, also neglected. Abutting on the house, at the corner farthest from Cheval Street, was raised a most strange, high outhouse, which outhouse contained nothing but a spiral staircase. Like every house without exception in Middleton Square, the doctor's had 4 stories and a basement. It had been spaciously built for the prosperous in the very year in which Victoria came to the throne, but now it was divided into 2 separated houses. The doctor enjoyed the basement, ground floor, and first floor. The spiral staircase led to the second and third floors, and had been devised by the landlord, who was a queer fellow, a painter, and had a vast studio on the roof. The doctor now and then saw his name, Batwing, in the papers, but had never seen any of his pictures, and could not comprehend why he should choose to have a habitation in what was to the doctor the most prosaic and most respectable of all squares. Mr. Batwing was chiefly an absentee landlord, appearing only in the spring and autumn, when he might be seen sketching in his own garden or in the central garden of the square by St. Mark's Church. What he could find there to sketch, the Doctor could not conceive. Mr. Batwing's existence in Middleton Square was mysterious, but not, so far as anybody could judge, scandalous, and never noisy. He had a manservant as dumb as a eunuch. A charwoman came during his sojourns, equally dumb. Occasionally streams of visitors arrived, some of them radiantly smart, and a row of automobiles occupied Cheval Street. The visitors walked in the garden, and were beheld and criticized from Miss Ava's bedroom or from the bathroom. They could be faintly heard exclaiming or shrieking as they passed up and down the enclosed spiral staircase. The Doctor always referred to Mr. Batwing as "my landlord," with a grim, sardonic intonation, suggesting that he had a perfect curiosity and enigma of a landlord in Mr. Batwing. And the Doctor's friends and leading private patients would sometimes inquire quizzingly of the Doctor about "your landlord." At any rate, the idiosyncrasies of Mr. Batwing confirmed the Doctor and the whole square in their conventional estimate of the race of artists. Now Elsie, in the kitchen, saw the lower portions of the bodies of the rulers, that is to say, Dr. and Mrs. Rasty and Miss Harriet Huskisson, C.B.E., in the little passage whose fence separated the domain of the Doctor from that of his landlord. She knew that Miss Huskisson had been inspecting the house. The party had emerged from the back door by way of the waiting room for panel patients. It was a lovely July afternoon, and a serene gaiety was abroad. "Do you mean to say that we can't get into the garden at all?" Miss Huskisson demanded. "We can't," answered the Doctor. "We could if his garden door was unlocked, but it isn't, and he's away," said Mrs. Rasty. "Flo," said Miss Huskisson challengingly, "you are a poor thing and chicken-hearted and a slave. I'll show you if we can't get into the garden." A large galvanized iron dustbin stood in the passage, with its round cover leaning against it. Miss Huskisson put the cover on the top, and sprang onto it, and overlooked the fence. "Why, how beautiful!" she exclaimed. "It's all bathed in sunshine. It's like a bit of Georgian that someone's left lying about and forgotten." And she lifted herself onto the fence, which trembled underneath her formidable weight. "Oh, it'll be all right. He isn't here. And even if he was, I know old Batwing. He's a friend of mine." In an instant she was on the other side of the fence, safe in the garden. "Come on, follow, follow!" The Doctor himself, grinning, but somewhat nervous, stood on the dustbin and looked over. "Yes," he said, "but how are you going to get back?" "Harriet," cried Mrs. Rasty, "you're as bad as you used to be at school." "Worse, my dear," Harriet admitted. Mrs. Rasty squealed as her husband pushed her over the fence. They had all three vanished out of Elsie's sight into the forbidden garden. Elsie moved away from the window as if ashamed of, and unwilling even to countenance it by watching, the highly strange performance of three grave and responsible adults turned children on a Sunday afternoon. But she admired Miss Harriet Huskisson. She liked her voice and manner, so authoritative and yet jolly. Miss Huskisson gave out initiative, energy, life itself. Joe had said, in one of his rare communications, that he had an idea she was headmistress of some girls' school somewhere. A few minutes later, Elsie heard a long-repeated cry from the garden. "Ava! Ava! Ava!" Then the throwing up of Miss Ava's bedroom window. "Come down, Ava, darling, come into the garden." And Ava at length appeared in the passage, prim and hesitant in her white frock, and jumped as gracefully as a cat onto the dustbin. Elsie approached the kitchen window again. "Pile those bricks there against the fence, Doctor," Miss Huskisson's bright, shrill voice. "We can get back on them." The Doctor's head and shoulders appeared above the fence, and Ava was hauled over into the garden. "Oh, my frock, Daddy!" Elsie was partially solaced. Cheerfulness invaded her soul, despite the devastating memory of her awful behavior at dinner. The trouble among the rulers was over. But when the garden party returned guiltily, except Miss Ava, who knew that the trespass was not her affair, over the fence, Elsie, in her rough apron, was at the side table under the window, cutting bread and butter, and at the sight of her the child again began to cry gently. "Tea, Elsie, please," Miss Rasty called out. This unceremoniousness alone showed her how the adventure in the garden had lifted the mistress out of her groove. "Yes'm." The rulers went into the house. "Joe," Elsie summoned her young, silent husband, who was in the front room of the basement. "Joe, clean yourself and put your coat on. You must take the tea up. I couldn't face it again yet. No, I could not." "But what did she say?" Joe asked, gazing darkly, ingenuously, and submissively at Elsie. He had heard of the dinner episode, heard with sympathy and distress, seen Elsie's wet eyes, but had made no comment. "She must say what she's a mind," Elsie answered with firmness. The most conscientious of women, Elsie had nevertheless moments of independence which defied conscience. She would rebel, make a decision, and there you were. No doing anything with her in those moments. Elsie had developed into a woman of the world, her world. She had lived through character-forming hours in the household of the deceased Earl Forwards. She had felt the weight of terrific responsibilities, tested her moral resources, and she could not be treated like a ninny. But fancy the cook taking up the tea to the drawing-room of such a stickler as Mrs. Rasty. What would the stickler say when the cook appeared before her in the drawing-room? Well, she wouldn't say anything on the spot, of course, because she was a real lady, and treated servants with the respect due to human beings. But she might be very inquisitive and corrective later, not merely about the tea, but about dinner also. And Elsie, with such a name for niceness and sweetness and reliability, and so on. That was the line she would take. Well, there you were. When Joe descended from serving the tea, the news of the drawing-room forced him to talk. Mistress had given not a sign of being disturbed. She had seemed perfectly to understand. Naturally she would understand, thought Elsie, repenting of her unkind apprehensions, which amounted to injustice against a mistress in 1,000. The mistress was nursing Miss Ava, the great girl, on her knee, and the 3 grown-ups were going out for dinner and dancing. And Sunday night, too. Yes, Joe had distinctly heard words about dancing. The master had said that he would back himself to do a fox-trot, and keep both the ladies busy throughout the evening. Miss Huskinson was leaving early in order to dress at her hotel, and Dr. and Mrs. Rasty were to join her at the restaurant. 2 dinners in a day! And what about poor Miss Ava, left to herself? Ah, they knew they could trust Miss Ava to Elsie. But still, all the same, it was very odd. What with Miss Ava being so upset, and it being such fine, hot summer weather. Could you imagine anybody running off to one of those restaurants all the way to the West End on a lovely night when they might have walked in the Square Garden? However, it was deliverance for Elsie, no special supper to serve for company. But there would be the telephone, a rare ringing. Always was when the master took a night off, and if the poor man didn't have a night call that night, might Elsie be blessed. She brewed a needed cup of tea for the kitchen, and Joe took his coat off and put on his apron, and they sat down and drank, and made the same remarks over and over again about the incomprehensible rulers. The clangor once more. That was for the upstairs tea things to be fetched down. Before he came back, Joe unlocked the panel patient's door. Some of them would be bound to be calling. No rest in that house, weekday or Sunday. 4. Joe was reading in the kitchen under the electric light. He wore spectacles. The sun had scarcely set, and reading by twilight was still easily possible on the upper floors of the house, but not in the basement. Joe's eyes were a little weak. The open window was a square of faint crimson. The kitchen seemed yet tenaciously to hold the heat of cooking the dinner hours earlier. Joe, leaning on his elbows far over the table, had neither coat nor waistcoat. A very broad leathern belt kept him together round the waist. Elsie's idea. A cigarette, burning neglected on the edge of the white deal table, sent up a straight column of smoke, which spread at the top like a palm. Joe read aloud, slowly, under his breath, "We have to consider first what constitutes food for man. Its objects are threefold: to repair the daily waste of the body itself, a necessary consequence of life and its activity." The book was that classic Sir Henry Thompson's Food and Feeding. The doctor had lent it to him upon a startling request for some book about cookery. It was probably the only book that Joe had ever studied or wanted to study, for he was by nature no student. His passion for cookery, discovered late and in difficult and dangerous circumstances in France, had made him a student of rudimentary and certainly not scientific mind. He was nevertheless approaching the mighty subject of food in a scientific manner, and successfully. No wonder the household wondered, smiled aside gently scornful, and was, in fact, impressed by the miracle of the power of the love of knowledge. Elsie came into the basement from the front room. She was ceremoniously dressed for answering front doors. "Oh, Joe, Joe, I thought I smelt it." The cigarette had charred the edge of the table, which bore quite half a dozen black souvenirs of Joe's dreamy carelessness. "I know what Missis'll say, or what she'll think." It was Elsie who picked up the cigarette. "Now, Joe, you must go out for your walk. You haven't had a mouthful of fresh air all day." Neither had Elsie had a mouthful of fresh air all day, save now and then at the front door. But Elsie had established between them the great truth that she was somehow superior to the common human needs, such as air, or even food, and that what harmed him could not harm her. On Sunday nights they usually both went out for a walk, and Mrs. Vassie took charge of the house in person. Sometimes they would actually depart before tea, and make a regular afternoon and night of it, with friends in Riceyman Square or elsewhere. But tonight, as the rulers had suddenly decided to seek pleasure in the legendary West End, of course they could not both leave. Neither of them saw anything at all unnatural in an arrangement under which the pleasures of the rulers involved the ruled in a sacrifice. Thus do bits of the past remain embedded in the present, and thus do old ideals, by their own pristine force, persist against energetic new ones in strange places. Joe used a spoon to mark the place in his book, and put the volume in a cupboard. Elsie dressed the rugged-faced dreamer. She brushed his waistcoat, his coat, and his hat. "Now, here's your cigarette case." The dark, ingenuous dreamer was something of a swell. "And here's your matches, and here's your purse." She started him up the basement steps, and went with him into Cheval Street, where they stood together, reflective for a moment, in the soothing dusk. "Now go along to the Duke's Head and have half a pint, and don't hurry back." He lit a new cigarette, nodded, and walked off. She stared after him, and then pushed at the side door with her broad back. She liked him to be a man of the world occasionally, thought it was good for him to get away from her, and practised independence, and make a show of free devilry. She liked him to return, smelling healthily of beer. The side door, which had been half closed, did not yield to the pressure of her back. Then there was a little nervous, childish giggle. Miss Eva had been behind the door. Her thick brown hair was loosened for the night, and swelled amply round her head, and she was eating a chocolate. "I thought you was gone to bed, Miss Eva," said Elsie, but she spoke carefully, diplomatically, with a background of sympathetic comprehension beyond the superficial chiding, for Miss Eva was not in a state to be handled anyhow. In her eyes there was a warning look to remind the beholder that she had suffered much that day, and could not with safety be tried too hard. Moreover, she was the sole representative of the ruling class left on the premises, and hence specially invested with the class prestige. "I've done my hair, and I saw you and Joe from the window, and so I thought I'd— only for 10 sec, you silly old long face." Yes, Miss Ava, deeply and always aware of her position as the centre of the vast universe, knew that in the history of the universe her every motive and act had real importance, and that her every moment should be accounted for. And since sometimes she was responsible for her precious self, she had sometimes to be her own historian. Her mother had watched carefully over the child's supper, and had left her to read Measure for Measure. All Shakespeare was equally Shakespeare to the child. As for going to bed, she had the right to go to bed unaided and unquestioned. But Elsie would slip later into her bedroom, that casket, to see that Miss Ava had faithfully, in all details, discharged her grave responsibility to the centre of the universe. "Elsie," the child murmured, disclosing naively her secret purpose in leaving the bedroom, "let's walk just a minute in the garden. I do want to, with you. And they all did this afternoon, so I'm sure we can. Dad simply pulled me over the fence." Instead of firmly dismissing this mad, unlawful project, Elsie made an excuse. "Yes, and I dare say, but yer don't catch me trying to wallop myself over that fence, no." "Pooh! You needn't. We can go in by the other door." "It's locked." "The key to this door fits it." "The key of this door fits it? How do you know that the key of this door fits it?" Elsie demanded, alarmed and indignant. "I'll show you." And before Elsie could do anything effective, Miss Ava had drawn the heavy key out of the rasp door and fitted into Cheval Street and pushed it into the lock of the bat-wing door. "Miss Ava!" The child got both thin hands to the big key and twisted it in the lock and opened the bat-wing door. She was probably the only person in the world with the esoteric knowledge that one key would open both doors. Elsie had a dim glimpse of the private life of the watched child, as mysterious as the life of birds in the branches, whose enterprising curiosity in some unwatched and unaccounted-for moment had led to the astonishing discovery about the key. It was incredible, highly disconcerting. "Have you been in the garden by yourself?" "Oh, no, but I've looked in. Come on, old long-face." Miss Ava ran audaciously into the forbidden garden. They walked together in the garden, Elsie in her purple and white uniform, and Miss Ava in white. Miss Ava clasped Elsie's arm and skipped at every few steps, but after a time she ceased to skip and even to shake her loose hair. There was little difference in height between them, 3 or 4 inches. Elsie felt self-conscious because the garden was overlooked by the windows of several houses. She was sinning, but happy in sin, and somewhat comforted by the assurance that neither the front door nor the panel door bell could ring without her hearing it. "I don't see why I shouldn't walk in the garden. They're away dancing, so why shouldn't I walk in the garden? At least, perhaps, they aren't dancing yet, but they will soon be. Oh, yes, they are, because they dance between the courses now. Mummy told me. Miss Brendan says I shall be quite a good dancer, and that's a lot from her. I said to myself when I was walking here with them this afternoon that I'd walk here with my old long face as soon as I could. No, it's round, really, but you're so very serious today, Elsie. Well, and I'm walking tonight, and so I've done it, haven't I, Elsie?" She drew Elsie across the grass to the leaden statue in the middle, and stroked the fat Cupid as if to express to it some of her affection. "Oh, Elsie, it's all wet." "Yes, and I should think it is all wet, and this grass is soaking, and you'll catch your death, and then what will missus say?" The dew was distilling itself upon Clerkenwell. Then came soft sounds into the garden. They came straight over the roof of the house, and also down Cheval Street and over the wall of the garden, sounds infinitely delicate and subtle, which might be arriving from a great distance after a long journey. The congregation singing "Abide with me" in St. Mark's Church in the square. The dusk seemed to thicken suddenly. Odours of blossoms wandered in from the next garden. The pair could scarcely see each other's features. The singing ceased. The final peace of Sunday night had descended upon the vast expanses of Clerkenwell. "Oh!" breathed Miss Ava. They were walking again on the tiled path. "Elsie!" Miss Ava's clasp tightened upon Elsie's arms. "What?" "Do you like Miss Huskisson?" "Yes. Don't you?" "Oh, yes. They want me to go to her school at Eastbourne. Boarding school, you know." "And don't you want to go?" "No!" Miss Ava snapped nervously. "Why not? Don't you want to leave your daddy and mummy? But you're a big girl now." "Oh, I don't mind leaving them. Of course, I should hate leaving them, but I shouldn't mind. I could bear it. And mummy thinks it would be good for me. She thinks I'm spoiled here, and I expect I am. But I won't go. I won't go." "But why, then?" Miss Ava stood still and arrested Elsie, and put her arms round Elsie's neck and kissed her violently, and sobbed and wept. "It's you I couldn't bear to leave, Elsie. I know I couldn't live without you. And they can't make me. They can't make me. Oh, Elsie, you don't know how hurt my heart is." A bell rang and rang in the house. "Miss Ava, let me go, do. That's the telephone. It's always the way. Sure as the doctor goes out for a bit of a change, they start. Quick!" She gave the last word in a tone of command, almost harsh. The child ran whimpering after her. Elsie had to lock the bat-wing door, withdraw the key, and put it on the inside of the other door, and naturally she fumbled each little operation. And the bell kept insistently, ruthlessly ringing. It could be heard in Cheval Street, and in the passage, and in the back hall, and it would not stop until, after an eternity, Elsie snatched off the receiver. That silenced it, and there was quiet. Only a few months back Elsie had been as afraid of the telephone as of a bomb, but now she talked at it with cutting callousness. "Yes, yes!" she exclaimed, reproving its impatience. The matron of the maternity hospital wanted the doctor to come as quickly as possible. Mrs. Ackett was worse, and the matron was very anxious. Elsie said she would ring up Dr. Worple, who had promised to deal with anything urgent that evening. No sooner had she hung up the receiver, in order to begin a new call, than the bell began furiously again. It was the police. The night watchman at a drapery store in Park Street had fallen down a lift well and seemed to be dead, but his wife and 5 children were with him, and the wife wanted Dr. Rast and nobody else. Also, the police gave notice of a post-mortem of a girl's suicide the next morning. Well, she would ring up Dr. Worple, and she did ring up Dr. Worple, and that was that, except that she must slowly and clumsily write out the details for the master to see on his return. "Here, Miss Ava, you write it for me." "No, I'll do it myself. Switch the light on, will you?" How could she have dreamt of asking the innocent child to write such dreadful things? She wrote even worse than usual. She did not know quite what she was doing. But after all, the transactions, normal enough, on the telephone, were a trifle compared with Miss Ava's information, as to which Elsie's thoughts worked in vast, slow motions beneath the superficial agitation caused by these episodes incident to the doctor's practice. Miss Ava had actually put her own mother lower than the house parlour-maid. Well, it was shocking. It was against nature. She adored Miss Ava, but she could not conceive what she had done to Miss Ava, or for Miss Ava, to bring about this terrible state of affairs in the child's mind. She was ashamed of herself. "Oh, Elsie, isn't it awful?" The child burst out, surveying the situation with astounding, ingenuous detachment, and at the same time accepting it fatalistically. In the effort after calm reflection, Miss Ava had ceased to whimper. Then, releasing her brain from its task, she sprang at Elsie and kissed her passionately again, and Elsie, electrified afresh, thought that there were forces in this Miss Ava far more powerful and incomprehensible than in any adult. Terrific forces that neither Miss Ava nor anybody else could guide or subdue. Elsie was afraid, and her head swam as if she was intoxicated. The hall swayed and moved round and round. "Good night." Miss Ava unloosed her and ran off. "I'll come up with ye," said Elsie. She ought not to have said it. To see the child into bed on such a night was wicked self-indulgence, bad for her and bad for the child, too bad for the child. The temptation, however, was too strong, too sweet. She might have to leave her place with Joe. How, indeed, could she decently stay, whatever the cost to Miss Ava's feelings? But on this night she must fondly tend the child. "No, don't put the light on," said Miss Ava in the bedroom. "It's dark, only it isn't dark. And open that window wider, Elsie darling." She yielded her long, snake-like, aristocratic body to be undressed, and Elsie's hard muscles, moving over her, grew as soft as Elsie's affection. Self-indulgence, but exquisite. Miss Ava dropped on the bed, lying outstretched on the top of the eiderdown, and sighed. "Oh, Elsie, couldn't you carry me into the bathroom?" Elsie did so. Wickedness, that was what it was. "I'm so tired," said Miss Ava. "I've had a very trying day, haven't I, Elsie?" And when Miss Ava was finally tucked up, Elsie set about gathering her day clothes together and folding them exactly as the mistress had taught Miss Ava to fold them, and laying them carefully in the empty drawer which was exclusively allotted to them. For Miss Rasty's notion was that a little girl's bedroom should always, at no matter what hour, present a perfectly tidy appearance to any visitor, expected or unexpected. And Miss Ava drew her endless arm from under the bedclothes, and her hands dropped over the side of the bed. "Oh, Elsie, I'm too hot, and I don't want to be all tucked in." A naughty kick, which disturbed all the upper bedclothes. "I want to be cold." When the affair was settled in a reasonable compromise, Elsie stood at the open window, gazing over gardens and chimney-pots at the sombre sky. She was not thinking, and she did not know quite what she was feeling, but she had a vague, absurd, self-contradictory idea that she was both happy and unhappy. Also, she felt that things generally were very mixed up and queer and sad and incurable, and that life was full of the most unexpected surprises. For according to Elsie, there were surprises which you expected and surprises which you couldn't be expected to expect. Then the first door in the wall below opened, scraping the gravel, and she made out the figure of Joe in the gloom. She turned to the bed and stooped. "I'm going." Miss Ava nodded wearily. No kiss. 5. Elsie lay in bed in her home, which was the front room of the basement of the Rasty home. The adjoining kitchen might be called the workshop, factory, or chief earning place. The upper floors consisted of rooms which she knew intimately, even to the contents of some of the drawers and wardrobes, and had to keep clean, but which were foreign countries where one could neither settle nor behave quite freely. The front room of the basement alone was the haven in which Elsie could be fully Elsie, the wife of Joe, exercising her personal tastes, arranging and rearranging the things in it according to her fancy, cleaning it when and how she chose, leaving it untidy when she chose, and never asking herself the eternal question which governed all her actions in every other part of the house: "How do they want it done? How did she tell me I was always to do it?" Mrs. Rasty never in any circumstances intruded into Elsie's home, and Miss Ava very rarely, and then only by favor specially requested and against her mother's inclination. It was a cave, subterranean, and felt like a cave, fairly large but low, with a grimy, irregular ceiling from which an unused short gas chandelier still hung not quite perpendicularly. The illumination, strident as a shout, came from a single electric light, whose cord, obeying the law of gravity, put the crookedness of the chandelier stem to shame. The furniture, too plenteous, had mainly come, discarded, from upstairs. Along one wall was a whole row of shabby chairs, which nobody ever sat on. There was one easy chair, of wicker, which would occasionally creak by itself in the dead of night, if Joe had spent an evening in it. A pair of lace curtains, once grand in the ruler's bedroom, screened the window, and those curtains were never drawn more than a foot apart, lest loiterers on the pavement above might spy upon Elsie's privacy. A bright steel fender, with one brief poker for firearms, ornamented the hearth, and in front of the fender was a black rag rug on the tiled floor, otherwise bare. There were two tables, one of deal, the other of oak, and a very old oak wine cooler, which never cooled wine, but held Elsie's spools, tapes, scissors, and remnants. The wardrobes of the twain were two narrow cupboards in the wall. Elsie was very proud of their convenience, and there was a chest of drawers, chiefly filled with junk from on high. On the wall opposite the mantelpiece mirror hung an enlarged portrait of Elsie's mother, who had died just in time to balance her daughter's budget, for Elsie had accustomed the old lady to the weekly sum of 28 shillings 11 pence, the war pension which Elsie had received as the widow of her first husband, and which she lost on remarriage. This portrait, in a brilliant gilt frame, a pious folly, had cost good money. It was surpassingly ugly, but Elsie thought it most beautiful. Beneath it hung from their colored ribbons the two war medals of the first husband. On the mantelpiece stood 4 cheap and gaudy vases, wedding gifts from friends in Riceyman Square, and passionately cherished. No other bric-a-brac, no other pictures, no texts. And yet the home had an agreeable aspect and feel of intimate domesticity, humanized by the close traffic of souls and bodies. For on the mantelpiece, in the midst of the vases, an alarm clock ticked loudly away with the ruthless and divine sovereignty of the presiding God which it in fact was. And on one small chair were piled some of Joe's clothes, and in the easy chair were piled all Elsie's clothes, every stitch of them from cap to stockings, cast down somehow, and no one to reproach Elsie for a natural, naughty untidiness. And in the bed, in the corner farthest away from the window and the door, lay Elsie herself, also cast down anyhow, dishevelled, not clean, hardly decent, shining in the heat of the summer night, but restfully abandoned in comfort and subject to no rules and no surveillance. You could see under the tumbled sheet what a massive creature she was in her fatigued abandonment. Blinking at the electric glare, she lay on her side like an animal, but an animal with a soul highly developed. She was waiting anxiously for Joe to return from the kitchen. When Elsie went to bed, she went to bed. One moment she was up, the next she was definitely in bed. She could concentrate. But Joe, except on cooking, could never concentrate. He would do 40 things after he had begun to undress. For an hour or more Elsie had hesitated to tell him about the trouble with Miss Ava, and then she had told him too soon. She ought to have waited until he was in bed and the light out, in which situation she could have managed him. But she had told him after he had taken off only his waistcoat and his shoes, and she had dropped a word, casually, about the possibility of matters so developing that they might have to leave. She had seen his plain, homely features take on their well-known expression of dark, mysterious worry, and with an inarticulate murmur of something that he must do, he had left the home for the kitchen. In ordinary circumstances he was docility itself, but when disturbed he was capable of the most embarrassing contumacy. True, he was seldom disturbed, having adopted the habit of leaving every responsibility to his wife. Elsie wondered apprehensively what would be the look on his face when he came back. Then there was a short, half-impatient, half-timid yelp on the pavement above the window. "That dog!" thought Elsie. Jack had been abroad on one of his night excursions, and had been forgotten. The area gate, seldom or never used (the Rasta area was the only one in all the square that had direct access to the pavement), was fastened as usual, and Jack wished to indicate that he had been round to the side door in vain, and now wanted somebody to open the area gate for him. Nobody would, and Elsie heard him at last leap over the gate and tumble down the steep iron steps into the area. Then there was another yelp at the area door, giving on to the area lobby. Joe passed through the lobby, opened the door to the expectant dog, seized him, and began to thrash. Elsie heard the blows, and Jack's squeals were terrible. And the blows did not cease. They waxed in power and rapidity, and Jack's squeals grew deafening. "Oh, Joe, Joe!" Elsie murmured, sitting up in bed. Then she heard Jack's body flung savagely into the kitchen. Silence followed. Joe padded into the home, breathing hard, in shirt and trousers. Elsie did nothing so dangerously provocative as to say a word about his treatment of the dog. And, in fact, the dog needed no pity, for, pursuing the post hoc propter hoc method of reasoning, which was originally invented by dogs, he had reached the conclusion that the beating was a just punishment for the night excursion, and felt no resentment. Whereas the beating was naught but the expression of Joe's emotions in regard to quite another matter. The look on his face was now extremely disquieting. When he got himself into one of his moods, it was urgently advisable to keep him out of the way of violence, for once started down the slope he might not stop until something tragic brought him to a standstill. A process of auto-intoxication would set in. The dog had unhappily provided an occasion for violence, and Joe had begun the perilous slide. He hesitated in the doorway. Then, catching sight of the two war medals on the wall, he moved up to them, ripped them ferociously from their nails, and dashed them onto the floor. Never before had he shown the slightest jealousy concerning these relics of his predecessor and fellow warrior, but now the sudden, wild gesture proved that jealousy had been always awaiting its opportunity in his subconsciousness. End of Story 1, Part 1. Story 1 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 1, Elsie and the Child, Part 2. Elsie maintained silence and lay back. She was living to the full her private life in these moments. She had utterly ceased to be a house parlour-maid or anything else but a passionately loved and loving wife. She had great confidence in herself, remembering how again and again, by the exercise of her native force and shrewdness, she had successfully come through terrible, bloody, and even mortal ordeals. But her self-reliance was shaken by shell-shocked Joe's present demeanor. She feared. She asked herself whether indeed the final ordeal had not now veritably arrived. Joe, his mind fired by a single unfortunate phrase of hers, was out of control. "Come to bed, Joe, dear," she whispered benevolently, without a sign of reproach, surprise, or dismay. Lowering bitterly, not at Elsie, but rather at the whole world, Joe went in the direction of the fireplace, and stuck his hands deep into his trouser pockets. They go off Sunday nights to dancing." He meditated thus in a low rumble of his heavy voice. Elsie said nothing, but stretched out her arm towards him. The clock ticked louder and louder. "Well, I won't have it," he suddenly shouted. "But what, Joe?" "I won't have it. I'm the husband, I suppose. I suppose I'm the husband all right, and I won't have it." He lifted his face as if to challenge anyone to deny that he was the husband. His features grew still gloomier. He was willfully steeping himself in gloom, secreting poison for himself. "But what, Joe?" "This here wobbling about, this is hanky-panky. If they think they want us to go, we'll go. Just as we're comfortable, we'll go, I tell yer, and quicker than that. I've had enough of it." "But, Joe, they haven't said a word about us going. They haven't said a word about anything. Of course they haven't. It was only the child talking." "Oh, I know what it is. Yer can't tell me. Here you slave for 'em night and day, and I slave for 'em night and day, and it's upstairs and downstairs and upstairs and downstairs, and they'll tell yer to go, will they? And why? All because the damned little wench won't let yer out of her sight? No, she can't. I can see. Yer see, I can't see things, but let me tell yer I can see things, though I don't say as much as some. Sunday night, too. Dancin'." Elsie smiled timidly, as it were shamefaced, but whether from shame for him or for herself, who could decide? Moving to the edge of the bed, she turned on to her bosom, thus hiding her face, so as to be able to stretch out her arm as far as possible, and, without looking, she groped with her hand for the hand of the deranged and dangerous man. Her hand found his, but at the first touch he gave her hand a hard, hurting blow. Tremendous reflex action. Then he banged his right fist at the clock, which clattered noisily across the floor. Elsie's heart seemed to stand still. The blow was the measure of his barbaric sweet love for her, of his pride in her, of his jealousy for her. She glanced surreptitiously round to see if there were any knives in the room, and was relieved to discover none. She had once, in the course of their love, confronted a carving knife in Joe's raised hand. Poor boy, he simply did not know what he was doing. This was all the fault of the Kaiser, this was. In the succeeding silence, the clock immediately reasserted its spiritual sovereignty by continuing to tick. Joe might stick out his head relative to his body, and his chin relatively to his head, but the triumphant clock dominated the room. Then a fearful thing happened. The door slowly opened, and Jack crept cautiously in. The idiot of a dog, unaware that in this crisis he was no better than a lighted fuse approaching dynamite, perhaps wanted to assure himself that peace was established. Elsie stared at him in horror. She dared make no sound. Joe was clutching the mantelpiece with his right hand, and his face worked in a terrifying manner. The dog jumped noiselessly onto the bed, crouched, laid his chin flat on the counterpane, and looked about anxiously, ingratiatingly, without moving his head. Elsie again stretched forth her hand, and, as anxious and ingratiating as the dog, touched Joe's left hand once more. Joe did not move, but he sobbed. She clasped the hand, and very gently drew the reluctant body towards her. She put Joe's hand delicately on the dog's head. He did not shrink at the contact with the hair. She moved Joe's hand so that it stroked the dog several times. The dog looked up and licked Joe's hand. Joe saw. He was crying. Elsie was living her life. Her characteristic inventive fancy had averted a calamity. The clock went on proudly ticking, but in vain. It was not heard. 6. The next morning was lovely. The house fronted almost due east. The sun, which had been at work for hours on the rejuvenation of Clerkenwell, was pouring its bright medicine through all the front windows except the heavily curtained windows of the best bedroom where Mrs. Rasty slept. The time was about 7:30. Elsie, who had not yet assumed the white cap, was sweeping the stairs, which rose in one long straight flight from the hall. Joe, in green apron, was cleaning some of his windows. Every window in the house was exclusively his, but would shortly leave them to stone his front steps. The atmosphere of the interior was cheerfully expectant, as though God was good, and life exciting and worthy to be lived, and health triumphant over sickness. Then Elsie heard a latchkey turn in the front door, and the opening door grated a little, as usual, on the top step. The doctor had had a night call. He came briskly in, but the sun was before him, throwing sheets of dazzling light on the still, unswept hall floor. The doctor was carrying his obstetric bag of tricks. "All right, Elsie, all right," he greeted the corruptress of his adored child. "I can get past." However, Elsie had respectfully mounted to the landing with her brush to give him passage on the stairs. "Fine morning, Elsie," said he pleasantly, determined to set an example to mankind. "Sorry you had a call, sir," Elsie replied gravely. The little doctor had somehow, save for his chin, kept his spruceness throughout the night, but he was extremely pale, and his dark ringed eyes unnaturally gleamed. Elsie, in her time, had roused the doctor from his bed, to come to her old employers, the Earlfords, and at this moment she had a guilty feeling, as for an outrage upon humanity committed long ago. She was much concerned for the doctor, because he worked far too hard, and was obviously killing himself. She knew all the details of his daily existence, and had pieced them together. Whatever might have happened in the night, he always breakfasted sharp at 8:30, reading his letters and glancing at the Daily Telegraph as he ate. He began breakfast alone, but at about 8:45 Mrs. Rasty would appear, full of solicitude, and would nibble with him to solace him, and take his instructions for answering the letters, which were written by all sorts of people, from police to maiden ladies, and all of which had to do with his profession. Generally, Miss Eva would add her presence, and sometimes be permitted to enter an appointment in his diary. At 9 the surgery work began. It ended at 10:30, or soon afterwards, and instantly the doctor would be off on his rounds, or he might have to go to a police court or a post-mortem, which meant that he would be late for dinner, 1:30 or even 1:45 instead of 1. In 20 minutes after that he would be off once more. Theoretically, but in practice rarely, he had tea at 5:30. The second assize of panel patients started at 6 and finished between 8 and 8:30. Once, in a tremendous effort to live a civilized life, he had put the second assize forward to the afternoon, but the scheme was killed after a few months, partly by public opinion and partly by the demands of private patients. The doctor supped at 9, and might see calling patients at any time from 8:30 to 10:30. He read before going to bed. He seldom saw the adored Eva. No portion of his day was securely his own, not a minute. He always had more than he could do, and his large clientele was steadily increasing. Elsie strongly agreed with the mistress that he ought to take a partner or an assistant. But no, he would not. He preferred to sell his life bit by bit for the 5-pound notes to be used to the advantage of Miss Eva. Elsie knew that, as well as the mistress knew it, and in secret she blamed the doctor for his obstinacy. Still, she deeply respected his industry. 5½ hours out, said the doctor, as he climbed the stairs. "What a shame, sir!" "Fortunes of war, fortune of war!" he exclaimed cheerily, and rather loudly, with one of his constrained professional laughs. "Child dead, but I think we've saved the mother." He added, in spite of herself, "No will to live, Elsie, no will to live. Husband drunk, mother-in-law drunk." Elsie made a protesting sound. "Shall Joe get you anything, sir?" "No, thanks. Mustn't spoil my breakfast. By the time I've had my bath and shaved, post will have come." He was always slow, thorough, and methodical over his toilette. Even danger of death could not hurry him there. He stopped, facing her, on the landing. Against Elsie's massiveness, he was like a sturdy little tree against a monument. "Here I am carrying this upstairs," he said, holding out the bag to her. "Just take it down again, will you, and put it in its place?" He spoke now as he sometimes did to servants, confidentially, almost appealingly, and his tone seemed to imply, "Look here, we understand each other, you and I do. I can trust your fundamental decency, and you can trust mine, eh?" Such a tone was his nearest approach to unbending from an eternal professionalism, and it endeared him to both Elsie and Joe, inspiring them with an eager desire to be of service to him, to shield him from worry and unnecessary effort. Elsie dropped her brush and took the bag, hastening down the stairs. "What a shame," she thought again, including the drunkards this time in her comment. Needless for the doctor to describe the night scene to her. She had witnessed some such scenes and heard tell of many. A few hours earlier he had gone dancing, solely to please those ladies. Well, perhaps to please himself a bit, too. Goodness knew he wanted a change, when really he ought to have been fast asleep. Her brow puckered with conscientiousness, as though the doctor's case was her own personal responsibility. "I say, Elsie," the doctor, leaning over the banisters at the top of the stairs, called to her sotto voce. He raised his eyebrows to beckon her upwards, as for an intimate communication. She flew towards him, still holding the bag, and stopped just under him, her head level with the rail and his fountain-pen pocket. "What's all this that Joe's been telling me?" Then he pursed his lips and put on a grim expression. "Joe, sir? When, sir?" "Last night. This morning, rather. When I was called. He got up, you know." "Did he, sir?" There were two glorious, unassailable sleepers in that home, Elsie and her mistress. The house had one of the old-fashioned doctor's speaking tubes, the lower end at the front door, and the upper by Dr. Rasty's bed. Mrs. Rasty never heard the ruthless, quiet whistle of the tube. She never heard her husband's gentle, sharp speech into it, nor his rising from her side, nor his dressing, nor his departure, nor his undressing, nor his return to her side. Here was the great gift. Indeed, it amounted to genius. It helped immensely to maintain the good temper of the house, for if she too had been exacerbated by disturbed nights, explosions would have occurred by breakfast time. As for Elsie, she had always been an accomplished sleeper, and since her marriage to Joe had slept better than ever. Once she was asleep, the alarm clock had no dominion over her. The clock awakened Joe of a morning, and Joe wakened Elsie with a series of physical violences. The doctor continued, "He said you were thinking of leaving us. Said you weren't feeling very comfortable." "Who? Me, sir?" "I suppose both of you." "Oh, sir!" Elsie was thunderstruck. She had been quite sure that on the previous night she had soothed Joe into his normal quiescence and acquiescence. She could have taken oath on the fact. And here Joe, in the dead of night and without a word to her, had been venting his sick fancies on the doctor. She was overset. She thought she knew Joe to his core, and she did not know him. She had misread his symptoms, which meant that her confidence in her power to handle him was shaken. What could she say to the doctor? Nothing. She might not be disloyal to her husband, of whose prestige she was very jealous, by superiorly smiling away his strange statements to the doctor. And certainly she might not confirm his attitude to the doctor. She felt herself to have been thrust into a terrible crisis. "Oh, sir!" she murmured again. "Of course, if you must go, you must," said the doctor, pleasantly but coldly, indifferently, as one saying, "There's no understanding any of you people. I like you, up to a point, but I'm perfectly independent, and I've no intention of being disturbed by any of you." He suddenly turned from her and went off towards the bedroom. How ineffectual was the July sun now! 7. Monday morning is a strenuous but somehow a glad morning in respectable households of regular habits. The clean linen is brought out in lovely white piles from the linen cupboard and distributed over the house, and the dirty linen is collected and shamefully hurried away and catalogued in a place without honor, and thrown pell-mell in baskets and dispatched, and then everybody has a sweet sense of relief. In the best bedroom, Elsie waited for Joe to come and help her with the bed. Other beds in the house could be made by 2 hands, but this one required 4, especially on Monday morning. 1 clean sheet, for in Middleton Square, as in many other localities, only the bottom sheet was cast off, the top sheet taking its inferior position and being supplemented by the clean sheet. 1 clean sheet, 2 clean pillow slips, 2 clean bath towels, 2 clean face towels, and 1 clean razor cloth lay on a chair, and Elsie was impatient to see the shiny slips with their rectangular creases geometrically correct on the pillows, and the embroidered edge of the glittering clean sheet turned back and stretching precisely level across the yellow blankets, and the towels hanging in prim, virgin evenness on the towel-stand, and all the room thereby, as it were reborn, newly sanctified to the august uses of the employers. Elsie desired that nothing, not a chance smut, nor an error of half an inch in the adjustment of straight lines, should hurt the susceptible eyes of the employers. She was as eager as the craftsman who is also an artist. She moved to fetch the dreamy Joe, when, instead of Joe, Mrs. Rasty entered the room. Elsie instantly became self-conscious. "I was just waiting for Joe, madam." "And I've been waiting for Miss Ava. I'll help you this morning, Elsie. Miss Ava wanted to see us make the bed, so that she can learn how to make her own. It's her idea. However, we won't wait." "No, madam." The bed-making began. Neither Joe nor Miss Ava appeared. Of Mrs. Rasty it may be said chiefly that Elsie regarded her as a reasonable being. She had her fads and fancies, but you knew where you were with her. She was about the only woman in Elsie's experience of women who could be regarded as a reasonable being. All the others, though many of them were excellent, loyal, and lovable enough, were moody, nervy, and you could never be sure where they would break out next. According to Elsie, Mrs. Rasty's mental processes were like Elsie's, and like a man's. And Elsie's views of her mistress were shared by everybody, except possibly upon occasion by Dr. Rasty. Mrs. Rasty was a medium woman, not tall nor short, not fat nor thin, not fair nor dark, not smart nor dowdy, not brilliant nor stupid, but sound. She was under 40, and looked neither younger nor older than she was. She had a quiet, firm voice, with a slight, ineradicable trace of an Essex accent. Among other vestiges of provincialism, she kept a fine and sturdy confidence, generally justified by the event, in her own opinions about things and people. She was extremely interested in people, all people, and never tired of discussing the characters and tendencies of her friends with her friends. She had a sense of order and method, supposed to have been perfected during the time before her marriage, when she was on what may inoffensively be called the begging staff of the London hospital. She prided herself on being universally considered as reliable. She knew herself to be reliable. She was certainly not a snob, and yet her notions about the ritual of a house were a trifle above her station. She had regretted Joe's disappearance into the kitchen. She would have preferred the manservant to be more in evidence. She was very fond of sweets, and gave sweets freely to Eva, believing that sweets were good for children. But she would say, "I don't know whether it's because I like sweets myself, or because I really think they're good for children that I give them to Eva, but I do give them, and I shall keep on giving them to Eva." She received her expert husband's arguments for and against sweets as food for children with bland reserve. "You're all right, aren't you, Elsie?" she asked, when they were on opposite sides of the wide bed. Her tone was very quiet, very matter-of-fact, very friendly, but not friendly with quite the same equality of friendliness as sharp, stiff Dr. Rast would sometimes use to the servants. In Mrs. Rasty's attitude to the servants there was always a sober, nice, unobjectionable implication of her superior intelligence, which she could not hide. Nevertheless, she had much respect for Elsie's intelligence, on Elsie's plane. "Yes, madam, thank you." A pause. Elsie blushed and wondered, trembling in her heart, what would come next. "I was only thinking," Mrs. Rastus seemed to be speaking to herself, "I was only thinking dinner yesterday." This was the first word uttered by Mrs. Rasty about the breakdown in the dining-room, and indeed, since the breakdown, Elsie had not encountered her mistress, either on the previous evening or on that morning. Had the master said anything to the mistress about Joe's announcement of an intention to leave? Probably. Yet the master had a trick of letting household matters take their course, of separating himself from them as though they absolutely did not concern him, or ought not to occupy the mind of one who had more than enough worries of his own. Elsie said naught. "I feel very sorry for you," Mrs. Rasty continued, after another pause. "Well, ma'am," said Elsie, unfolding a pillow-slip and shaking it, I was that sorry. Of course, waiting at table and company and all made me well. I don't know where I was, and then Miss Ava, her crying, I was that sorry for her. Oh, I was so ashamed, I was. I hope as you'll look over it. I'll take care it don't happen again, company or no company." "I quite understand, Elsie. One thing on top of another. Yes, I quite understand." Mrs. Rasty smiled reassuringly. And 10 seconds after Elsie had said that she would take care it didn't happen again, tears unexpectedly filled her foolish eyes. She, very angry with herself, steadied herself and forced back the tears and a tendency to sob. She was humiliated because the situation seemed to have got beyond her. "This button's just beginning to work loose," said Mrs. Rasty discreetly, but with no clumsy show of discretion, as she handled the other pillow-slip. "Nothing about Miss Ava. Oh, no, Mrs. Rasty was not that sort. She would accept confidences, but never give them. She would not even ask whether Miss Ava had confided in Elsie. Certainly not. She would have liked very much to know how much Elsie knew, if anything, but never would she inquire. To inquire would have been for her a sign of weakness. She would manage as best she could, until the information emerged unsought. Assuredly she would not question Miss Ava. Assuredly Miss Ava would not have told her mother. They finished the bed, and precisely at the moment when they were finally smoothing the counterpane, Miss Ava ran eagerly in. The child was wearing her best Sunday white, but with black stockings and shoes. These, and her dark, shining hair and eyes, set off very well the whiteness of the frock, as she had discovered for herself. Not that the frock was immaculately white. In fact, partly owing to climbing of fences, it was by no means white enough for another Sunday, and Ava was dirtying it out on a week-day or so. As soon as she saw the state of the bed, she stood quite still, as if transfixed, and her expression changed in an instant from joyous anticipation to the most tragic disillusion and fierce resentment. "You've not gone and made it!" "Yes, it's finished. You've come too late. Try to come earlier to-morrow morning, my pet." Mrs. Rasty spoke with calm, soothing benevolence. "Oh, but you must undo it, and we'll make it again. You know perfectly well I couldn't come a sec quicker." Ava brightened somewhat. "I know nothing of the sort." "But you do, mummy. Oh, do let's do it again. You promised me." She glanced from her mother to Elsie. And Elsie, the tactless fool, was so affected by the appeal of Miss Ava's glance that she made a movement to pull off the counterpane. It seemed to Elsie that the child's supplication was too touching to be resisted by anybody. Mrs. Rasty, while looking at Eva, rebuked Elsie by a tiny motion of the hand. "Of course we'll do it again, but to-morrow," said the wise, firm mother. And the words were scarcely out of her mouth when she perceived that, though firm, she had not been wise. Eva was on her holidays and at a loose end. She was idle, and Satan lay in wait for her. Her school was a small class held by a semi-retired mistress in Lloyd Square, for some of the more select families with small girls in crowded Clerkenwell were as hard put to it for a school as pioneers in an undeveloped colony, and they had to club together and organize themselves. Hence Eva had very few available playmates. Nor had she a nurse or governess. In holidays, until the seaside was reached, she had to depend for diversion mainly upon her own inventiveness and her mother's companionship. Her inventiveness, in order to be adequate, had to bring about enormous exaggerations. Thus she had enlarged the affair of tuition in bed-making into something supremely important and infinitely thrilling. Except a tame little tea-party in the afternoon, she had only the bed-making to enliven the immeasurable flat expanse of the day. She was now as desperately lorn as if she had lost a fortune, a lover, salvation itself. Mrs. Rasty comprehended all this in a flash, but too late. What Mrs. Rasty had said, she had said. She knew that she had failed in a critical moment to see the value of foolish elasticity as opposed to wise firmness. If she could have put the clock back by half a minute, she would have yielded to the child's ridiculous childishness and wrenched away every bit of linen recklessly off the bed, so that Eva might begin at the beginning of bed-making. But what she said could not be unsaid. Better the end of the world and the disappearance of the human race than that. Elsie, too, comprehended the gravity of the mistress's error, and she moved towards the door. Certainly her duty was to avoid being present at a great and painful scene between two rulers. But Miss Eva violently seized her as she passed, and clung to her tremendous arm. Elsie blushed for the second time. "Eva! Eva!" But the child was now transported into a region where the protests of wise, firm, powerful mothers counted no more than the cheep of a sparrow. She was in a rage of disappointment and anger. Nobody could cast out the devil in her. The devil had the whole room, Eva, Mrs. Rasty, and Elsie, helpless in his domination. Eva stamped her feet. Tears rushed from her eyes. She sobbed. Neither of the women dared touch her, lest worse horrors might ensue. Lion-tamers with magic subduing spells would not have dared to lay hands on her. She was spiritually as independent, uncontrollable, uninfluenceable in these minutes as anybody ever was in the history of Clerkenwell. And yet, what was the exhibition, in parents' language, but tantrums? "You shan't go! You shan't go!" Eva screamed, shaking and clutching Elsie with super-girlish strength, and turning to her mother. "I hate you! It isn't because of you I won't go to boarding school. It's because of Elsie. I should love to leave you, but I'll never leave Elsie, and I told her so last night." Then, obscurely realizing that by these few words from her lips the devil in her had shattered the home and household and tumbled them in a horrible mess about the heads of all, she sank feebly to the floor, and Elsie ran out of the bedroom as from a disaster. 8. That same day, after what ought to have been, but was not, the dinner hour, Elsie stood at the sole window of her home, surveying the world. The world consisted of iron railings, the tops of trees, the west front of the handsomest 19th-century church in Clerkenwell, the shins of occasional passers-by, and the figure of Joe, who was working at the front door. Joe, in his green apron and shirt-sleeves, was engaged in closing with a broad, short steel screw the orifice of the speaking-tube. This metal cork, immovable by the profane when once it had been screwed down with Joe's screwdriver, was inserted and made fast for holidays and in unusual circumstances, and night disturbers could then only communicate with the Saviour of lives through the medium of Joe in the basement. Miss Ava, considered to be feverish by Mrs. Rasti, and with a rash on her sensitive forehead, had been put to bed, and was lying quietly. But here was no cause for sealing the speaking-tube. The doctor himself was in bed, and the blinds and curtains of the best bedroom were drawn. And here was the astounding, the incredible cause of the sealing of the tube. The doctor had arrived a few minutes early for dinner, and Mrs. Rasti had at once begun to decline to him the catalogue of urgencies which had accumulated in his absence. He had said to her, interrupting, "Look here, Milly, I think I shall go to bed for a day or two. If I don't, I may have a breakdown." Then one of his nervous laughs, but more nervous than usual. Mrs. Rasti had instantly taken him by the arm, and walked him upstairs, and put him to bed, and fed him, as if he might have been Eva. Mrs. Rasti very well comprehended the immense significance of her husband's simple statement. She said, "I'll see to everything, don't worry." He said, "I won't." Neither did Mrs. Rasti worry overmuch. She knew that she could trust both his sagacity and her own. She rather enjoyed an ordeal, as a skilled and strong swimmer enjoys a rough sea. She gave the order to Joe to ensure quietude for the night. She instructed Elsie about answering the front door. She telephoned to hospitals, police, registrars of births and death, to Dr. Warple, the doctor's substitute, and to the hostess of the tea party, which Ava would not be able to attend. Ava, contrary to her own prophecies, had fallen asleep, emotionally exhausted. The thrilling news about the doctor had not been vouchsafed to her, nor was the doctor told about Ava. Elsie stood at her window because the life of the house was arrested, and there seemed to be nothing for her to do that she was capable then of doing. She might have attacked the arrears of her own private mending, and would have done so had she been perfect, but perfection was not hers. She wanted to think, and did think, and thinking made her hungry, and as she had had very little dinner, she went into the kitchen and ate a whole dishful of cold potatoes, wreckage of the neglected dining-room dinner. She was almost desperately desirous to go and see Miss Ava, to what end she knew not, but she dare not go, for Mrs. Rasti was entrenched on the first floor, and none might invade it without an invitation by bell. Not that she desired to talk to Miss Ava, no, merely to be with the child. Nothing could usefully be said to anyone. Miss Ava, with a couple of sentences, had created a terrible situation. It was surprising to Elsie how talking about things could render them intolerable. The facts had not altered since the previous night, but Miss Ava, in her passion, had stated them in the joint presence of her mother and Elsie, and so had given them a frightful and sinister new power, which paralyzed everybody. What could Mrs. Rasti say to Elsie? Nothing, without self-humiliation. What could Elsie say to Mrs. Rasti? Nothing, unless Mrs. Rasti began, and even then... The real mistress of the dread business lay obstinate in Miss Ava's bed. Theoretically, the child was at the mercy of her parents, but in practice they were at her mercy. Mrs. Rasti could not bind Miss Ava and carry her screaming to a distant school. She could only persuade Miss Ava. And how could she, the mother, say to Miss Ava, "My pet, it is wrong for you to care for Elsie more than me. Do be reasonable, and do consent to leave Elsie when the time comes, and go to school like other little girls. Besides, you're a big girl now." Nor could Mrs. Rasti say to Elsie, "Elsie, can't you do anything with my daughter?" Of course, Ava was spoilt. Yet was she spoilt? Mrs. Rasti never spoilt her. Elsie rarely spoilt her. Elsie was the mother's loyal lieutenant. Of course, Miss Ava was naughty, but Elsie could not think of her as naughty. She could only think of her as in need of sympathy, pity, solace. She could only think of her as poor little thing. The wicked girl was so lovable. She reigned in Elsie's heart. Nobody could be blamed, and yet there was tragedy. Joe came down into the basement with his screwdriver, and to Joe also Elsie could breathe no word. She dared not even let him know, in the stillness of the strange afternoon, that she knew of what he had said to the doctor about leaving. Joe was very gravely upset by the doctor's indisposition. It had shaken the roots of his existence. His restless features gave indication of secret turmoil, and Elsie might not add dangerously to that turmoil by telling, either, about the scene of the morning between mother and daughter. She passed from her home into the kitchen. Joe sat by the table there, tapping the empty potato dish with the screwdriver. "Where's all them potatoes?" he asked gloomily. Elsie gave him a little guilty smile. "I'm going on with my windows," said he, expression of his feeling that if he was to keep sane, he must work violently. Elsie, without any premeditation or any foreknowledge of what she was about to do, sat down on his thin knee with all her massive weight, and put her arms around his neck, and kissed him, and pressed her cheek long against his, and kissed him again and again. She was comforting him, and herself too. She was protecting him from the world and from himself. She was telling him the most important thing in the world, that the lamp of her love was burning undimmed amid calamities. "Yes, old lad," she muttered, "go and get on with your windows." She kept him near her, or herself near him, throughout the remainder of the long, hot day. She even arranged her bits of work so that now and then she could almost formally visit and talk to him. Silly, pleasant nothings, while he made his panes of glass flash and glint like crystal. And she took his place in the kitchen for the preparation of such trifles as tea and slops for invalids. No supper was served upstairs. Mrs. Rasty's appetite had seemingly been subdued to that of her patients, proof that, any appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, Mrs. Rasty was a woman. Dr. Worple came to attend to the Panellites, and having dispatched them more quickly than Dr. Rasty ever dispatched them, he departed again. The last caller called. The last delivery of letters slithered on the hall floor. Joe went out with Mrs. Rasty's last replies to the pillar box. Elsie answered the last telephone call. Jack was lodged in the kitchen. Bulletins were favorable. The doctor had a long sleep. Miss Ava's temperature had dropped to normal, and the rash was vanishing from her forehead. Elsie and Joe retired definitely into their home. She had continuously kept her hold on him. His features were steadier. He was silently grateful for her moral help. They had become most movingly intimate, and yet even they were separated by deceptions and reserves. Joe had not confessed to her that he had spoken to the doctor about leaving. He was ashamed of that little episode, and went in fear of its possible consequences. And she had not told Joe that she knew, nor had she given any hint of the nature of the scene which had ended in Miss Ava's collapse. They got into bed. Darkness, silence, save for St. Mark's clock. Elsie went to sleep with her hand on his. It seemed to her that she had scarcely laid her head on the pillow before Joe was violently shaking her. Her body protested in vain against the summons back into wakefulness. The room was lighted. Joe stood by the bed in his nightshirt. The door was ajar. "Missus wants you upstairs," said Joe. "Missus wants you, Missus wants you, Missus—" All right, all right." Conscience had resumed its sway over her. She sprang up. The clock said 25 minutes past 2. Issuing from her home, Elsie saw that all the stair lights were burning. They beckoned her upwards alarmingly. She heard Jack nosing anxiously against the kitchen door. Mrs. Rasty, clad in a resplendent Chinese dressing-gown, a present from herself to her husband, stood on the first-floor landing and calmly awaited the summarily clothed Elsie ascending towards her. "Is master worse, mem?" asked Elsie, whispering and still knotting her apron strings behind. She had omitted the cap. "Oh, no," said Mrs. Rasty with rough reassurance. "He's in a beautiful sleep. But Miss Ava's very restless. She wants you to go and sit with her." The dignified and masterful creature grew self-conscious as she spoke these significant words, and Elsie sympathized with her in her defeat, and grew self-conscious too. Indeed, Elsie somehow had the sensations of a criminal before a judge. "Oh, yes, ma'am. You're sure you won't mind?" "Oh, no, ma'am. I'll sit as long as she likes." "Thank you, Elsie." Mrs. Rasty was still barring the way. "You know she's not in the least ill, but of course she's had a very trying day. She'll be all right to-morrow. And if Mr. Rasty has a good night, I think I shall take them both away to-morrow, or the day after, to Eastbourne. That's really all Mr. Rasty needs." "Yes, ma'am," Elsie agreed deferentially. And then she added strangely, astonishingly, because she felt that now or never was the moment, "And perhaps when you come back, Joe and me had better leave." She did not reflect that she was thus casting herself and Joe out into the world again. She knew only that it was her duty to say what she said. "Then you want to make it still more difficult for me? Do you want to kill my Eva?" My Eva! What yielding familiarity to the servant! Mrs. Rasty's emotion caused her to speak almost raspingly, with a scowl. "Oh, no, ma'am, I'm sure." Elsie was deeply ashamed. When she reached Miss Ava's room, the child had dropped asleep under the electric glare. The picture of the delicate child was infinitely affecting. Elsie's eyes were suddenly wet. She extinguished the light and sat down. 9. August, and a dry, hot August. Hardly a month had passed since Dr. Rasty, with that quiet, mysterious, wise instinct for self-preservation which characterized him in grave junctures, had taken to his bed. But great things had happened, causing great waves on the flat sea of Clerkenwellian life, and the sea was flat again. Mrs. Rasty had taken her family to the seaside, not, however, to Eastbourne, to Littlehampton. Miss Ava would not go to Eastbourne. She connected Eastbourne with the school. Useless to tell her that the school was closed, and the head mistress away in Switzerland. Eastbourne was a name of dread to her, certainly not a subject of reasonable argument. She would not go. She would not have her bath, nor dress, nor eat, without a promise that Eastbourne would be wiped off the map. It was astonishing how effectively a supposedly helpless child could defy and defeat a handful of adults. Mrs. Rasty yielded out of regard for her husband's nerves, and she had to smile, too, from the same motive. Never was a proud, sagacious, and self-reliant mother more cruelly deceived in a beloved, perfectly brought-up daughter, and this was perhaps nothing compared with the unheaving event of the doctor's flight from Clerkenwell, which many persons considered to be the equivalent of a death sentence on themselves. Dr. Rasty went to Littlehampton for a fortnight, but had to remain there for a month. At the end of the fortnight he had prudently ordered himself another fortnight, and for 4 weeks Elsie had the job of preventing friction between substitute and patients and police and government functionaries. In the course of the struggle, a number of people did die, were buried, and were proved not to have been indispensable. A terrific day when the doctor, with face tanned like a chauffeur's, returned to Clerkenwell and resumed his work, calm, prim, impassible as ever. Within 6 hours you could not have guessed from his demeanor that he had been a day absent from his post. Elsie was thinner and paler. In addition to superintending the practice, she had, with Joe's help, cleaned the house down. Then it became known that Dr. Rasty had engaged an assistant in the person of Dr. Adam's son, on the east side of the square. This act was approved by the square, which perceived high politics in it. Old Adam was a character, who had decreed that his newly qualified son must gain experience with another than his father. Old Adam would never join forces with anybody, but the shrewd foresaw that when he should retire, his agreeable and promising son would coalesce with Dr. Rasty, and the biggest medical firm in Clerkenwell would come into being. Yes, great events happening, and to happen, exemplifying the progress of the world. Elsie and Joe saw the affair chiefly in the light of the fact that young Mr. Adam was to take dinner, but young Mr. Adam called it lunch, and tea in the house. The new arrangement started on the second day. Every day seemed to bring new excitements. The arrival of the Rastys from Littlehampton coincided with the arrival of the landlord, Mr. Batwing, in the garden and the upper stories of the house. The illustrious painter was entirely unexpected. Almost at once music issued from the upper open windows and entered the dwelling of the Rastys by the lower open windows, producing a queer change of mood. On the next day the delivery of a marquee and chairs and trestles and planks, and the mowing of the desiccated lawn, announced that Mr. Batwing meant to give a garden party. Then one of his servants had an accident on the spiral staircase, and Dr. Rasty was summoned. On the third day the festooning of the garden with lamps and Chinese lanterns indicated that the party was to be an evening party, and to occur on that very evening. And in the afternoon came an autograph invitation for Dr. and Mrs. Rasty, which Mrs. Rasty said that nobody could persuade, and no consideration induce her to refuse. Here the excitement should surely have culminated, but it was raised still higher by the lighting of the garden, the breaking forth of an al fresco orchestra, and the steady flow of motor cars and taxis from China and Peru into Cheval Street. Never had Middleton Square witnessed the like. The exit of Dr. and Mrs. Rasty in full panoply through the Rasty back door, and so into the garden by the adjacent Batwing door, took place at 10 o'clock. Elsie and Miss Ava watched the scene from the open window of Miss Ava's bedroom. According to law and custom, the child ought to have been asleep, but who could expect a child to sleep with fairyland and loud music and the innumerable explosions of petrol just beyond her window? The fact was, Miss Ava had rung for Elsie, who was glad enough to help her to watch. The garden was full of strange figures, some of them engaged in heathen dances and savage rites. The appearance of a few of the women shocked Elsie, but Miss Ava saw nothing to which she could take objection. Mr. Batwing, tall, thin, and elegant, dominated the spectacle in a huge-brimmed black Spanish hat. With what a complicated curve of a Spanish flourish he uncovered when Mr. Rasty led forward Mrs. Rasty. The doctor and his wife were like visitants from another world. "My tenant," called Mr. Batwing, with recondite humour to the nearest revellers, pointing to Dr. Rasty. "My landlord," retorted Dr. Rasty briskly, in exactly the same faintly sardonic tone as he always used for those two important words. There was laughter in the garden. Miss Ava laughed too, quite wildly, but Elsie could not perceive any cause for laughter. Within a few minutes Mrs. Rasty was dancing under the rim of the Spanish hat, and Miss Ava, at the sight, slept in ecstasy. She seemed to draw to herself the glory of the garden party and make it her own. She would have liked her parents to look up at the window, but neither of them did so. The dark window with its occupants, spies they were, attracted not a glance from anybody at all. "I must go and have my supper. I haven't had my supper," said Elsie. She felt an obscure, uncomfortable disapproval of the show. "And you must go back to bed, Miss Ava." "Oh, don't be such a silly old long-face. You know I couldn't sleep. No one could expect me to sleep. I'm sure Mummy wouldn't. And I'm most fearfully hungry, too. Oh, Elsie, do let me come and have supper with you and Joe. Do! Anyhow, I shall, and if you won't let me, I'll just call out loud to Mother and ask her." What a horrible threat! The child was impish, devilish. Elsie's brain could not work quickly enough to cope with her knavery. Joe was in the home, not in the kitchen. He had had his supper, and in trousers and shirt and spectacles was studying his majestic textbook. "Oh, do let's go and sit with Joe," Miss Ava suggested. "Let's carry the food in there." Thus she introduced herself into the home. And there were changes even in the home. Elsie had not replaced on the walls the medals of her first husband, thrown down by Joe in his fury. She had hidden them in a drawer. "Where's Jack?" Miss Ava asked, and answered at once, "I shouldn't be surprised if he's at the party." She was glorious with the borrowed glory of the garden party. In her very immature breast the party had lighted a fire which whole decades would not extinguish. She sat down in excitement and coquettishly smoothed out her peignoir and shook her freed hair. Her cheek was exquisitely flushed, her dark eyes sparkled, her little feverish movements gave the illusion that she was dancing as she sat on the chair. She had come into the home partly in order to practice her arts on Joe, there being nobody else handy for her young experiments. But Joe ignored her. He sat stolidly in the large wicker chair and read his book, muttering the words thereof. He did not even pass a remark upon Miss Ava's being out of bed at such an hour, nor inquire about the party, which from the home was as inaudible as invisible. The low, encumbered room had accumulated all the heat of the day, languor enough to have lulled anyone but Miss Ava. "Joe, don't you want me to be here?" she pouted, with consciously exerted charm. Elsie made a sign with her mouth that the master of the home ought not to be disturbed. "Elsie, I wonder why I'm so fond of you." Elsie also had often meditated in vain upon this mystery of passionate affection, for she could discover no attractiveness in herself, save for Joe and one or two younger men. As for Miss Ava, the high-bred, so clever, so disdainfully critical, what could she see in the dull, slow, heavy ex-charwoman? The thing admitted of no explanation. "Do you know," said Miss Ava triumphantly, "Mummy and Dad have never said another word to me about that school." Elsie kept on eating thick bread and butter. Miss Ava was delicately consuming a banana. "Do you know, Elsie," she began once more, "I couldn't live without you." "Yer could live without her fast enough, and ye aren't so fond of her as yer think, for yer would be turning her and me out of the house. It's all vanity and stiff-neck, and I've told you, Miss Ava." These shattering phrases came startlingly forth into the room in the deep and solemn voice of Joe. But Joe didn't glance up from his book. "Oh, Joe, now," from Elsie. Miss Ava was stricken. Her jaw dropped, as though sustaining ligaments had been cut. "I don't know what you mean," she weakly stammered. Joe looked at her ominously over his spectacles. "What business have yer to like Elsie more than your mammy? And go preaching about it, too? How can we stay in the same place as Mrs. after that, can you tell me? One way or another, you'll have to live without Elsie, Miss Ava, and soon, too. You won't do this, and you won't do that, and what's going to happen to us? Yes." This astounding utterance, from so unexpected a quarter, was the first pronouncement of any sort from anybody upon the school question for over a month. It fell among the women like a meteorite. It stripped Miss Ava's glory from her, and left her naked in shame and enlightenment. She burst into tears and vanished from the room, leaving the third part of a banana behind. "Yes," said Joe, clinching the matter. "Oh, Joe, dear!" Elsie meekly protested, as she rose to follow and succor Miss Ava. "And sit down," Joe commanded, shouting. "Sit down, or I'll break every stick in this blasted home." 10. Climatically, it was a quite ordinary September day when Miss Ava, like a lamb, went off to boarding school. But otherwise the day was one of the most significant days that ever dawned on Middleton Square. The event had tremendous importance in the household. On the day before, everyone was saying in his heart, "To-morrow she goes away to school. What will the house be without her?" And on the day itself, everyone was saying, "To-day she goes away, and this afternoon she'll be gone." And Miss Ava walked up and down stairs, intensely, happily, miserably aware that everything that was thought of and done was thought of and done with reference to herself. Even Jack seemed to know, and probably did know, that a very great matter was afoot, and that, mysteriously and wrongfully, he was suffering in social prestige. Mrs. Rasty was to conduct her defeated and passive daughter to Eastbourne by the fast 1:20 from Victoria. Dr. Rasty could not go, and he would have to dine alone, but he was spectacularly and touchingly affectionate before setting off on his morning rounds, and young Mr. Adam went so far as to give Miss Ava a beautiful grown-up pocket-book. All was in train, all was ready, for all had been arranged by Mrs. Rasty. But you never know what may happen. 5 minutes before the taxi was due, Mrs. Rasty ran down into the kitchen with a disconcerted and ireful face and said to Elsie, "Elsie, Miss Ava would like you to come with us and see her off at the station." Evidently there had been an altercation between mother and daughter, and the mother had been forced to surrender by one of Miss Ava's ultimatums. "Just slip your cloak on," added Mrs. Rasty to Elsie. "I'll be as quick as I can, madam," Elsie answered submissively. But Elsie had no intention of going to Victoria in her working clothes, half hidden by a cloak. Elsie had her notions of what was decent and dignified. She regretted not to be able to oblige the mistress, but positively she could not go as she was. She did not announce this decision to Mrs. Rasty. She merely disappeared into the home. The taxi arrived and blew its horn. Miss Ava's luggage was piled on it. Joe rushed down to hasten Elsie. Yes, I'm coming," said Elsie. Mrs. Rasty stood at the top of the basement and called with restrained impatience and resentment, "Elsie, what on earth are you doing? Do you want us to miss the train?" "Coming, madam, I'm coming." The suspense was dreadful. The action of the heart of the household seemed to be arrested. Elsie heard the voice of Miss Ava on the front steps saying, "Mummy, it's no use, we must wait for her." At length Elsie, red and breathless, ran up into the hall. She was dressed in her best black, for her late mother, with a black hat and the funereal black gloves, and she carried a purse and an umbrella. "But what about serving the dinner, ma'am?" she gasped. "Oh, dear Elsie, do for heaven's sake come along, as if I hadn't told Joe about the gentleman's dinner." In the taxi, Elsie sat with her back to the driver, facing the two rulers. She was horribly, very painfully self-conscious. Self-consciousness drove every other emotion out of her heart. She did not know where to look. She dared not look at the faces of the rulers, but without doing so, she well knew that they too were constrained. Nobody spoke, except once when Mrs. Rasty said with a sarcastic sigh, "I wonder whether he," the driver, "calls this the shortest way to Victoria." Elsie had never travelled so far afield. In the great, new, reverberating terminus, with its crowds, shops, and strange contrivances of all kinds, she ought to have been enchanted and impressed. For though she had indeed seen the façades of King's Cross, St. Pancras, and Euston Termini, she had never till that morning been inside any railway station. Nor had she ever beheld a train, save for an occasional glimpse of an underground train on the exposed part of the underground line south of Rosebery Avenue. As for travelling in a train, wild dream! But she was not enchanted, and she was not impressed. She was naught but self-conscious. When Mrs. Rasty was busy with ticket-getting and the minute instructions of a porter, Miss Ava took Elsie's hand furtively. "I shan't cry," said Miss Ava, "and perhaps I'd better not kiss you. Not there. I'll kiss you now." And she kissed Elsie in the midst of the hurrying crowds on the vast glass-roofed expanse of forecourt. Nobody took any notice of the act. A terminus is the theatre of multifarious shameless and shamed kisses. "Here, take your platform ticket," said Mrs. Rasty, as they passed through the wicket. "You'll want it when you leave." And Elsie clutched the magic card in her gloved hand. There stood the important train, with Eastbourne imprinted on its brows. Sinister proof that Eastbourne and schools existed. Never before had Elsie seen so many fashionable people congregated together. She had always thought that fashionable people were few and scattered, quite exceptional persons. Yet here nearly everybody but Elsie was fashionable. Gradually she noticed that there were many schoolgirls in the moving throng. They were everywhere. Most of them were accompanied, but a few, grand, awe-inspiring, porter-tipping heroines to frightened Miss Ava, were alone and free. Elsie heard a puffing middle-aged gentleman say that if he had known, he would have chosen another day. The train was crowded, but Mrs. Rasty had secured 2 corner seats by her foreseeing organization. Not conceiving that there might be more than one school at Eastbourne, Elsie concluded that Miss Ava's school must be a very mighty thing indeed. When mother and daughter were seated in the full compartment, and the luggage bestowed, and the porter tipped, and the door closed, and the window of it dropped, Mrs. Rasty regained all her usual equanimity. She talked rather stiffly, but she talked, and not unkindly. Miss Ava, pale and struggling to command herself as she munched a comforting chocolate, did not talk. Nor did Elsie, standing at the window. Every clock in the station stood still. You looked at them, looked deliberately away for an age, and looked again, but not a finger had budged. It was most extraordinary. Then a strange vibration. Could it be that the train had begun to move? The train did move, crawling. "Good-bye, Elsie." "Good-bye, Miss Ava." "Oh," and Elsie, "be sure you don't forget to strip Miss Ava's bed." Mrs. Rasty smiled, and nodded very benevolently, showing that Elsie was the respected and valued servant after all. Miss Ava sprang into the window. Tears were in her eyes as she smiled and waved. Lots of people were waving, but for Elsie, Miss Ava's waving was like no other. The ticket inspector stopped her at the barrier. "Oh, my ticket!" She gave it to him, thanking God that she had not lost it. She was reflecting, "Poor little thing! She'll be very, very unhappy at first, and what the house'll be like without her I daren't think." She was scared at the prospect of the house without Miss Ava, scared. She could not contemplate the sorrow that would be her own till Christmas. She had entered the station in a dream, and as a follower. She had no idea where she was in the terminus, or where Victoria was in London and in relation to Clerkenwell. But she got into the street at last, somewhat dazed, and walked a little way, and was still more lost. She was somehow ashamed to consult a policeman. Suddenly she saw a magic number on a motor bus, 38, and by heaven's grace the bus stopped on the opposite side of the road, and she ran over to it and boarded it. That number was a chipped-off bit of Clerkenwell for her. She knew as surely as anybody could know anything that the 38s went up Rosebery Avenue. But because she was in a strange land, she doubted. "Does this go to Rosebery Avenue?" she asked the conductor. The conductor said that it did. Elsie sat comfortably down in a corner to indulge her grief. She soon began to feel hungry. End of Story 1, Part 2. Story 2 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 2, During Dinner. The lounge, a large apartment of irregular shape, full of cozy corners and grouped easy-chairs, inviting to intimacies, and lit by rose-shaded lamps embedded in the carved ceiling, and screened from the outer world by thick rosy curtains, was perfectly empty. Warm and well-cushioned and softly carpeted, it waited in silence with its discreetly voluptuous engravings and statuettes, its silver trophies of sport, and its gigantic ferns and palm, for the end of dinner, when it would be comfortably filled by ladies and gentlemen who, until they went up in the lift to bed, had nothing to do except digest and play cards. The dining-room was separated from the lounge by a glass wall, through which the diners, aided by their high priests and acolytes, could be seen dining with dignity and ceremony. Not a sound came from the dining-room through the glass wall. Its inhabitants might have been an optical illusion. On the other side of the lounge was a much smaller apartment, called by the hotel proprietor the sun-room, and by certain facetious guests the grill room. Its semicircular front wall was wholly window, and if there was any sunshine, this room caught it and imprisoned it, and presented it to the person who cared to occupy the row of easy-chairs ranged in front of the vast expanse of glass. The sunroom was cold at night. On this night its curtains had not been drawn, nor its lamps lit. Through the window the nocturnal pleasure town offered itself with its piers and its promenade, all festooned and jewelled in electricity, and its motors gliding to and fro, and a little ragged boy crying evening papers in the east wind just under the window. The sunroom was not quite dark, partly because of the radiance from the streets, and partly because of the radiance from the glowing lounge. Within it, gazing forth at the magic spectacle of the town, could be seen a young man in a dinner jacket. He was tall, with a small head. He had race and distinction. He had evidently done all that was proper to his station and age, from fighting in the trenches to joining the right clubs. And although he held himself carelessly, and was ever so little negligent of his attire, but not of his glossy hair, he had the authentic chic which the most meticulous and earnest dandies in Paris try in vain to match. He gazed at the town for quite a long time, and then turned and gazed into the brightness of the lounge. He was waiting. The lounge was waiting. Then a fat, middle-aged woman with dirty dress and dirty apron sidled apologetically into the lounge, carrying a dirty tool-box. Her tools consisted chiefly of various brushes and rags. She knelt down before the great patent stove that burnt coal economically and yet brightly near the middle of the lounge, and garnished and tidied and rubbed the stove and swept its hearth and sidled apologetically out again. She knew she was an eyesore in the rich room, and ought to be ashamed of herself for being visible in paradise. And once more the lounge and the young man waited. Then a bell rang, and the lift went up. The lift shaft, surrounded by the staircase, ended in the lounge itself, so that the traffic and burdens of the lift might provide interest for the loungers in the lounge. The lift descended, bearing a young woman. It was a pity that the lounge happened to be empty of sightseers, for the young woman was worth witnessing. A blonde, rather plump, and not very tall, she had a face lovely in form and tints, glinting light brown eyes and hair, a large, richly promising mouth, and a smile that was habitual. The arched curve of her eyebrows added to her agreeable and eager expression a note of constant, slightly thrilled surprise. Having a perfect complexion and lips, she had, of course, plentifully employed rouge and powder. Having the most adorable fingernails, she had, of course, most elaborately painted them. It would not have been decent for her to show herself as nature had so exquisitely made her. She was magnificently dressed. Her jewels, though few, might have been pawned for at least £1,000. She emerged from the lift well aware of her costly perfection, but not a bit conceited about it. She glanced questioningly round the empty lounge with a look of half innocent and half initiated, half jaunty and half bashful. The truth was that she had been married nearly 3 weeks, and this was not the first hotel of her honeymoon. Therefore she considered herself an old hand, learned in the world's ways, omniscient on the subject of love and husbands, and not on any account to be mistaken for part of a honeymoon couple. But also she had doubts concerning her competence as a woman of experience, and her great knowledge sometimes frightened her. Nevertheless, she knew that she was utterly delicious and all-powerful, and that the whole earth ought to be grateful to her for residing on it. Satisfied that there really was nobody in the lounge, she tripped up to the glass partition and spied cautiously upon the dining-room. Then, puzzled, she crossed the lounge again and peered into the twilight of the sunroom. "Ah, there you are! I was wondering where you'd got to." She spoke so vivaciously and charmingly and lovingly that you would have thought that, the place being quite deserted, the young husband would have sprung at the young wife, whom less than a month ago he had snatched away in all her virginal innocence from her weeping parents, and kissed her on the spot. But no, the young husband did not move. He did not even look at the young wife. He glared aside at nothing. His mouth worked, he bit his lip, his hands dug themselves into the very deeps of his pockets. He was in a state of considerable emotional disturbance. Whereas the young wife, whose intimate acquaintance with the male sex was limited to a week or two, and who surely ought to have been seriously agitated, the wife maintained a beautiful calm. "Aren't you coming in to dinner?" she asked sweetly and simply. "No," grunted the husband, and then, after a little pause, added, "I'm not." "But what's the matter?" she demanded, in gentle, complete amazement. "Phil, what is the matter?" In that moment, Philip, as hundreds of millions of young men and old men before him, stood absolutely astounded at woman's power of duplicity. Here was a young woman whom he had really believed to be quite different in her nature from all other women whatsoever, an honest, sincere, genuine, straight young woman, a pal as well as a wife. And now every tone of her voice and every word she said, and every movement of her hands lied to him, lied foolishly without the least hope of deceiving him. She asked what was the matter, but she knew what was the matter, exactly and entirely what was the matter. She knew that he was profoundly hurt and anxious. Her odious tranquillity proved that she was insensible to his suffering. "I am not going in to dinner until that fellow at the next table has come out," Philip announced with finality. And then the little pause, and then the clinching phrase, "And so now you know." She gave a low, light laugh. "Oh, it's that! You're still worrying about that?" she said, just as though 10 minutes earlier they had not had quite a scene in the bedroom about the fellow who sat by himself at the next table. Her method of conducting an argument was exasperating to the last degree. "I told you I shouldn't," said Philip with restrained savageness. He was in such spiritual pain that her extraordinary physical attractiveness became loathsome to him. His evident extreme distress alarmed her somewhat, and she thought she would do well to repeat what she had said upstairs, and what she had sworn never to repeat. "But don't I tell you I've never even spoken to him? I don't know his name even." "The man is a cad, that's certain." "I don't see that he's a cad." "No, women often like cads, but he's a cad all the same. He makes eyes at you all the time, at every meal, and upon my soul you smile at him. Do you think I'm blind?" "I think you're very silly," she replied, this time with conviction. "I can't understand you at all. I never heard of such a thing. I suppose you think I ought to feel flattered by your jealousy." "Jealousy?" he sneered. "But I'm not." She still spoke evenly and kindly, somewhat like a mother to a child, though she was by 6 years his junior. She imagined that her equanimity was very clever, but it maddened Philip. He began to lose control of himself, and found a terrible satisfaction in doing so. The dreadful thoughts, suspicions, accusations, criticisms, condemnations about our best friends which lie hidden at the bottom of the hearts of all of us, and upon the concealment of which depends the safety and decency of human relations, rose up unchecked to the surface and escaped in speech. He called his wife a flirt. He referred to her ruthless hunger for pleasure and luxury, to her egotism, to her vanity, to her faulty upbringing, to the absurdities of her parents and other relatives, and to his own confiding, trustful, foolish nature, which his wicked wife had known how to deceive. "I'm afraid I've married a jealous monster," said she in reply, sadly, and then, with an assumption of courage, "Still, there it is, and I expect I must make the best of it." Anyhow, if you aren't going in to dinner, I am. You'd better take a stroll. The exercise will calm you and pull you together." Smiled at the man! How grotesque! She had never smiled at the man. She had smiled at the room, smiled generally, nothing more. The man was absolutely nothing to her. Must she scowl to please Phil? He had gone clean off his head. She had always suspected that he was inclined to be a bit jealous, but this scene was indeed too much. It was incredible, tragic, catastrophic. It was the ruin of all her chances of happiness. She thought of the wedding, only the other day, and of his tenderness and his passion. She turned away with a fixed, expressionless smile towards the dining-room. She would see the thing through. She would eat and drink, though she choked for it. She did not guess that if she had burst into tears and fled upstairs, he would have followed her, furious at first, and then contrite. Philip watched her depart. His hand behind him touched a blind cord. He pulled at it, and it broke, and a large blind rattled down with a noise astonishingly like thunder. A stout cord, a cord nearly 1/4 of an inch in diameter, and he had, he thought, scarcely touched it. And yet it had broken between his fingers as a bit of cotton might have broken. The noise and confusion of the blind seemed to him somehow to symbolize what had happened to his marriage. He suddenly felt exhausted and also frightened, and he dropped into a chair as after a long harrowing night he had ducked back into some sort of semi-safety in the Ypres salient. He was quite alone. Ethel had disappeared into the distant dining-room. The whole brooding expanse of the deserted lounge lay between him and humanity. He ought, according to his own code, to have sworn and raged manfully. But there was no occasion to keep up appearances, and he moaned to himself weakly, despairingly, "Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear." That was all. Then he was aware in the gloom of a face peering at him round the flap of a huge easy-chair that was slightly turned from the direction of the window. He was not alone. He had not been alone. The episode, from beginning to end, had had an unseen, unguessed spectator. Philip, discountenanced and wondering how he ought to behave in the very startling circumstances, did not move. "I know exactly how you feel," said the spectator, in a quiet, worn voice, and so naturally, so simply and amicably, that Philip could not take offence at the unheard-of familiarity. The man rose from his chair and slowly approached Philip and stood close to him. A little gray-haired man, apparently about 60. Philip had seen him once or twice in the hotel. He always came very late into the dining-room for meals, eating by himself. He was well-dressed and of good deportment, and yet there was something queer, disconcerting about him, about his demeanor, his accent, and about the very quality of his voice. He was both apologetic and haughty, both hard and sensitive, both common and distinguished. As for his accent, Phil could not put a name to it. Further, when he spoke, his lips scarcely moved. "There's nobody can understand you better than I can," the man continued, "and there's nobody got a better right than me to warn you that if you can't control that insane jealousy of yours, you have a fair chance of a tragedy in your life. Look at you. Look at your face. You're all shaking. You aren't a man. You're what remains of a man after a devil has had possession of him and devastated him. See here," Philip began in sharp but feeble protest. He was somewhat overawed, as much by the man's choice of words as by his extraordinary self-assurance. "You won't mind me talking to you like this," the man stopped him almost grandly, "when I tell you that I'm Crary." He spoke as though he were announcing a fact of terrific, dazzling, unique interest. "Crary?" Philip repeated the name murmuringly, as he might have repeated Smith or Jones. "The Crary. I'm afraid— Do you mean to say you've never heard of the Crary case, the Crary-Hamwich case?" Mr. Crary still spoke quietly, but in his tone there was utter amazement and some resentment. His sensitive pride had been wounded by Philip's ignorance. He was really hurt. Plainly he felt that he had a grievance. "I'm afraid I haven't." "Oh, well," Mr. Crary gloomily accepted the situation, "I suppose you're too young to remember even the greatest public events of the 90s. But believe me that for weeks, once, I was the most celebrated man in this country, and now you don't even... Such is fame! Such is fame! Good God, sir, I'm in the famous trial series, and even today I stand alone. Nobody else has been through what I've been through. Nobody. Oh, what was it?" "Well, I can't tell it you all. Take too long. So you never heard of the murder of Mr. Hamwich? I murdered him. From jealousy. That's why I thought I must speak to you. Will you listen? Nobody'll come into the lounge for 20 minutes yet." He glanced around. "Yes," answered Philip, still shakily. He did not want to listen, but he was intimidated by the singular mien of the little man, and by the conjunction of the words jealousy and murder, and by the horror of his own frightful feelings only a few minutes earlier. A murderer in front of him. Why had the murderer not been hung? How came he to be at large, a guest in high-class hotels? The little man proceeded. "I was in love with Mrs. Hamwich as much as you are with that young lady who's just gone. I assume she's your wife." "She is." "Mrs. Hamwich was young," Mr. Crary's voice trembled, "and I was a bit younger. Mr. Hamwich was 45. I say I was in love with Mrs. Hamwich desperately, and Mrs. Hamwich was in love with me. We couldn't help it. We didn't know what to do. She wouldn't do anything wrong. She wouldn't leave her husband. A Jewess, I ought to explain. They're like that, Jewesses are. I had to give her up. That was in the afternoon in a tea shop. Mr. and Mrs. Hamwich lived in Canonbury, you know, North London. I don't know why I went up to Canonbury that night and into their street. I saw them walking home together. He held her arm. He was owning her. A very correct gentleman in business. I'd nothing against him except that he was her husband and owning her. I couldn't stand the way he owned her. It drove me mad. I was so moved that I could not bear my emotion. It was unbearable. I had to ease it, and there was only one way. The devil rushed me across the road, and I stabbed Mr. Hamwich in the back. 22 times, they said afterwards. With a pair of scissors that Delphine, that was Mrs. Hamwich, had given me for a keepsake. Oh, I knew what I was doing, only it wasn't me, it was somebody else in me. I enjoyed doing it. Yes, I enjoyed it. I'd never been so happy in my life. It was awful. My happiness was awful, awful. Afterwards, I was very ill. Of course, they arrested me. But they arrested Mrs. Hamwich as well. They made out that she had planned the murder with me, urged me to do it. They brought evidence for that, scissors and so on, letters, but it was an absolute lie, an absolute lie. I was staggered. Neither she nor I had had the slightest idea that I was going to kill him. You don't think you're ever going to kill anybody, do you? No more did I. Till the moment came. They tried us together. I had money, lots, and I spent a lot of it on the trial. Not for myself, no hope for me, but for her. We were both convicted and sentenced to death. I thought the jury was insane. I fainted in the dock. She didn't faint. I never saw her again. There was no appeal in those days. There was only the Home Secretary to go to. The newspapers were full of us for a fortnight. Tremendous petitions for reprieve. Then at last I heard that the Home Secretary had refused to interfere in my case. That was the day before the day. They wouldn't tell me anything about Delphine. Prison rules. Not a word could I get. I was allowed no visits. I was sure she was reprieved. They'd put me in another cell. Nobody said anything, but I knew it was the condemned cell. I was never left alone. 2 special warders all the time. Very friendly fellows. That is, they got friendly after a day or 2, but they wouldn't talk about her. Not a word. Had orders, I suppose, only I didn't want to talk about anything else. It wasn't being hanged that troubled me so much. No, it was remorse. You don't know what remorse is. You can't. It's the most dreadful thing can happen to a man. Remorse for killing Mr. Hamwich, of course, but far more for having got Delphine into this ghastly ruin. This ghastly ruin, I say. I raged about that. I couldn't believe the stupidity of the jury, or the unscrupulousness of the Crown Counsel. I couldn't believe it was all true. I had one thought in my head all day and nearly all night. Injustice, monstrous injustice to her. And I'd done it. I'd brought it about. In 2 minutes. A minute. And what had made me do it, I don't know. Sometimes I couldn't credit that I had done it. It was rather as if it was something I had read about in a paper. Well, it was the governor himself came to tell me my petition for a reprieve was refused. I asked him about the petition for Mrs. Hamwich. He got stiff and awkward at once. He said, "I know nothing about Mrs. Hamwich. She is not in my charge, and I've no responsibility for her." I said, "But she's bound to be reprieved." He said, "Yes." Well, then, I made sure that she was reprieved. They couldn't hang her, couldn't. A woman, an innocent. I went easier in my mind. I wondered how I could ever have doubted that she'd get off in the end. Mr. Crary ceased and turned from Philip, seated in front of him, and looked out of the half of the window not covered by the fallen blind. Not a sound from the empty, illuminated lounge. It seemed as if the lounge was waiting for Mr. Crary to be executed. "But what next?" Philip demanded, now impatient, excited, feverish. "I'm not telling this well," said Mr. Crary. "I've never told it before to a soul, and I'm forgetting things. I'm mixing things up. I'd forgotten about chapel on execution Sunday. That's the last Sunday before the execution. I was taken into chapel by myself then, after the others, and I sat in the red pew at the back, pew with red curtains across it, the condemned pew. Nobody could see I was there. But all the other prisoners knew I was there, and they knew I knew. And once, when I met a convict in a corridor, how he turned his head away. I asked my warders why he did that. They both blushed. One of them told me afterwards the reason. It isn't etiquette in a prison for convicts to look at a condemned man. Not nice. They think he won't like it, you see. Another pause. Mr. Crary had not faced Philip again. He was talking quietly, but with slight emphasis now and then, to the street, to the glittering piers and the promenade, and the motors gliding to and fro in the pleasure town. Philip sat up in his easy-chair and leaned forward and glared intently at Mr. Crary's back. "Well, all that's nothing, after all. After he'd been to see me in my cell, the governor sent for me to his office. At night. So I was taken to his office. My warders stayed outside. The governor said to me, 'Crary,' he said, 'sit down and have a cigar.' So I did. I was as calm as calm. Then he said, 'Crary, I'm not a religious man. I don't know anything about heaven, and I don't know anything about hell. That's the chaplain's business, not mine, and I dare say this last few days you've had to listen to all you wanted to in that line,' he said. 'But,' he said, 'you're going to die tomorrow morning. Before you die,' he said, 'I should like to know you're sorry for having killed that man.' 'Sir,' I said, 'I'm damned sorry.' And so I was. And so I am. When I got back to my cell, they lighted the lamp outside that shines through the little window into the cell. No other light. I might have written things on the slate that they give you, but I didn't want to do anything. One of my warders asked me to play draughts, and I did, just to please him. Then I lay down on the bed without taking off my clothes. The other warder came back. He said, 'Aren't you going to undress, Crary?' 'No,' I said, 'I'm not.' They didn't say anything to that. I slept all night. Next morning, when I woke up, I said, "What time is it?" And they said, "You've got 2 hours yet. Try to sleep a bit more." But I didn't try. One of the warders went out and came back in a minute or two with a bundle. It was my clothes, my dark gray suit. I was to be hung in my own clothes. I liked that. But they wouldn't let me put on my collar and necktie, you see. "How do you feel?" they asked me. "All right." "Yes," I said, "all right." Then they brought me my breakfast, which I'd asked for, 2 poached eggs and the tea in a can and the mug. I ate it all, and a cigarette. "Is it raining?" I asked. "No," they said, "but it has been." I didn't feel as if anything was real. I felt as if it was a tale, a fairy tale. Yes, fairy tale. Then the prison clock struck. I had another hour yet. Then it was the chaplain in his surplice came in. The warders went out. Don't I remember the keys rattling? When the chaplain had finished, the governor came in, and the chief warder and the assistant executioner and the doctor. Cell was full of people. They gave me some brandy. They were all very nice, and I told them so. I didn't ask about Delphine or anything. Then the assistant executioner fastened my arms. I began to feel queer, but that was nothing to when the chaplain started to say the burial service at me as if I was dead. Another thing I forgot to tell you. There were 2 doors to my cell. One of them had never been opened. Well, it was opened now. We went out in a procession, and the chaplain went on with the burial service, and there was the execution shed, or whatever they call it, just outside. And the under-sheriff and 1 or 2 others were waiting there, and the executioner was waiting for me on the scaffold. He had a red moustache, and I thought he looked terribly ill and queer. So I went up on the scaffold. I tell you I couldn't believe it was true. And the executioner put a bag over my head, and I couldn't see, of course. And then there was a thud, and I couldn't make out what had happened. I heard the governor's voice, very excited and nervous. He said, "Never mind him, never mind him. You must do it, you must do it." And the assistant executioner said, "No, sir, not after that I won't do it. Not if it was 1,500 pounds instead of 15. Not after that." I only found out afterwards what it was had happened. The executioner had had a fit. They took the bag off my head again, and I went back to the cell, and they were all as white as a sheet, every one of them. My sentence was commuted to penal servitude for life. I needn't tell you there's no such thing, really, as a life sentence. After about a quarter of a century, you're let out. A quarter of a century! You, sir, must have been aged about 3 when my executioner had a fit. All the time you were growing up, governess, school, college, I suppose, fighting, I suppose, falling in love, I suppose. I was in prison, thinking about what mad jealousy leads to. And I'm still thinking about it, and after what I've seen and heard of you tonight, I'm thinking about it now more than I have for years. I'm not 50. "Not 50!" exclaimed Philip in amazement. "Not 50. But I've lived through whole centuries. And I haven't told you all yet. I haven't told you the worst part. At the very moment when my executioner had his fit, my innocent Delphine was executed in another prison yard in London. She hadn't been reprieved. They'd allowed me to deceive myself, for fear I might go mad. Someone actually proposed that the other executioner who had dealt with Delphine should come along the next morning and deal with me. The scheme fell through, as they say. For one thing, the fellow refused. Executioners are very superstitious. I've had all that to think over for a quarter of a century. Of course, I don't feel it so much now. Not nearly so much. I'm numbed. You do get numbed. I go about the world numbed. Nobody knows me. Naturally, I don't call myself Crary. He turned at last sharply to face Philip, and said with a sort of explosion, "If I wasn't numbed, I should have smashed this plate-glass window with my fist long before I'd finished telling you my story." At this point there was a thud just outside the sunroom in the lounge. Philip gave an involuntary cry. For an instant he thought it was the executioner in a fit. Astounding delusion on his part. The thud was the noise of the fall of Philip's young wife. Girlishly repenting her resolution to dine alone and leave Philip to recover unaided from his madness, Ethel had quitted the dining-room, crossed silently the silent lounge, and, intimidated and enthralled by the discourse of Mr. Crary to the window, had hidden herself behind the wall which separated the sunroom from the easternmost part of the lounge. She had withstood the terror of the recital as long as she could, and then, just after the climax, had faltered and dropped in the arched opening between the rooms. She lay there in an ineffective posture, rather bunched up, with her lovely raiment and jewels all disordered, and her face as dead white as the faces of the officials at the execution where the criminal was not executed. Mr. Crary saw her first and pointed to her. Philip turned in obedience to Mr. Crary's scaring finger. He sprang from his chair to the archway and knelt beside her, not in the least knowing what to do. "Let her lie. She'll come around in a minute," said Mr. Crary proudly, with his unmoving lips. Philip was himself ready to faint under the fearful shocks of Mr. Crary's tale, with its tremendous moral for the jealous. Mr. Crary had put Philip in terror of the possibilities of his own instincts. The husband felt as though he had just escaped a catastrophe for which none but himself could have been blamed, and as though the catastrophe avoided might recur soon or late in the future if he did not watch over himself night and day. He was nearly stunned by the revelation of himself to himself. And also he was exquisitely and profoundly touched by the yielding compunction of his wife, who, after leaving him to his folly, had out of sheer loving good nature come back to wheedle and cajole him out of his folly. His passion for his wife flamed up, burning white in those moments. It was as overpowering as the passion of Mr. Crary for Delphine. He stroked her cold neck, marvelling at the fineness of it and at the complex and delicate perfection of the organism which was she. His sensations had the surpassing, inexpressible intensity of which people, it is said, sometimes die. And the empty lounge brooded with its rosy lamps and its flickering fire, indifferent and yet warmly indulgent, upon the group. And outside, the gleaming motor cars glided in curves against the glittering electric background of the promenade and the piers. And through the glass wall of the dining-room, waiters, attentive and deferential, could be seen passing to and fro, and there was not a sound. And Mr. Crary contemplated with pride what he had done, the stupendous impression he had made, the mighty lesson he had taught. After a quarter of a century of martyrized subjection, Mr. Crary had risen suddenly to majesty, to domination, to sovereignty. He had imprinted himself upon his fellow-creatures. He was saved from futility. The sublime horror of his tragedy clothed him. He lived again. Returning life-blood tinged the young girl's cheeks. Philip kissed them with abandoned and tender violence. His passion was to shield and cherish her, to surround her with protective affection, to exist uniquely in and for her. His passion was by extraordinary deeds of devotion to earn her forgiveness. "I'm all right," she murmured feebly. He picked her up in his arms, light as down. She had no weight in his arms. He carried her off swiftly towards the lift, the pale wisp of the train of her dress dragging along the carpet. The auburn girl and the yellow girl in their tight-fitting black, caged in the reception office before the vast books of account, these saw the pair first and caught their breath. Then the hall porter, meditating between notices of theatres, trains, and char-à-bancs, saw them, and started officiously. He was too late. They were in the lift. The gate banged. The lift shot up, showing through its bars a glimpse of a white skirt against a black coat. It was gone aloft. The doors of the dining-room opened. "You can say what you like," the voice of a young woman emerging was heard, breaking the enchantment of the lounge. "I prefer crème de menthe to green chartreuse." End of Story 2. Story 3 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 3, The Paper Cap. 1. Mr. Matthew Park, aged 42, bachelor, partner in a firm of bill-brokers in the city, was waiting for a lady in the foyer of the Grand Babylon Hotel. His figure, features, expression, and clothes showed him to be a man of refinement. He aspired, indeed, to be fully civilized. He took the best out of life. He was prosperous because all firms of bill-brokers in the city are prosperous, unless they do fantastic things or transact business with fantastic people, in which case they are liable to go bankrupt for sublime sums. Mr. Park's firm avoided all fantasies. Mr. Park, therefore, had much money, which he spent in civilizing himself. His beautiful flat was an illustration of all the arts, including literature, and he was always sincerely trying to improve his taste in every direction. He had an eye, a nose, an ear, and a palate. It was not sufficient for his ambition to know and to love the best in painting, music, and poetry. He knew and loved the best in curries, champagne, dancing, and neckties. He was a comprehensive connoisseur, and accepted as such. Being refined, he was sensitive. Being sensitive, he was not unreasonably fond of society, and he could be quite happy by himself. Being anxious to learn, he had an open mind. Hence he was charitable, with broad views. It followed that he was kind. His glance was even wistful and appealing. But sometimes, when the world was specially not revolving in the direction he desired, his dark, fine, mustached face and the curves of his still slim body would harden, and observers become aware that he was capable of being drastic. It was New Year's Eve, and the famous New Year's Eve dinner of the Grand Babylon, so prominently featured every December in the press by the hotel's ingenious publicity agent, was about to begin. Multitudes of correctly dressed persons surged in the foyer, a mob, in fact, and strong wooden barriers had been erected across the entrance to the two restaurants. Mr. Park, who had never before had the idea of dining at the Grand Babylon on New Year's Eve, was surprised at those barriers, and he did not like them a bit. He was not accustomed to being impeded by barriers, nor to the compulsion to show tickets at them in expensive hotels. He was accustomed to being waved and bowed and smiled into the halls of expensive hotels by the managers thereof. He did not like the mob either. It was a vulgar, if a moneyed mob, and he failed to recognize a single soul in it. He who, in all fashionable resorts, had usually to greet acquaintances at every turn. He was, indeed, almost startled by the mere existence, in such vast numbers, of such vulgar persons as now surrounded him, particularly in view of the fact that the dinner cost 3 guineas a head, wine excluded. Then, at last, he recognized a club friend, Marian, a consummate idler, fulfilling no useful function on earth, one of those incomprehensible, agreeable individuals who justify the squandering of an immense unearned income by the assertion that extravagance in luxury keeps money in circulation, provides employment for the necessitous, helps trade, and thus contributes to the prosperity of the empire. "Look here," said Marian, "you aren't forgetting you're booked for my yacht at Monte Carlo in February. I'll show you Corsica, and so on." Mr. Park protested gratefully that he had the affair always in memory. "Dining here to-night?" added Mr. Park. "Not much," said Marian, with open scorn. "I've just looked in to pick up a fellow from New York." This reply did nothing to comfort Mr. Park's afflicted sensibility. And the wealthy mob was not the worst of his distresses. He could forgive the mob for being uncivilized, but could he forgive the lady for being late? Of course, nearly all women were nearly always late for their appointments with men. They made excuses for themselves, and you made excuses for them. You pretended that it was only too good and too gracious of them to arrive at no matter what time. You passed your life in inventing excuses for the lateness of women. The phenomenon was received as the weather is received. And yet, why should so gross an error in deportment, so crude a lapse from fine manners, be overlooked in women? There would be a devil of a scene if a man was late for a rendezvous with a woman. Mr. Park was a connoisseur, above everything, in deportment, which he placed higher than art, music, letters, eating and drinking, and attire. He gave, indeed, the very greatest importance to it. He argued that if punctuality was the politeness of sovereigns, and the woman was to be counted a queen, the least the pretty creature could do was to be on time. He wondered, in his exasperated suspense, why he should have invited this late lady to dine with him on New Year's Eve. She attracted him, but he knew not how, nor by virtue of what quality in her. Her face, for example, had not engraved itself on his mind. He could not even recall the color of her eyes, nor the shape of her nose. He worked himself up into such a state that he feared he might not recognize her when she did come. Yet he had known her for months and months. Mere morbidity, of course. It was exhausting work to watch for her advent. There were 2 swing doors, and a continuous stream of men and hooded women flowed through each of them. Now and then he had to take his gaze from the doors and look around among the mob, lest she might have escaped him at the entrances. Moreover, he did not care to seem too interested in the doors. It would be humiliating to be set down by the mob as a man whom a woman dared to keep indefinitely waiting. Of course she would come in the end, they always did. But would she? His morbidity increased so that he could scarcely picture her pushing through the door. It began to be inconceivable that she would ever appear. She was carrying lateness to unparalleled excess. The incoming streams had slackened. The mob in front of the barriers was noticeably thinning. Well, he gave her precisely another 5 minutes, after which he would telephone and go calmly to his club. At the end of the 5 minutes he decided that he might as well give her still another 5. If she came, it would be his duty to leave no doubt in her mind as to the enormity of her offence. He had the delicate, unexceptionable, poison-pointed words ready to lay her low. Who was she to play the prima donna and darling of mankind? His mood grew terrible. Then through the swing doors he descried a woman arguing with a taxi-driver. It might be she, because she had a passion for arguing with taxi-drivers. No, it could not possibly be she. It was she, smiling with happy ease. "Am I late?" And not waiting for the elucidation of that particular point, she continued, "To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether you said 8:15 or 8:30. She had arrived at 8:50. "Oh, no," he replied gaily, gallantly. Miserable poltroon. "I've only just come myself." To this masterpiece of mendacious politeness, to this exquisite fineness of self-sacrifice, she answered with a slight touch of dryness. "Well, then, it's a good thing it took my maid such a long time to get a taxi, isn't it?" He felt sorry for her. A trifle, nothing, less than nothing, hardly worthy of record. But probably it was the origin of the supreme drastic decision which Mr. Park made later. 2. Amelia Juana was exceedingly well dressed and with the most careful attention to detail. A blonde with chestnut hair, she could successfully carry off pale blue, which is disastrous to so many women. Her frock showed all the considerable daring which fashion enjoined. It left little to the male fancy, but over her shoulders was a merely transparent white mantilla, which gave a slight, exciting mystery to the perfect beauty of her skin. The general effect of her frock, mantilla, and headgear was of something intensely and provocatively and restlessly alive, gleaming, shimmering, darkling, spying, challenging, seducing from the center of a soft yet impregnable cocoon. The mobile face, with its Norman eyebrows, hazel eyes, curved lips, and admirable complexion, had a flawless prettiness. The finish of the hands alone implied hours of work. Not surprising that she should be a little late. Indeed, she was very wonderful to behold, and very complex to think about. Mr. Park was thoroughly satisfied with her appearance. It did justice to him. It showed respect for his taste, and a complete ability to cope with his taste. He noticed now and then a hard glint in her eyes, an occasional uncompromisingness of tone in her voice, and he noticed also a continuous and unshakable self-possession. These things might have been defects in an ordinary woman, but Amelia Juana was a concert singer accustomed to support the public gaze. It was her singing of Brahms that had first attracted him to her. At any rate, he thought so. Men of Mr. Park's stamp, preoccupied though they were with the arts, seldom seek the company of public artists. Almost invariably they find that such artists are crude. But Mr. Park had been impressed by the Brahms singing to such a depth that he had not avoided an opportunity of meeting Amelia Juana. He knew scarcely anything about her, except that her real name was understood to be Birdsall, and the look of her enlarged photograph on posters in Bond Street, and the look of her name on the front page of the Daily Telegraph of a Saturday morning. Of her domestic situation he was ignorant. Her finances puzzled him. She did not get many engagements, and she often complained of the inadequacy of fees for both singing and teaching. Nevertheless, she must spend money somewhat freely. Mr. Park, as a man of business, and a man highly civilized, could estimate the cost of perfection of detail. Still, her finances were not his affair. For him she was simply a woman whom he had asked out to dinner, and she richly fulfilled the bill. No woman within sight could compare with her in appearance and physical style. So superior was she that the sensitive fellow hated her to be in such an environment. 2,000 persons were dining at the Grand Babylon that night. The tables were crowded together, and the waiters could hardly move between them. There was no elasticity in the service, no choice in the dishes, no friendly chat with the maître d'hôtel, no changing your mind, and it had been necessary to order the wines beforehand by post on a special form. The fact was that to serve a long dinner to 2,000 persons involved elaborate and tyrannic organization and strict discipline for guests equally with waiters. On that night the rawest provincial up in town for a few days was just as good as Mr. Park. The noise was terrific. Bands, tambourines, explosions, gabble, clatter. You could just hear yourself speak. The heat was oppressive, waiters were freely perspiring, and not too amiable. All over the restaurants, as far as the eye could reach, diners soon began to get rowdy. The management had provided clients with colored missiles, which they would throw violently at other clients to whom they had not been introduced. Women and girls joined in the rowdiness. Strange scenes. Disturbing scenes. The mere vulgarity shocked Mr. Park. And in the midst of the enormous vulgarity sat this work of art, Amelia Juana, this interpreter of Brahms. She ate heartily of the second-rate food. You cannot even at the Grand Babylon serve first-rate food to 2,000 people simultaneously. But Mr. Park attached no importance to her appetite, being aware that women as a sex do not understand food. She drank of everything, but with restraint. Mr. Park engaged her in conversation about Brahms. She seemed to know and care nothing about Brahms' place in the history of music. Brahms was simply something for her to sing. She had seen scarcely any operas. The entire universe was an apparatus by means of which she, a concert singer, might rise to great fame and power. Though she threw Mr. Park a clever compliment from time to time, she really talked about herself alone. But with what charm and grace she did it, and what a marvellous spectacle she made for Mr. Park's eyes! More and more she gazed around at the environing spectacle. Could it be that she enjoyed the dreadful display and horrid cacophony? "Well, how do you like it now you're here?" said Mr. Park at length. He put no critical disdain into his question, because it was she herself who had suggested that they should dine on New Year's Eve at the Grand Babylon. "Oh, I love it! I adore it!" she answered in an ecstasy. And she was sincere. She did love it. She did adore it. Mr. Park was nonplussed by the contradictions of human nature. The din was now deafening. The waiters had distributed rattles, little harmonicas, flails made of wood and paper, balloons, noses, paper caps, heaven knows what. Amelia Juana started to throw colored balls at a man who had adopted a false nose. He was an appalling man. The people at his table were appalling. Further, he was tipsy. Sundry other guests were tipsy, and not all the tipsiness was confined to men. "Do put a cap on," Amelia Juana urged Mr. Park. "Suppose we go and dance," suggested Mr. Park. "To please me," Amelia Juana insisted with amazing arch persuasiveness. "Suppose we go and dance," Mr. Park insisted. He could not conceive himself in a paper cap. They went to dance. The ballrooms were packed and noisier than the restaurants. Dresses were torn, eyes leered in the ballrooms. Amelia Juana greeted acquaintances. Mr. Park endeavored to dance. It could not be done. Only jostling could be achieved. And against what shoulders? Shoulders in black cloth, and shoulders bare. Mr. Park, under heavy and varied fire, retreated with his partner to what looked to him like safety in a large smoking-room, where people were sitting at tables and recommencing the evening with fresh supplies of champagne. He procured a table and 2 chairs. A waiter carrying a huge tray of glasses slipped, and every glass was smashed in silvery cataracts of sound. Tumultuous applause. Ringing cheers. Then the lights grew dim. Some individuals jumped onto tables, holding champagne. The rest formed into circles, holding crossed hands and waiting. The lights flared up again. Tumultuous applause. Ringing cheers. The New Year was in. A singular and barbaric way of turning over a new leaf, thought Mr. Park. Amelia Juana gaily insisted on them entering a circle and joining crossed hands in singing Auld Lang Syne. Mr. Park had never felt so self-conscious and absurd. He did not know where to look. Then the final drama occurred. As soon as they had sat down again, Amelia Juana picked from the floor an abandoned scarlet and blue paper cap and popped it onto Mr. Park's head. "You've got to wear one anyway," she said, in a sort of harsh ultimatum. Tumultuous applause, ringing cheers, from the whole room. Mr. Park did not blench, he did not fail to smile, he did not snatch the cap off again. He maintained his politeness and his suaveness in their entirety. It was a prodigious feat of manners. But Mr. Park had come to a drastic decision. He had done with society, and for him Amelia Juana symbolized society. Bidding him good-bye at 2 a.m. at the entrance to her flat, she thanked him with unusual enthusiasm for a delightful evening. "I've enjoyed myself frightfully," she exclaimed, and then added, "but I think you might have been more cheerful." It was the crowning insult, for he was convinced that throughout the evening he had concealed his wounds and his humiliations and his horror with a smiling skill and a success unique in the annals of courtesy. 3. On quite a different kind of evening, at the end of the following July, Matthew Park was afloat in a small motor launch on the Boileau River, a mysterious stream with an antique village at one end of it, and the Solent and the Isle of Wight at the other. The Solent, at that period of the year, is the crowded haunt of the most expensive and the most luxurious yachts flying the British flag. But you follow a curving line of beacons, put your helm over, and in a moment, as it seems, you are shut out of the world, and the river in which you suddenly find yourself might be an African creek whose bordering trees are the jungle. The first shadows of twilight were gathering under the trees. Mr. Park's launch moved swiftly and almost silently over the opposing current. He had been to visit the antique village, and was now returning towards dinner. No other craft moved on the stream, no soul could be seen on the banks. Mr. Park was alone in a secret and withdrawn world, save for the engineer and the steersman of the launch. These were both fat, taciturn men with perfect manners, which Mr. Park could well appreciate. When addressed by him, they replied in restrained voices, and neither curtly nor loquaciously. They had much respect for him, and they had also self-respect. They were, Mr. Park thought, ideal. In white, across their blue jerseys, they bore a name, Juana, and even thus labelled, as surely no human beings ought to be labelled, they could still be dignified. At a bend of the river, Mr. Park saw the white sides of a yacht reflected in the quiet water. At her stern the blue ensign waved idly. The launch came alongside the yacht, whose lifebuoys bore the name Juana. Mr. Park stepped on to the gangway of the yacht, climbed the stairs, and was greeted as his feet touched the yacht's decks by two officers who raised their peaked caps to him. "Lovely evening, sir." "Lovely." A steward appeared from below, took Mr. Park's mackintosh, and disappeared. "Shall you want the launch any more tonight, sir?" "No, thanks." The next moment the launch was being hauled up to her davits. Mr. Park paced the deck in ecstatic content. Wherever his gaze fell, it fell on beauty. He had entered into his kingdom, and his kingdom satisfied him. Nay, more, its felicity far exceeded his hopes. It was the holiday in Marian's yacht at Monte Carlo, which had at once confirmed Matthew Park in his decision to cut himself off from all the antipathetic and exasperating ugliness of the world, and shown him how best to carry the decision into effect. Marian's yacht, owing mainly to bad weather, had never quitted Monte Carlo during Mr. Park's stay. The hideousness and the costly idiocy of social life at Monte Carlo had struck Mr. Park as never before. He had seen the place in a new light. It was the very mirror and a microcosm of all that offended his refined tastes. And a yacht, while the best instrument for enjoying what the mass of knowing people called life, was obviously also the best instrument for eschewing it. A yacht was a thing of grace, elegance, and style. Further, it was a complete home, and it travelled. When you travelled in a yacht, you had not to pack up, to catch trains, to sleep or lie awake in strange beds, to suffer under strange cookery and incompetent, unfamiliar servants who exploited you. You travelled with your own cook, your own bed, your own servants, your house, your books, your everything. You retreated with the entire apparatus of comfort and luxury. The drawbacks were seasickness, high cost, and the necessity of absence from the centre of affairs. None of these drawbacks affected Mr. Park. Waves did not incommode him. He had ample money, and his situation was such that he could and did leave his business to the care of others without abandoning any of the profits. He bought a schooner yacht and sardonically rechristened her Juana in order that he might be continually reminded of past foolishness. She was a ship of 190 tons, about the length of 2 cricket pitches, and 20 feet abeam. She had twin screws, twin bathrooms. She made her own electricity. She had every new convenience. She was fast under sail. She was as beautiful as a bird to behold from without, and within was decorated according to the dictates of Mr. Park's full connoisseurship. At 8 o'clock precisely a bell rang, and Mr. Park went into the large deck-house, which he used as a dining-room. and sat down and was served by 2 attentive stewards clad in blue and gold. What an agreeable change from the everlasting evening dress of butlers, maîtres d'hôtel, and waiters! The food was English and plain, but sound and well cooked. "All I can say is, sir," the cook had said to him, after listening to his praise of the breakfast bacon, "you have the best there is." The dinner, potato soup, fried plaice without sauce, 2 cutlets with French beans, a soufflé, and curried eggs. Merely perfect. Mr. Park propped a weekly review of advanced opinions against the flower vase and read as he ate. He chose the periodical because it was well written and also because its opinions coincided with his own. Now and then he offered a remark to one or other of the stewards, who responded, smiling discreetly if he had been jocular, with just the same admixture of respect and self-respect as Mr. Park had enjoyed in the launch. Mr. Park greatly admired his men, and the captain had informed him that they were very happy together. After dinner, Mr. Park strolled about the deck in the dusk, illumined by one electric light enclosed within a genuine Chinese lantern. At the forward end of the ship he could discern several men smoking their pipes and conversing in quiet tones. The night chills of a characteristic English summer suggested to him that he should go below, and he went without being driven, because he never tired of inspecting his buoyant and movable home. He turned on all the lights and walked from room to room, and gazed at the decorations and the small pictures set everywhere in the panelling. There were 3 spare bedrooms in the yacht, only 1 spare bedroom in his flat. He had no intention of using them all, but at intervals he would invite 1 or 2 carefully selected men to cruise with him for short periods. He was content in solitude. At last he subsided onto the couch in the library, a small compartment with only a few hundred books. But what books! He took down a volume of Balzac, and having suitably arranged the lamp over his head, set himself to enjoy the most human and most grandiose of all novelists. Pinned on to the curtain which screened the door was a curious scarlet and blue paper object. The steward supposed it to be a mascot, and liked Mr. Park the more for being a bit superstitious. They could not divine that it was the cap in which Mr. Park had begun the new year at the Grand Babylon Hotel, or that Mr. Park had displayed it permanently for a warning to himself, as he had named the ship. He read the Balzac, but with an imperfect interest. The fact is, he was too happy to read. He preferred to reflect upon the exquisite success of his scheme for avoiding the friction of contact with an uncivilized world. He was severed from the world for as long as he chose. Nobody could get at him unless he chose. There was no telephone. There was no post, unless he cared to send for it. There were no disturbing women. He was safe. Every sense was gratified, and no sensibility hurt. And on the morrow, with 2 propellers capable of driving the ship at 8½ knots, he could defy winds and go where he liked. Also, he could stay indefinitely in the soft quietude of the Beaulieu River. Then his sensitive ear caught sounds which he could not credit. For a moment he thought that he must be the victim of a delusion, or that there must be something the matter with his hearing. But he was soon convinced that his hearing was quite normal, and that he was the victim of no delusion. The sounds were the sounds of a music-hall song, played on a cheap gramophone, and sung by several raucous voices, with an unsatisfactory notion of tonality. The refrain of the song was, "If it wasn't for the houses in between." Mr. Park sprang from the couch. If he had been capable of turning as pale as death, he would surely have turned as pale as death. Such was his horror, such was his resentment. The sounds were the work of his beloved crew, amusing themselves in their fashion after the day's work and supper. It seemed impossible that his beloved crew, so well-mannered, so skillful at their jobs, so accustomed to beautiful surroundings and a bracing life, so respectful and so self-respecting, could commit such an enormity. But it was not impossible. Mr. Park listened in agony. The song ended, and was followed by another with the burden, "Could do with a bit, could do with a bit," which was followed by a foxtrot. Mr. Park had no objection to a good foxtrot, and he admitted always that there were many fine tunes among foxtrots, but the crew's taste in foxtrots was dreadful. He hurriedly got onto a chair and shut down the skylight, but the sounds could not be excluded. They penetrated and filled the entire ship. He ran on deck. Not a soul was on deck. All hands were enjoying the concert. A gleam of light came from the forecastle hatch, and with the gleam a rushing geyser of awful noise. Mr. Park went into the deck-house. No surcease. In a ship whose length is only equal to 2 cricket pitches, you cannot escape from any phenomenon of sound whose origin is on board. Mr. Park trembled. He strode to the bell-push, almost beside himself, and was just about to ring furiously, when his advanced social opinions, which, as is usual in human nature, did not at all agree with his tastes, leaped forward and stayed his hand. He reflected, "There are 14 human beings in the forecastle. It occupies less than a third of the ship. More than 2/3 of the ship is given up to my luxuriousness. The 14 human beings start work at 6:30 a.m. They finish when I have done with them, which may be midnight. They toil for my pleasure. They are decent men. They are polite men. They are experts. If I go to sea, I entrust my life to them. They eat in the forecastle, and 12 of them sleep in the forecastle, which is no bigger than my deck-house, in rows, in tiers, one above another. Who am I to forbid their simple pleasures, and to impose my taste on theirs?" He simply could not ring the bell. Had he rung it, he would have lost his self-respect. He sat down, all his sensitiveness subjected to the most appalling torture. He put his hand to his forehead. His forehead was damp. "This is hell," he murmured bitterly. "Hell! Hell!" The rosy future which he had planned for himself lay shattered at his feet. After half an hour, which was half a century, the concert terminated. The men were laughing heartily. Mr. Park rang the bell. "Bring me liqueur brandy, will you?" he said to the steward. "Shall you require my services any more to-night, sir?" asked the steward, when he had poured out the brandy. "No, thanks, that'll be all." "Thank you, sir. The captain wished me to ask whether you had any objection to the crew's gramophone, sir." "Not the slightest," answered Mr. Park nobly. "Oh, thank you, sir. Good night, sir." "Good night." Mr. Park slowly drank the brandy, gazing through the brass-protected windows at the calmness of the water and the mystery of the jungle. He was a changeable man. A few moments earlier he had been ejaculating, "Hell! Hell!" He now ejaculated, "Great Heaven!" but in precisely the same accents of utter despair. 4. Emerging at last from the deck-house to go to bed, he paused on the cabin stairs as a faint and distant sound caught his attention. The clock under the flag-locker, solemnly and implacably ticking its way through time into eternity, showed 11:15. The barograph, revolving its drum more slowly than the motion of the moon, showed 30.5 degrees, and rising. The sound increased. Matthew Park returned on deck. He could descry on the stream far off, in the direction of the Solent, a pale object approaching at a tremendous speed. The object soon became a white launch, one of your modern launches, which do not resemble boats and which look seriously out of place in the davits of a yacht, but which accomplish 18 or 20 miles an hour in smooth water. Mr. Park had an incredible premonition. "That launch is coming to me. That launch is Marion's launch." He knew that the sardonyx, Marion's yacht, was lying in Cowes Road, but yachtsmen are not in the habit of paying distant visits to one another on the verge of midnight. Now he could see clearly the gleam of the 2 sides of the furrow which the launch cut in the flatness of the river. It was all most mysterious, even thrilling. Now he could see the forms of women in the launch. He could hear laughter. He heard a triumphant voice. "I told you he wouldn't have turned in. He's standing by the gangway." And louder, "Lower your gangway, old man," the voice of Marion himself. And Mr. Park regretted, did he really regret, that he had not gone to bed earlier. He began to loose the rope that held aloft the foot of the gangway. The launch slackened speed, its thrumming diminished and ceased. Two sailors held it with their hands against the gangway. "I'm sure you're perfectly delighted to see us, old man," Marion called, looking upwards. "Here's Amelia. As soon as she knew you were here, she insisted on coming to see her yacht instantly. So I've brought the party." "I should think so, indeed," Mr. Park heard the voice of Amelia Juana. "Fancy naming a yacht after me and never telling me." It is an extraordinary fact that this aspect of the yacht's baptism had never presented itself to Matthew Park, who indeed had been completely absorbed in his own psychology. He wanted to cry out that he had not named the yacht after Amelia Juana, and that Juana was a very common name in Spain, and he had chosen it solely for its beautiful sound. He could not cry this out in the night, invaded by these madcap visitors. Nor could he either inform Amelia Juana that he had used her name for a warning to himself. Nor was he even quite sure that this explanation of the baptism was wholly correct. In a minute or two, the visitors, consisting of a dark Jewish woman and her husband, Amelia and Marion, had enthusiastically taken possession of the yacht, and it was alight with electricity for inspection from stern to the forecastle bulkhead. The crew had given no sign of wakening. "Do show me your library again," said Amelia enchantingly, and he took her down, leaving the other three in the deck-house with biscuits and liquids. As soon as they were alone together in the confined space of the little library, Amelia threw off the heavy white coat in which she had arrived, and Matthew Park had the ordeal of the vision of her in a glowing evening frock. "You know," she said, in a peculiar, challenging tone, and gazing at him with a peculiar gaze, "you're really rather queer." "Am I?" responded Mr. Park weakly. He spoke weakly because of a sudden realization that he had been queer, and because of a sudden realization of the absurdity of attempting to cut himself off from the world. He perceived that this particular planet on which he happened to exist was unalterably what it was, and that he must accept it in its totality, that no man was big enough to defy it and repudiate it, that, in brief, his business was to take the rough with the smooth, and adapt himself to the planet, instead of sulking because the planet would not adapt itself to him. He perceived further that though the rough might be rough, the smooth could be very smooth. Amelia, in all her artificiality and egotism and caprice, was a marvelous creature in the tiny, brilliant room. He sank back to the couch. Amelia, perhaps somewhat constrained, cast a glance round the walls. "Well," she exclaimed in a most disturbing, dissolving voice, "you're even queerer than I thought. Imagine you keeping that!" She had seen the paper cap pinned on the curtain. It had escaped her before. "You're the bafflingest man I ever met. But you're a dear." And very astonishingly to Mr. Park, she bent down and pecked his cheek with her lovely lips. Their eyes met close for the fraction of a second. It was revealed to Mr. Park more clearly than ever that this planet is not a planet to despise. Come along," murmured Amelia urgently, with a laugh like a whisper. "We must go back, or they'll wonder what on earth we're doing." And she fled, glancing over her shoulder. "Bring my cloak." End of Story 3. Story 4 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 4, The Box Office Girl. 1. The Rotunda Royale, as everyone who knows the world knows, lifts its immense mass of yellow masonry, not really masonry, but iron thinly faced with stone, right in the middle of London. It is the largest music hall in London, and the most successful music hall in London, and it burns more electricity than any other place of amusement in London. Its upper parts are glitteringly outlined in green and yellow electricity. Its high tower can be glimpsed from all manner of streets, and the rich glow of the whole affair illuminates a cloudy sky for the whole of central London to see. Though entirely respectable, it has an altar of its own in the hearts of the young and the old bloods of provincial cities who come to town strictly on business. It is the Mecca of suburban inhabitants, with a dull afternoon in front of them and 10 shillings in their pockets to squander. To have his or her name printed in fire on the façade of the rotunda is the ambition of every music hall artist in the world, and of many another artist besides. In brief, the rotunda is a very important, grandiose, and impressive organism, an organism which emphatically functions, and it is a household word. Even judges of the High Court have heard of the rotunda. No daily paper in London ever appears without some mention of it somewhere. Now, daily and nightly, behind a counter on your left as you enter by the main entrance into the grand foyer, stood, until lately, a girl named Elaine Eder. She was a blonde, with bright hair, an attractive, pretty, and benevolent face, and a good figure, because these attributes were essential to her position. Her simple, smart dress was of black, but it had touches of fantasy and of color, because Mr. Walter King, a managing director, risen from call-boy, as he openly stated about 10 times every day, had said that he did not care for his girls to look like hotel clerks. Elaine's face and hair were known to tens of thousands of people. Often in the street such people would start at the sight of her and murmur something to a companion, and Elaine knew that they were saying, "That's the box-office girl at the rotunda." So that she had a certain importance on earth, and assuredly at the rotunda, for she gathered in money, and to Mr. Walter King, old Wall behind his back to his employees, and Wally, without concealment, to those proud persons who had the great privilege of his intimacy. To Mr. Walter King, the rotunda was, in the end, nothing but a machine for gathering in more money than it paid out. Not that Elaine was the sole instrument for gathering in money. Far from it. Above her counter were displayed the words, "Box office for this performance only," "Boxes," "Royal fauteuils," "Royal stalls," "Stalls," "Grand balcony." All advanced booking was done in a special office up the street, and each of the unreserved parts of the house had its own entrance, with turnstile and money-taker. Still, Elaine took a goodish bit of money twice a day, and she was easily the most prominent of all the human machines that received silver coins and notes in exchange for bits of colored paper or base metal discs. 12 performances a week, and Elaine had to be on duty 10 minutes before the doors opened, and to remain on duty until 1 hour before the end of each performance. Then she had to check her money and prove to the cashier's department that the total was correct. An anxious job, especially during the rush quarter of an hour, when she had to read with the glance of an eagle the numbers on the sheet of the performance, treat every patron as a benefactor, return good for evil, give change like a flash of lightning, detect spurious coins in the 10th of a second, and render sweet smiles to louts, curmudgeons, and cats. Happily, she was by nature profoundly and universally benevolent, and in this respect, indeed, a wonder to her assistant, who did the telephoning and lent a general hand. It was her benevolent air that had recommended her to Mr. Walter King, who had sacked her predecessor for being hoity-toity to patrons whenever business was abnormally good. She was devoted to the theatre. Nobody thought of her apart from the theatre, and, in fact, she had little private life. Mr. Walter King was himself passionately devoted to the theatre, and he expected all the staff to be passionately devoted to the theatre. But whereas his own devotion brought in a large share of the profits, Elaine's devotion brought in only a small fixed salary, which Mr. King did not dream of passionately increasing when business grew fabulous. Elaine saw nothing odd in this arrangement. It was 9:45. The day's work was nearly over. Elaine's assistant had gone. The entrance hall and foyer blazed, deserted, with their super-lavish electricity. When an idle program girl swung open a door at the end of a vast corridor and peeped forth, Elaine could faintly catch the sound of clapping. She rarely got more of a performance than these brief, distant rumors of applause. For her, the rotunda was not an auditorium, but a foyer with box office, and the artists were mere names on bills. She estimated the quality of the applause, and glanced at the clock and the timetable to know who was being applauded, for she had to be in a position to inform patrons what artist was on at any given moment. Then she proceeded with the secret counting of notes on a shelf beneath the counter. In view of the absence of a grille to protect the counter and of the prevalence of gangs of robbers in London, her situation with all that money for Mr. Walter King might seem perilous, but it was not so in reality. Elaine and her treasure were well guarded by formidable giants and astute dwarfs in the shape of gorgeous doormen and pages. Though he disapproved of grills, Mr. Walter King took no chances with the night's receipts. Elaine was as safe as a priestess in a temple, dedicated, imprisoned, inviolate. Then a dark and elegant young man in full evening panoply appeared from the street. The guardians saluted him. He saluted Elaine. This unidentified and mysterious gentleman came nearly every night towards 10 o'clock. Elaine guessed that he came to witness the performance of the Russian dancer, the incomparably illustrious Feodora. "Did you keep the fauteuil for me, Miss Edar?" He had picked up her name from somewhere, it seemed. She nodded, kindly, smiling. She liked the regular visitant, not in the least because he was regular, but because he was dark, elegant, slim, and had a sad, wistful smile. Yes, she had kept the stall for him, despite the fact that if he had not come to claim it, she would have had to pay for it out of her own pocket. He usually telephoned just before the rush, and Elaine had accepted the risk of his not coming quite a dozen times. Occasionally, as tonight, he would try to get a box, and if successful would pay for both the box and the stall. And he would show amazing indecisions. Tonight she had no box to sell. The sole empty seat in the house was the one she had retained for him, and yet in his rich, low voice he would keep talking about a box, and also she had to repeat to him several times precisely where the stall was in regard to the stage. At length he paid, raised his hat again, and went off towards the auditorium, followed by her benedictory, sympathetic smile. The head doorman, his pocket gaping for the harvest of sixpences which he would shortly garner for putting patrons into cars and taxis, winked at her rather broadly, as if to indicate that the dark gentleman was queer in the head. But Elaine gently deprecated the wink, seeing in the dark gentleman a victim of hopeless love for a Russian dancer. Silence fell upon the foyer, whose ceiling was upheld by the immobile figures of pink, nude girls. Elaine had taken out the self-locking steel cash drawer from its niche, detached and hidden the telephone, and was about to disappear through the little door behind the counter, when Rachel Gordon hurried up, rather breathless, from somewhere. "I'm the publicity lady," Rachel would introduce herself to the new artists in the wings and in dressing-rooms, when she wanted material for piquant press paragraphs. She did all the day-to-day publicity work for the Rotunda. A pretty Jewess with full lips and eyes, waved hair, striking clothes, carefully tended complexion, and a general air of knowing all that was worth knowing. Not quite young, but far from old. She spent every evening in the theatre, and little in it escaped her attention. "Theo asked me to give you this note," said she. "I'm so glad I've caught you before you'd gone." She handed the note with a characteristic sparkling glance that was full of chicane and the spirit of plotting. Theo. Thus she familiarly referred to the great, the unique Theodora. But then she managed to be very friendly with all, and she could be highly useful even to the greatest. As Elaine read the note, she showed extreme astonishment. It ran, "My dear Miss Eder, I give a party to-morrow night at the Fantasy Club. Some friends, dancing, fun. Will you come? I do hope. Your obliged Theo." Indeed, the thing was enough to astonish a box-office girl. Your obliged, Elaine knew what that referred to. A fortnight earlier, when a not uncommon state of war existed between Theodora and Mr. Walter King, Theodora had been unable to get 2 free seats for friends. She had most particularly wanted those seats, even if it should be necessary to pay for them. But she was too haughty to tell Mr. King that she would pay for them, and so she had herself run around, furs and pearls and all, as described by Rachel for the press, to implore Elaine to allot seats to her, even though all seats were sold. And Elaine, by methods known to box-office keepers only, had bestowed upon her the 2 desired seats, and Mr. Walter King not a penny the wiser. Theodora, in the generosity of her impulsive, poetic heart, had not forgotten. "Shall you come?" asked Rachel, who evidently knew what was in the scrawled note. I haven't a rag to wear," answered Elaine, much flustered. "Oh, stuff!" observed Rachel simply. "You're always awfully well turned out. Everybody knows that." "But evening wear," protested Elaine, despite a secret mistrust of Rachel. "Oh, stuff!" Rachel repeated. Elaine could scarcely sleep that night. It was an incredible happening. She rose early to look through her wardrobe. 2. The Fantasy Club, scene of Theodora's party, was in Goodge Street, off Tottenham Court Road. Elaine had never heard of it, and indeed had some difficulty in finding it, since its portal was hidden at the end of a long covered passage, and showed no signs of festivity. No wonder the conductor of the motor bus by which she traveled could give her no information about it. In the lobby she saw a printed notice, "Breakfast served from 5 a.m." This frightened her, but she was reassured by the sight of Rachel Gordon in the cloakroom. Rachel gave the names of sundry highbrow novelists and painters and musicians who regularly frequented the club, and she said that in the art of turning night into day they were the greatest experts in London. Rachel laughed at the nocturnal pretensions of the more famous dancing clubs. She scorned them as bourgeois. Anyone could join them, but according to Rachel, not anyone could join the fantasy. You had to be someone, or the approved friend of someone, to be admitted to the fantasy. The dancing room was large, low, and very bare, compared to the ornate interiors of the rotunda. It had no decorations except electric lights in Chinese lanterns, and the costumes of the ladies. These decorations, however, were extremely effective. The room was full. It was also noisy and torrid. Revellers were eating, drinking, dancing, chattering, laughing, and giggling with much gusto. "There's Theo's table," said Rachel, pointing to the biggest and busiest table in the place, and led Elaine towards it. Elaine was nervous. "How sweet of you!" the slim and gorgeous Theo greeted her. "How sweet you look! No, it is more than sweet. I understand now when Carly says how you are exotique. It is so. Sit down. Yes, have drink. Have chicken or soup. Yes, soup first. Rachel, occupy yourself with Miss." Theodora turned to 2 young men, who kissed her hand. Elaine listened eagerly to the confused talk at the table, but though all laughed or giggled, she heard nothing that struck her as amusing. No doubt the humor was being accomplished in French or Russian, of which languages Elaine had no knowledge. However, all the ladies looked either lovely or strange. She was still very shy, but she was mysteriously happy, too, somehow uplifted. "Who is Carly?" she murmured to Rachel, and Rachel, by a discreet turn of the head, indicated a young man who stood behind Theodora against the wall. Elaine started and flushed. It was the nightly visitant for whom she reserved stalls. The word exotic in the tiny mouth of Theodora had already exercised Elaine, who could not comprehend how anybody could regard her as deserving of such an adjective. That the nightly visitant should deem her exotic, and should have said so to a high goddess like Theodora, almost disturbed her, while enchanting her. Rachel beckoned to the nightly visitant, who approached. "Mr. Lyeskoff," said Rachel, "Miss Idar. I think you have met." She laughed. Mr. Lyeskoff blushed. The next moment Elaine became aware that her hand had been kissed. A unique experience. Hand-kissing was, of course, foreign and somewhat foolish, but it was surprisingly delicious, even flattering. So this was the young man who, while paying for stalls from which to worship Theodora, had found time to examine herself and to decide that she was exotic. Yes, disturbing. Disturbing. He now asked her to dance. Could she refuse? How ridiculous! Unfortunately, in the dance she could not think of a single thing to say to him. He was a fine dancer, but scarcely cleverer as a talker than Elaine. They just danced, yielded themselves to the music and the movement. It was exquisite. "You are a natural dancer. You have the gift," he remarked. She smiled. She knew that she was a natural dancer. She had no more learnt to dance than she had learnt to breathe. She rarely danced, and only in suburban resorts with one or two dull acquaintances. Yet she knew all the steps, and never erred, never hesitated. They danced 2 consecutive dances. As he restored her to the table, he asked if he might dance again with her very soon. Theodora called to him. "How did you get on?" Rachel demanded of Elaine, with a peculiar glance. "Oh, splendid. He's asked for another dance." "And did you refuse?" "Ought I?" "Don't be silly. Can't you see he's mad about you? Why do you suppose he comes to get tickets off you every night? Why do you suppose he got Feel to ask you here tonight? And let me tell you, he may be a French-Russian, but he's very serious and very rich. He didn't lose anything in the Revolution, he didn't. Pity he's so shy, isn't it?" Elaine's face burned again. The fact is, she was overwhelmed, absolutely overwhelmed, as she realized, bit by bit, that Carly came nightly to the rotunda, not to worship Theodora, but to worship her. It was staggering. She was glad when a male performer in Theodora's troupe invited her onto the floor. She did not care for his face, nor for his coarse manners, nor yet for his dancing. How different from Carly's! But he enabled her to escape from Rachel Gordon's enigmatic scrutiny. As she went round the room with the professional dancer, something happened to her, and she half stumbled and turned wholly pale. It was a night of sensations, blushes, and pallors, such a night as she had never before known. The dancer looked at his faltering partner inquiringly, but said no word, and Elaine recovered herself. No one knew, no one could guess what had happened to her, and after all it was naught. She had only caught sight of Ned seated at a table with another man, and he had seemed to be somewhat unprosperous and defiant in his shabby evening dress, and he looked older, thinner, worn. Ned was the one man who had entered into that private life of hers, the existence of which none of the patrons of the rotunda could visualize. It was 6 years ago, when she was 21, and before her connection with the life of music halls. Ned was an advertising agent, and lots of things beside. He had had a hand in promoting 1 or 2 of the earlier dance clubs. He was up 1 month and down the next. He had defects, but he had made love to her, proposed to her, been accepted. She gave him all her heart. She learnt rapturously to love love. The world became magical. The date of the wedding was fixed. Then Ned came one day and said that candour was best, and that the sole manly course was to confess to her. What? What? That he had mistaken his feelings, that he had found that he did not care for her in that way, whereas he did care for Alice in that way, and Alice cared for him in that way. That, of course, he was hers to command, but would it not be better for her sake and for the sake of them all if He was extremely sorry. He did not and could not defend himself. Alice was a friend of hers, had but a few months before been congratulating her on her betrothal to nice Ned. Ned married Alice, and so that was that. Elaine's tragic grief softened gradually into vague regret, and vague regret changed into a vague feeling that perhaps she had done well to lose Ned. Such stories lie buried in the memory of numberless girls who go through life apparently as though butter had never melted in their mouths, and you dig up the stories with difficulty, with amazement. Well, she had caught sight of Ned Haltright. The next minute his table was empty. She hoped he had not seen her, and could not help thinking that he had. Undoubtedly she had had a shock, but after powdering herself anew and drinking some champagne, she put her hand once again in the hand of Carly Lysakov, and felt his right hand lightly on her back, and resumed the dance with him. The effects of the shock soon disappeared. She glimpsed herself in a mirror, and was satisfied with the vision. Idle to deny that she was pretty, had a good figure, or that her frock was smart. She was as presentable as most, and more so than a lot of them, though her only trinket was a necklace of Chinese dyed mother-of-pearl. Carly's worship of her blossomed like a flower. It was heavenly to be worshipped, to be able to confer a favor by merely consenting to exist. She had a sense of dominion which intoxicated. And then there was the band, the colors, the movement, the feeling of being surrounded by illustrious and witty artists. She wondered who was who. And Carly was so distinguished, his very shirt-front was a miracle. And he was so deferential. "May I ask where you live?" She told him Fulham. "I suppose you would not let me drive you home in my car?" Yes, she would. He was really too kind. Romance, romance! Soon she was thinking that Carly was unique in the whole world, so sympathetic he was, and he worshipped her. He had gone off his head about her. Triumph, power, dizziness! It was silently established between them that they would dance every dance together. And they did. The fantasy faded to a dim background for their emotions, and Elaine looked with pity at her past life, at the horrid grind and daily work, at her loneliness, because behind her counter she was nearly as lonely as a bus driver, and at home in her rooms she was terribly lonely. How had she supported it? Could she possibly continue to support it? At 3 o'clock, when the gaiety was at its apogee, she said she thought she must go home. Not that she wanted to go home, or had any reason for going home. She wanted simply to command him, and to prove to the entire Fantasy Club that he was hers to command. She took leave of Theodora, who poured over her a delicious cascade of protests, and Carly did drive her to Fulham. Parson's Green it was. No little liberties in the large, smooth-gliding car, such as are expected and condoned by the primmest maidens after such ecstasies, in such circumstances, at such an hour. Nothing but the deepest respect. Yes, he was serious. She leaned forward suddenly and tapped on the window. The car stopped. Mr. Lysakov sprang to the pavement, handed her out, removed his hat, kissed her hand, and was richly rewarded by her smile under the lamp-post. He waited while she had found her latch-key and opened her door. Of course, it was a poor little suburban house, but she knew that that didn't matter. It was where she lived. Her presence in it transformed it for him. Another smile from her, another bow from him. She shut the door. The car drove off. 3. Elaine went to bed in a state of ecstatic, blissful excitement. No sooner had she laid herself down than she heard the prolonged trill of the front door-bell in the back room. She occupied the 2 rooms which constituted the 3rd or top floor of the old house. In earlier days she had had only 1 room, but destiny had been fairly kind to her. The front room was a sort of bed-sitting room. The back was a kitchen-scullery dining-room. The floor was her home, and held all that she possessed. Compared to many young and aging women in her situation of life, she was affluent and of luxurious habit. Now there were 4 bells on the front door, each labeled. Sometimes, and especially at night, visitors got confused and rang the wrong bell. Elaine thought that on this occasion the wrong bell had been rung. "They'll have to keep on ringing," she said. After all, the bell did not make a great deal of noise. The bell continued to ring. "Nobody can possibly be wanting me at this time of night," she said. Nevertheless, she put on her dressing gown and opened the window and looked forth and down. But she could not see who was ringing because of the wide leaded eaves of the old-fashioned porch. She shut the window and shut out the invading chill of the dark night. At length the persistent bell began to exasperate her fatigued nerves, and with an annoyed, apprehensive shrug, she crept step by creaking step all the way downstairs and softly undid the front door. Ned Haltright was standing in the porch. She gave a start, and instinctively drew the thin peignoir more tightly round her shoulders. As she did so, she stiffened, looking at him. She was affronted, angered by this inexcusable visitation. Nothing but sheer good nature prevented her from shutting the door in Ned's face. "I saw you at the club," he commenced. "Not so loud, please." She stopped him in a sharp whisper, thinking of her immaculate reputation in the crowded house that so often buzzed with gossip. To have come home at God knows what hour in a car was bad enough, but to receive male callers still later— "I want to see you. I must talk to you," Ned whispered plaintively. "Not now," she whispered. "Yes, now." She shook her head firmly. "Fancy coming here now," she whispered, in still colder reproof. "And how on earth did you get here at this time?" "Walked," he whispered. "Walked?" she whispered. "Yes." He must certainly have walked over 6 miles. The whispering seemed to render them intimate, in spite of her aggrieved attitude towards him. It struck her as strange and affecting that she had once been his affianced sweetheart, that they used to kiss each other with long kisses, and that now they were nothing to each other. She made a sign for him to enter. She very gently and cautiously closed the door. "I'm on the top floor now," she murmured, scarcely audible. He nodded. The fanlight over the door let through the rays of the street lamp, so that the first flight of stairs was fairly plain. The higher flights were dark, but Ned knew the staircase. Ned followed her on tiptoe, and every now and then a stair creaked with a thunderous sound that no prudence of tread could avoid. Elaine had the horrid illusion that behind every door, as they passed it, women with slanderous tongues were greedily listening. At the summit of the perilous climb she led him into the kitchen scullery dining room, and found the matches, lit the gas stove. She put her fingers to her lips. They must still exist and communicate without sound. No soundproof floors in that house. She motioned him to the wicker easy-chair. He sank into it. She looked at him and looked round the room. Happily, the room was very tidy and cozy. He was pale, pathetic, with his pointed, exhausted, weak-charactered features. He wore a blue Burberry, strapped close at the waist and bulging out above and below, over his evening clothes. In his hand he held an ordinary bowler hat. No style! What a contrast with Mr. Lysakoff! He had the air of defeat, even of being a prisoner of war, and he had walked more than 6 miles in his madness. Without a word she turned away, lit the gas-ring, and began to make some tea. She had to do it from simple humanity. And there she was with him, sharing surreptitiously the room with him, in night-dress, peignoir, and slippers. And their tender intimacy emerged towards them out of the past, indestructible. Somehow what had been still was. How could she treat him as a stranger? She could not. Moreover, she felt far superior to him in moral force. She felt, despite her resentment, almost protective in a casual, condescending way. She had the adoration of Carly Lysakov at her back. "Well?" she whispered. Ned gazed at the rug under his feet. Silence. Hiss of the gas stove. Hiss of the gas ring. Fizzing of the blue-yellow gas jet within its mantle. "Well, how's Alice?" she whisperingly questioned, in a rather indifferent, half-quizzing tone, as if saying, "Well, you got your Alice. How does it work now you've had her 6 years?" He whispered solemnly, "Poor Alice died 2 years ago, and the baby's 2 years old. Hadn't you heard?" She shook her head. She could not speak. Her throat was suddenly constricted. Tears glittered in her eyes. At length, "I'm sorry to hear it." How poor the words! Then, after a pause, while Ned stared at the inside of his hat, "Is it a girl or a boy?" "A girl." "What have you called her?" "Alice." "And how do you manage about the poor little thing?" "Ah, that's the trouble. How do I manage?" He looked up suddenly, and he was crying. "Ellie!" Nobody else had ever called her Ellie. "Ellie, I made a frightful mistake when I broke it off with you, and I've known it for years. And then, when I saw you tonight, it was too much for me. Yes, I had to talk to you." His whispered utterance was so obscure and feeble that she had to guess what he said, but she guessed right. The water boiled. She turned from him again to fill the teapot. How weak he was, so impulsive, but so enterprising, too, full of initiative as usual. He had had the wild idea of coming to her, and he had come. He had arrived, he had wanted to talk to her, and he was talking to her. "And how's business?" she asked, extinguishing the gas ring. She was bound to say something, and something ordinary, banal, off the point. "Oh, pretty fair," he whispered. "Not bad. Changeable, of course, but you rub along, you know." She was confirmed in her notion that he was out of luck. He drank the hot tea, which seemed to revive him. He was a man easy to revive and easy to deject. She took some tea herself. As an afterthought, she cut some bread and butter. She gave him a slice with her hand, as there was no plate save the wooden bread platter. He ate it savagely, and several more slices. The scene was domestic. The night, the enforced whispering, his trouble, her peignoir, the informality of the little meal, made it domestic. She stood near the fire in order to keep warm in her thin raiment. "Ellie," he said, rising vivaciously to put his cup and saucer on the table, and standing near to her, "I've always been in love with you. I know there's no excuse for me. I didn't treat you right. But there it is. And when I saw you tonight—" He had raised his voice. "Hush!" she warned him. She spoke gently, keeping resentment out of her voice, partly because she was flattered by the realization of her power over him, and she had the same power over Carly Lysakov, and partly because he was so wistful, and she pitied him in his unhappiness. Nevertheless, in her heart she was indignant, and she thought of her independence, of the stability of her position as a self-maintained woman beholden to none. She did not see Elaine Edor abandoning her independent situation for the status of the wife of a Ned Haltright, asking a Ned Haltright for money when she needed it, considering his wishes in regard to her own conduct, sacrificing herself to the baby of the girl who had supplanted her, sharing the material vicissitudes which must inevitably result from his character. He might love her, admire her, but that could not compensate. Moreover, the whole idea was absurd, monstrous. His suggestion amounted to effrontery. And Carly Lysakov existed and worshipped. However, she offered no reasoned reply. Her daily traffic with all sorts of human beings had taught her when to argue and when not to argue. "Please don't say any more," she murmured firmly. "You can't burst out like this." "But I've had it on my mind for years, I tell you." "Please don't say any more." He seemed to wither. "I'll go. Better go. Sorry I spoke." The wicker easy-chair, empty, complained with creakings of the burden which it had had to bear. The dawn began delicately to announce itself in silver-gray gleams through the interstice between the curtains of the window. "You mustn't go yet," Elaine whispered. "Why not?" "Because it's getting light, and the people on the first floor will be about, and I can't have a man, especially in evening dress, leaving my rooms at this time. Besides, there's no buses or trams yet. You must wait till everybody's up and people have begun to go up and down stairs, and you must cover up your shirt front properly. Then you can slip out." She whispered soberly, with the sagacity of a young woman who has learnt her world. She added, "I shall lie down. I'm frightfully tired, and you must be too. Try to sleep in the chair." She left him for the front room, and locked the door, and dropped onto her bed. She was indeed exhausted, but she could not sleep. Her eyes burned. She reflected that dancers were still dancing at the Fantasy. Then she slept. 4. When she woke, the alarm clock, which never alarmed, showed the hour of 10. The memory of the night gradually re-established itself in her mind. How fortunate that her charwoman came only at 11:30. She thought gladly, "Yesterday it was the day after to-morrow that I was to see Carly. Now it is to-morrow. Tea at the Regent Palace at 5." It was she who had chosen the Regent Palace. She arose, washed, dressed deliberately, gave particular attention to the toilette of her face. Cautiously she unlocked her door, and cautiously went into the back room. Ned was fast asleep, in a twisted, uncomfortable posture in the wicker chair. His pallid face had the pathos of a corpse. He appeared tragically defenseless, so much so that she could have cried at the sight of him, and at the thought of his weaknesses, his perils, his incompetency to deal with the responsibilities attached to little Alice the baby. Much gas had been burned, but she did not care. She drew the curtains back, and the entire room became pathetic. The teacups, the teapot, crumbs on the floor. The image of Carly Lysakoff was obscured in her soul. She turned off the gas jet. Ned awoke with a jump. "You're all dressed. Shall I go now?" "Where's little Alice?" "She's with some people in Canterbury." "Who are they? Relations?" "No, not relations. I'm not strong on relations. You know that. I think they're very decent people. She seems to be pretty well looked after." "Oh, Ned, you must give me the address. I'll go and see her to-morrow morning. I'll have a look at things a bit." The images of Carly Lysakoff, automobiles, luxury, distinction, worship, adoration, passion, eternal romance, began to slip away from her. She clutched at them, drew them back, held them fast, hugged them, but the next moment they were wriggling away again like eels. "Oh, Ellie, there's nobody like you, and there never was. You're an angel and nothing else." She wept. She let the tears fall, drop, drop. They slipped down her cheeks and fell into space. Perhaps she was sorry as much for herself as for little Alice and little Alice's father. She saw vistas of effort, struggle, reverses, obstinate recommencings, narrowness, dependence, despairs, fluttering hopes, quarrels, reconciliations, disillusions, and illusions. People would cease to stare at her in the streets of the West End because she would never be in the West End. She would be withdrawn from the vast world of pleasure and excitement and electricity, where tinted statues of nymphs supported heavily carved ceilings on their frail shoulders. Yet an immense peace took possession of her disturbed soul and stilled it. "This is my fate," she thought. "I was born for it. I wasn't really born for the other thing." The immense peace in her was warmed and lighted with tenderness, and by the memory of far-off kisses. It was a strange sort of happiness, austere, purposeful, braced, but she was happy. She smiled kindly. Ned advanced towards her. She lifted her chin and stopped him. Did he suppose that things were as simple as all that? That the virgin fortress would yield like that at the first summons of the trumpet? Her smile changed to a look of self-possession and extreme gravity. "Meet me this afternoon for tea at the Regent Palace, will you?" she said. "After the matinee. Then you can tell me just how matters stand." And Carly Lysakoff went back to his Paris. End of Story 4. Story 5 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 5, Mr. Jack Hollins Against Fate. 1. Mr. Jack Hollins sat reading the paper at the drawing-room window on the first floor of his enormous house in Carlos Place, within a stone's throw of Grosvenor Square. It was a London afternoon, mild, languorous, and full of subtle color, full also of baffling promises. But Mr. Jack Hollins was only aware that the date was the 21st of May, and the locality the finest residential locality in the West End of London. He was a stout man of 60, with a thick neck, short white hair, and a clean-shaven red face, neatly dressed in a provincial style. His figure was such that, though the easy-chair was capacious, and he deeply ensconced in it, he seemed to be protruding out of it or hanging over the front of it. His eyes had a wary and dour expression, as though saying to the newspaper that the newspaper might fool 500,000 people, but not him. He had once had a brother, Herbert Hollins, with a reputation throughout half the Midlands for hearty, tyrannical ruthlessness, and a will-power that rode down all obstacles, heaven, nature, and mankind. Herbert fell ill once of pneumonia, and said to his doctor, "I've got a directors' meeting at Birmingham to-morrow, and I'm going to it." "I forbid you to go out," said the doctor. "I'm going to that meeting," said Herbert, with terrible finality. "Very well, then," said the doctor quietly, "as you please, but if you go out, you'll die." Herbert laughed, convinced that he was above the common laws of cause and effect. He did go to the meeting, and he did die. Mr. Jack Hollins used to recount this story with grim gusto, as creditable to his brother's character. Herbert, a widower like himself, their wives had both failed to survive the ordeal of living with them, left Mr. Jack Hollins £500,000. Jack was very rich even before that. At first he had made a little money by hard work. Then he had made a great deal by a fluky investment in a company that owned cheap restaurants in various Midland towns. Thence onwards he was persuaded, and others were persuaded, that he had a genius for finance, and events certainly favored this notion of his. In proceeding upon the principle that money breeds money, he had one inflexible rule: never to sell out at a loss. If a stock went down, he held it obstinately, positive that since he held it, and was a financial genius, it must ultimately rise. Often it did rise, and Mr. Jack Hollins's self-satisfaction rose with it. Occasionally, however, the company would go bankrupt, and then Mr. Jack Hollins had a momentary vague suspicion that he might have done better to spend his money instead of trying to force it to breed. But he had a very serious and vexatious defect. Though he could make money, he knew not how to spend. He was always being half drowned under the flowing tide of wealth. He privately recognized the defect, admitting that he was a bungler in expenditure. The fact was that he had almost no imagination and very few desires. He had bought the house in Carlos Place by a whim, a caprice, an impulse. It was very cheap. He noticed that business was gradually invading the region, and he thought that one day the place could be turned into a private hotel or a block of offices, at much profit. Having bought it, he had to furnish it. He employed a big furnishing firm. The cost of things generally startled him, whose youth had passed in the narrowest commercial provincialism, but he would pretend not to be startled. When the furnishing firm had furnished 2 floors, he suddenly stopped them, not because the expense frightened him, but because he could not see the sense of furnishing 2 other floors which he could never use. He had a dim idea that Carlos Place demanded a butler, and he engaged one. As, however, he did not know how to treat butlers, he did not get value out of his fine specimen. He bought the finest cigars obtainable and smoked them, but improperly. He bought the finest wines possible, but he could not tell a Burgundy from a claret, or a champagne from a sparkling Moselle. He bought a magnificent motor car. To roll ruthlessly in it through the best streets pleased his vanity. But the car was, all the same, somewhat of a Frankenstein's monster to him. He enjoyed a moderate amount of solitary travel, and would make acquaintances in the saloons of steamships and in the smoking rooms of first-rate large hotels in fashionable health resorts. He had no friends, didn't need friends. He showed sagacity in not attempting election to a good club. He would have met with trouble in a good club. Not the most ruthless man can successfully contend against a whole club, but he sometimes walked along pell-mell enviously. The magnificent motor car with its chauffeur was below him, waiting at the curb. It had been waiting for 2 hours. He argued thus: "It's my car. I pay the chauffeur. I might want to go for a ride, and I might not. Why shouldn't the fellow wait?" The argument seemed to him unanswerable. He gazed critically at the car. Then he resumed the newspaper and read an account of the new clinic which Mr. Shelton Shelton had built and endowed and presented to West Ham. He knew that Mr. Shelton Shelton was the owner of the newspaper, and a very rich man, who by dint of creating free clinics all over London had become one of our leading philanthropists. A small and insignificant car, driven by a young man of military and aristocratic deportment, drove up to the door. An elegantly dressed young woman jumped out. The aristocrat chatted an instant with her, saluted her, and drove off again. "Who's your man, my lass?" Mr. Hollins gruffly greeted the girl when she entered the drawing-room. "Captain Coggleshall," said she, in a tranquil, low voice, with no trace of self-consciousness. "What brand of a captain?" "In the First Life Guards." Mr. Jack Hollins, anxious above everything not to show emotion, said nothing for a few moments. "Who is he, anyway?" "He's the eldest son of Sir Maurice Coggleshall, Baronet, 9th Baronet, I believe, or perhaps it's only 8th." Then Samuels, the butler, conveniently brought in tea, of which Minnie partook, but not her father. "Where did you meet him?" "At the thé dansant at Queen's Hall. I was with Sarah Albright. She knew him. He's interested in painting." "How long since?" "Oh, about 3 months ago." The conversation ended there. Minnie Hollins opened the lofty window, and with the earnest eye of an art student estimated the values of the surrounding architecture, foliage, pavements, and sky, and sought for possible subjects therein. She also responded sensitively to the delicate calm beauty of the afternoon. There was something in the softness of the clouds and in the faces of passers-by that touched her. She was a tall, well-made girl, with a figure whose excellences none would dispute, and a type of countenance which most women would call beautiful, and most men would not. Her gaze was patient and benevolent. Mr. Jack Hollins continued doggedly to read the paper, just as though he had been alone in the drawing-room. Mrs. Hollins had been dead 6 years. He had then been faced with the problem of looking after a girl, aged 17, and delivered from boarding school, without letting her be a nuisance to him. Having complete confidence in her because she was his daughter, he had solved the problem chiefly by ignoring it. A girl living in a big house in Carlos Place must be well dressed. He went further and said that she might be very well dressed. She had to dress herself, and he was satisfied with her efforts. Indeed, he was as proud of her appearance as he was of the appearance of his car. But he paid all the bills. She had no allowance, and not too much pocket money, considering her exalted position. Similarly, though she attended to certain branches of the housekeeping, Mr. Hollins was the sole authoritative housekeeper, paying all bills and giving nearly all orders. To Samuels, Minnie would begin, "Father says—" Mr. Hollins' deep sagacity told him that a girl must do something in order to keep her out of mischief, and the choice of what she did was not important. He saw no harm in her learning to paint, and so she was permitted to go to the Slade School. He saw no harm, either, in her creating a studio from an attic. He never entered the attic if she was there, but occasionally, when she was out, he would nose about. At the Slade she made friends, and the girls among them she would now and then ask to tea, but in the back room on the ground floor, and without her father. There was absolutely no other entertaining. With the same friends she would go to infrequent concerts and plays, and semi-public or club dances. Secure in the conviction that she was no fool, Mr. Hollins let her be, on the clear, hard understanding that she let him be. They went to church together about once a fortnight, and perhaps once a year he would take her with him on a voyage. He seldom questioned her. He never kissed her. One night, a fortnight after the conversation about Captain Coggleshall, Minnie said, "Captain Coggleshall wants to come and see you, father." "Who's he?" "Oh, you remember. I told you about him. He's in the First Life Guards." "Oh. Can he come to-morrow?" "He can come when he's a mind to, but whether I shall be in's another matter." "I'll write and ask him to come to-morrow afternoon." As she left the room, Mr. Hollins surreptitiously examined his girl for traces of emotional excitement, but he could find none. He looked up Sir Maurice Coggleshall, Bart., in Whitaker's Almanac. Yes, Sir Maurice duly existed. Captain Coggleshall came in the insignificant car the next afternoon, and was introduced to Mr. Jack Hollins by Minnie, who at once departed, leaving them together. "So this is a captain in the First Life Guards, and the eldest son of a 9th baronet," said Mr. Hollins to himself sardonically. If Mr. Hollins had not been very rich, he might have been nervous, but he was very rich, both in money and in his daughter. Captain Coggleshall corresponded quite satisfactorily with Mr. Hollins's notion of what a captain in the First Life Guards and the oldest son of a 9th baronet ought to be. He was handsome, muscular, slim, well-tailored, had an admirable natural demeanor, and was free from self-consciousness. He sat down with an ease that Mr. Hollins could not have emulated, and talked with facility and yet with proper restraint. Only his voice was rather quieter than Mr. Hollins would have expected. After a few exchanges, Captain Coggleshall announced that he wished to marry Minnie. He gave his age, which was 31, and his record and his expectations. He admitted that for the present he had nothing but his captain's pay, and what Sir Maurice allowed him, which was not much, because Sir Maurice was poor. "Oh!" ejaculated Mr. Hollins. "I should like to know, as soon as it is convenient to you to tell me," said Captain Coggleshall, "whether in principle you have any objection to the marriage, without adding anything about feeling himself to be quite unworthy of the peerless girl." "I don't say that I have, and I don't say that I haven't," Mr. Hollins answered, with brutal indifference. "But have you got enough to keep my daughter decently, or haven't you?" "Enough to keep us from starving, Mr. Hollins. But my father and I were hoping that you would do the usual thing and make a settlement." "You were you? Well, as you've mentioned your father, perhaps the old gentleman had better come and see me." He would not refer to the captain's parent as Sir Maurice. No, he would not. "My father lives in Northumberland," said Captain Coggleshall, with undiminished suavity. "And what if he does?" asked Mr. Hollins. "This business is worth a journey to London, isn't it? Or doesn't the old gentleman think so?" He spoke, as it were, menacingly. Captain Coggleshall replied that he would try to secure his father's presence in Carlo's Place. A few minutes later he took leave. Mr. Hollins rose and accompanied his guest as far as the door of the drawing-room, and then remembered that he ought to have rung the bell to warn Samuels to be in attendance. He called out "Samuels" loudly over the banisters of the great staircase, shook hands firmly with the suitor, and returned to his seat by the drawing-room window. He said not a word about the interview to Minnie, and she showed no curiosity. But naturally she had her private source of information. The next morning at breakfast he said, "So you'd leave me to fend for myself?" "Yes, father," said her father's daughter, with a quiet, unfathomable, benevolent smile. That ended the family conversation on the mighty subject. Money is wonderful. 2 days later Sir Maurice Coggleshall made a personal call upon Mr. Jack Hollins. Sir Maurice conceived that he was performing a really very astonishing act of condescension. but being a gentleman, or the ruins of one, he kept this conception absolutely to himself and to his son Marmion. Upon the arrival of Sir Maurice, it seemed to Samuels the butler that things were looking up a bit in Carlos Place. Visits from two obviously real gentlemen, one of them titled, and with an adorably curt, imperious, and curse-you-for-a-flunky manner, exhilarated Samuels, and he became a better butler for a time. The style in which he showed Sir Maurice to the drawing-room left little to be desired. Indeed, Sir Maurice asked himself how the deuce these upstart plutocrats contrived always to wipe up all the best butlers. Sir Maurice was a very different man from his son. At the wheel of a taxi he could easily have passed for an old London cabby who had taken to mechanical transport late in life. He was stout and thick-necked like Mr. Jack Hollins. He had white hair and luxuriant white eyebrows. He wore a black and white check suit, white spats, and a white tie. He moved quickly. His voice was enormous. "How d'ye do, Sir Maurice?" said Mr. Hollins, but do not imagine that he added, "Very good of you to come all this way to see me," for he did not. However, he recognized in Sir Maurice a fellow creature, and did for him what he had not dreamt of doing for his son. He ordered drinks and cigars. Sir Maurice puffed and blew and gulped and smacked, and talked loudly about railway trains, crop prospects, the prospects of revolution, and the folly of the nation. Then suddenly he said, "By the way, Mr. Hollins, I suppose we can settle our little affair in 2 words. My son wants to marry your daughter. I agree. I had the pleasure of meeting your daughter yesterday at Claridge's, and I can only repeat, I agree. I agree. If you do—" "Well, Sir Maurice, I'm like yourself. I'm not one for beating about the bush, and I can give you my answer in 2 words. I agree." "That's a great whiskey, Mr. Hollins, if you'll allow me to say so. What settlement do you intend to make on Miss Minnie? Roughly speaking, of course. I don't want to press for details. It's a matter for our lawyers." Mr. Hollins replied harshly in a voice as loud as Sir Maurice's own, "I'm not much for settlements." "But surely you'll make a settlement, my good sir. It's the usual thing." "It isn't the usual thing in my family. It may be in yours. But we're speaking of my daughter, and my daughter belongs to my family." "But surely, my good sir—" "As I say, I'm not one for beating about the bush, and if you'd like it straight, I shall make no settlement." At this moment these 2 stout, thick-headed, red-faced old men grew stouter and thicker-necked and more red-faced, and it appeared to be a nice question which of them would explode first. But simultaneously they both reflected and saved themselves by astounding efforts of self-control. Mr. Jack Hollins spoke again. "I'm not asking your son to marry my daughter. It's him and you as are asking me to let my daughter marry him. I'm not going to buy your son. It's the duty of a man to keep his wife, and if he can't do it, he'd better not marry. If your son is marrying my daughter for my money, he can't have either. If he isn't, let him prove it. That's how I look at it. If there's any hole in my argument, happen you'll tell me." A pause. Sir Maurice finished his whiskey. "I'll think it over," said he, dashed and irritated. "I'll think it over." "Nay," said Mr. Hollins, "you'll decide at once, before you leave this room. If you don't, I shall. My daughter's my daughter, and there isn't going to be any hesitation." Do you mean—" I mean all of it. We're talking business, and I mean all of it." "You know, Mr. Hollins, you've succeeded in putting me in a very awkward position. I don't want to disappoint Marmion, and yet I have a duty, a serious duty. I appreciate your straightforward methods. I'm all in favor of straightforwardness. Saves trouble in the end. Of course, of course." "Then you won't take my daughter as she is?" "No, Mr. Hollins, I don't say that. I must beg you not to put words into my mouth. I don't say that." "Then you'll take her as she is?" "I see no alternative, Mr. Hollins, and that's flat. I see no alternative but to accept your condition. May I help myself?" Sir Maurice poured out more whiskey. Mr. Jack Hollins became grimly happy. He had defeated the ancient Northumbrian family. Minnie would be Lady Coggleshall in due course, and he would hear the servants refer to her as her ladyship. His mood softened, as the mood of Napoleon would soften in intimacy after vast triumphs. "You needn't worry, Sir Maurice," said he. "My will's made and has been this long time. Minnie's the sole legatee, and she'll come into £50,000 a year when I kick the bucket, and I don't mind telling you now, as we've come to an understanding, that I shall give her £5,000 a year to do what she likes with. I'm a reasonable man." You are indeed, Mr. Hollins. Very generous of you." "But I can't be forced, and I can't be bullied." Thus the marriage of Minnie Hollins and Marmion Coggleshall, captain in the First Life Guards, and heir to an ancient baronetcy, duly came to pass. Mr. Jack Hollins behaved characteristically. First, he said to his daughter, "Look here, my lass, none of this fashionable wedding nonsense, or you won't have your father at your wedding." "Oh, father," answered Minnie softly, "I should hate it. So would Marmion. You needn't trouble about that. We'll have the marriage at the registry office, and I'll be married in my going-away dress." The plan was altered, and it was altered by her father, little by little. The old man couldn't get the idea of orange blossoms out of his head, nor the vision of his daughter in a white dress and veil. He had insisted at first that the wedding party should consist of the two persons chiefly concerned and two witnesses, himself and Sir Maurice. And to this he adhered strictly, because he was afraid that in the midst of a concourse he might make himself ridiculous. In all other respects, however, the wedding was fashionable. The wedding breakfast was of the highest sumptuousness, like the bridal dress. The ceremony took place at St. George's, Hanover Square, and red cloth was laid on the pavement for it, and the awning erected above the red cloth, and the usual crowd gathered, and was universally disappointed by the fewness of the party. After the register was signed, Minnie kissed her father, thus thoughtfully saving him the agony of making the first move to kiss her. The touch of her lips on his raspy cheek affected him rather disconcertingly. She was very mysterious to him in that moment, not like his familiar daughter, but like a woman strange, exquisite, and incomprehensible, and it seemed monstrous and barbaric that Captain Coggleshall should whisk away this delicate and sensitive creature into some withdrawn secrecy, and call her his own. Fortunately, the queer sensation lingered no more than a moment in Mr. Jack Hollins' soul. In another moment Mr. Jack Hollins was himself again. He presented to the pair a small house in Select Hill Street, together with £2,000 for furnishing, and he paid in advance the first half-yearly instalment of the promised £5,000 a year. In short, he behaved with an old-fashioned grandiosity, and his satisfaction in doing so was much enhanced by the certitude of his conviction that the Coggleshalls were as poor as church mice, and that if he chose he could eat up the Coggleshalls and Coggleshall High, their place, and all that was theirs, without having indigestion. The prospect of living alone in Carlos Place did not in the least affright him. 2. Still, he went away for 4 months, reaching Para, and then going a further 1,000 miles or so up the Amazon. He wrote no letters except business letters, so that Samuels was the only person to be advised of his return. On the morning after his arrival, he had the idea of strolling round to Hill Street, to see how his daughter had been getting along with the husband who was captain in the First Life Guards. The colour of the front door of the Coggleshall house annoyed him very much. It was a brilliant, uncompromising vermilion. As he had never wandered about Chelsea, this was the first vermilion front door in his experience. Not the colour itself, but the fantastic public silliness of the thing vexed him. He noticed, moreover, that the blinds and curtains of the house were a challenge to the conventions of British domesticity. A parlour-maid, dressed like no other parlour-maid within his memory, opened to him. "Mrs. Coggleshall in," said he, and stepped forward in the firm fashion of a broker's man who must not stand on ceremony in order to effect an entrance. He had a faint hope that the maid might reply, "Her ladyship is at home." But he was disappointed. Sir Maurice had not expired during his absence, and Minnie had not yet come into a title. He told the maid fiercely who he was, and she led him into a room which, like the front door, aroused his angry contempt. The door of it was black, and the door-case pale blue. The walls were not papered, but palely distempered. The scanty furniture was painted in strange tints, and there was not a bit of mahogany or oak anywhere. The fireplace was draped in slaty silk. The lower half of the walls was covered with paintings and drawings and prints, whose subjects were, in his opinion, either incomprehensible, or idiotic, or indecent, and most of which had the air of having been daubed by humorous children. He could better have withstood these tasteless jokes had they been respectably and stoutly framed in English gold, but very few of them were framed at all. The cushions, which abounded, seemed to have been borrowed from a pantomime. On the mantelpiece was a whole row of unprecedented dolls. Disorder was everywhere. Minnie came into the room, not hurrying, but moving rather more quickly than usual. There was a look on her face such as he had never seen there. She was Marmion's wife. All her physique had altered, and for the better. In fact, she would have been a magnificent spectacle but for the huge, ugly apron that she was wearing, which apron covered her from neck to ankle. "Well, father," she greeted him tranquilly, as if she had talked with him last on the previous evening, "how are you?" She shook hands, did not kiss. "We were both up in the studio, painting. Quaggy will be down in a minute." "Quaggy?" demanded Mr. Jack Hollins. "Who's he?" "Oh, it's what I call Marmion now. I made it up." He had left this girl sane. He had given this girl the house and $2,000 for furnishing it. Such furniture as he had described could not have cost more than about 15 shillings. He was also allowing this girl $5,000 a year. Then the husband appeared, in a brown velveteen coat and a necktie that might have been ripped off a cushion cover. He had decidedly put on weight, but did not seem to be in very good condition. The perfection of his social manner, however, was unimpaired. Ignoring Mr. Jack Hollins's irritated taciturnity, he talked at ease of the Amazon and the Booth line of steamers, and of similar matters suitable to the comprehension of a father-in-law. And as he talked, Minnie, with shining eyes, happy and absent-minded, stroked his velveteen shoulders at intervals in adoration. Oh, he was decidedly at peace with his world, was Marmion. "You must see the rest of the house, father," said Minnie. "Well, if you want to know," said Mr. Jack Hollins, after the agitating tour of inspection the double drawing-room had been turned into 2 studios, "well, if you want to know, I don't like it, and that's flat." "No," observed Marmion, with a benignant placidity, "we feared it might hurt your finer sensibilities." Jackanapes! The fellow was laughing at his father-in-law. Mr. Hollins was furious, but he controlled himself. He declined to stay to lunch, partly because of his general resentment, and partly because he detested the dining-table, which was ridiculously narrow and painted in a most offensive orange tint. Marmion very courteously regretted Mr. Hollins's inability to lunch. He passed his elegant hand across his forehead, and Minnie, exclaiming that Quaggy suffered too much from neuralgia, started on the disquieting subject of his health. Mr. Hollins had a lancinating qualm. "If he dies before the old baronet, my daughter will never be her ladyship." Then Minnie referred, apparently quite incidentally, to the fact that Quaggy had decided to resign his commission in the First Life Guards, so that he might have more leisure for painting. This was precisely the straw that broke the back of Mr. Jack Hollins's temper. The veins on his neck became manifest, and, as her father began to lay about him, Minnie was reminded of the terrible humiliations her mother had suffered in the past. She blushed for her father, but she left the situation for her husband to handle. Mr. Hollins both ramped and raved. He would have his way. His son-in-law was largely dependent upon him, and his son-in-law should not resign his commission. He didn't mind his son-in-law playing at art, but he would absolutely not permit him to be a professional painter. No, let him understand that once for all. Mr. Jack Hollins's daughter was not going to be the wife of a professional painter. If Marmion resigned his commission, he would then no doubt relinquish physical exercise entirely, and in all probability would die, and the title would lapse. A pretty thing! "What does your father say to this senseless scheme?" demanded Mr. Hollins. "Well, my father objects to it in much the same style as you do," answered Marmion blandly, and in his tone Mr. Hollins surmised an infuriating irony. "You never know how to take the fellow." "I should think he did object," Mr. Hollins cried. "Anybody would who wasn't a damned fool." At these words Marmion walked slowly to the window and looked out. "Anyhow," Mr. Hollins finished, "you let me hear from you to-morrow morning that you've changed your mind, or else—" "Yes?" said Marmion, turning his head. "Or else not another penny of my money will come into this house. You can bet your life on that. I've got my daughter's interest to think of." "Mr. Hollins," said Marmion, looking out into the street again, "forgive me for saying so, but it occurs to me that you are presuming a little on your position as my wife's father in this house. And I may add, it's not your commission I'm going to resign. It's my own." Mr. Hollins made the worst of his way out, and nobody accompanied him to the vermilion front door. 3. His state of mind can only be described as one of exasperated fury. The reasons for the fury were lost in the fury itself. Mr. Jack Hollins had ceased to be rational. Samuels had immediate cause to learn his master's condition. The next morning no letter came, either from Marmion or Minnie. Mr. Hollins had feared that there would be no letter, and yet he was amazed at the defiance. These two persons, who had absolutely no weapons, were nevertheless defying him. He could not understand it. The thing was scarcely conceivable. He had never been defied before. All the ruthlessness of the brother of the man who had defied nature herself and damned the consequences came into play. And Mr. Hollins had an original and brilliant idea. He called up Mr. Shelton Shelton, philanthropic giver of clinics, on the telephone. Mr. Shelton Shelton, being a very important person indeed, was not easy to get at, even on the telephone. But Mr. Hollins, perhaps by the help of the ruthlessness in his voice, got at him, and explaining that he desired an interview about a philanthropic scheme of magnitude, obtained an appointment for the next day. The appointment was confirmed by a secretary's letter. The next day, there being no sign of any sort from the house with the vermilion door, Mr. Hollins kept the appointment. He had to wait for nearly a quarter of an hour in the antechambers of Mr. Shelton Shelton, which annoyed him considerably. Mr. Shelton Shelton received Mr. Jack Hollins somewhat nonchalantly in a magnificently furnished private office. He was a short, thin man, with a shiny red complexion, an oily, insinuating voice, a short, pointed white beard, a frock coat, and the habit of joining his hands at the tips of his fingers. Mr. Jack Hollins thought he resembled a revivalist preacher or a money-lender's tout, much more than a renowned philanthropist, but he admitted at the first glance that Mr. Shelton Shelton must be an exceedingly clever and wary man. He was the least bit afraid lest the philanthropist might in some imagined way get the better of him. "Please do accept my apologies for keeping you waiting, my dear Mr. Hollins," began Mr. Shelton Shelton, his hand folding like a snake around the hand of Mr. Hollins. "I hope I needn't tell you that circumstances were too much for me. They often are, alas. Do sit down. I am delighted to meet a director of the Midlands Cooked Food Company, which has done so much to cater honestly for our impoverished middle classes," and so on. Mr. Hollins soon perceived that Mr. Shelton Shelton had learned a good deal about him, and after Mr. Hollins had mumbled something, Mr. Shelton Shelton went on again. I feel sure you'll understand if I ask you at this first interview to state your case as briefly as possible. My day has been deranged. I have an appointment with the Countess of Alcar in a quarter of an hour, and another with the first secretary of the American Embassy in an hour from now." "I can state my case in 5 minutes, not 15, Mr. Shelton," said Mr. Jack Hollins firmly. "I'm like yourself, a rich man." Mr. Shelton nodded approvingly. "I've got nothing to do with my money, no family except one daughter who's married and settled. I've no vices and few pleasures, and so I don't spend my money. I want to do something with it, something useful. I particularly don't want to leave it behind me." "Ah, very good, very good. I wish there were more rich men of your kidney, Mr. Hollins. You need advice, and you've come to me?" "Don't run along quite so fast," said Mr. Hollins in his soul to Mr. Shelton, and aloud, "It occurred to me that a gentleman of your experience might be able and willing to give me a few tips. A nod's as good as a wink to me, and I wouldn't care to bother you. I can paddle my own canoe, but any advice from somebody like yourself would be appreciated." "Pray don't apologize. Pray do not apologize. I am entirely at your service. I'm at the service of humanity. Everybody in England knows that. Unfortunately, there is no lack of charitable objects which you could devote yourself to. No lack. Personally, I do what I can, as possibly you may have heard. But it's so little, so little." At this point Mr. Hollins was startled to see tears in the eyes of Mr. Shelton. He thought at first that he must be mistaken, but when 2 drops rolled down the wrinkled red cheeks of Mr. Shelton, he knew that he was not mistaken. The tears inspired Mr. Hollins with disgust. He feared and detested Mr. Shelton, and he would have departed but for his resolve to pick Mr. Shelton's brain, if possible. He wanted to avoid making a public fool of himself as a philanthropist, and would neglect no precaution to that end. In such wise did these 2 determined benefactors hobnob together, without even a cigarette to help them. Mr. Shelton being a person of the most austere principles, for the welfare of the multitudinous bottom dog. "Before we go any further," said Mr. Shelton, "can you furnish me with any estimate of the sum which you have in mind to employ on your proposed scheme? The choice of the scheme would obviously be influenced by the sum at disposal." "500,000, to commence with," answered Mr. Hollins succinctly. Mr. Shelton glanced first at the clock and then at his watch. "You must let me think it over, Mr. Hollins," said he. "You must let me think it over. The sum is not inconsiderable, and may I say how deeply I admire your simplicity and your public spirit. I will think it over and write you in a few days." He rang a bell. By some magic means Mr. Hollins found himself expeditiously in the street, and the novel idea presented itself to him that he was not the only strong and ruthless man on the face of the earth. 4. Several days later, about 6 o'clock in the evening, Minnie called to see her father. Samuels, when he opened the door, raised his eyebrows, and gave the slightest lift to his head, as if to indicate that the tyrant was above and in a highly explosive condition. No butler could have been at once more discreet and more informative. Samuels looked at his former mistress and fellow slave, and admired her greatly. Yes, marriage had improved her, and made her a magnificent spectacle. "Good afternoon, father," she said in the drawing-room. The old gentleman was seated by the fire. "What do you want?" "I just looked in to see how you were getting on." "Has Marmion resigned his commission?" "Yes." Minnie sat down, taking off her gloves, and Mr. Hollins jumped up. "Ah, he has he?" Mr. Hollins cried raucously. He gazed at his daughter, rabid and puzzled. The blow had fallen. He was definitely and uncompromisingly defied. There had been no parleying, no attempting of any sort to placate him. He examined, as well as he could in his extreme excitement, Minnie's placid and already half maternal face. She and her husband were ready to sacrifice $5,000 a year, and perhaps also the relatively trifling sums received from Sir Maurice, in order to prove their independence of him. They were facing poverty, for themselves and their children, to that same end. It was incomprehensible. There must be something, there must be a good deal, of himself in that young woman, who he realized had always baffled him even when he had humiliated and tortured her, and forced her to obey him. In her own way she must be as ruthless as he was. Ah, but he would be ruthless. He would be ruthless as never before. He simply could not bear being defied. The trouble was not now that Marmion had resigned his commission. It was that Marmion and Minnie had defied him. "You wait," he said, with terrible, contained bitterness, and hastened to his bedroom, drawing a bunch of keys from his pocket as he went. His safe was in the bedroom. He returned with his will. It was not a very long document. He opened it and beat it out with his open palm. "You see that?" he said. "That meant $50,000 a year to you. It will mean nothing in a minute, because I'm going to burn it. I'm going to give away most of what I have while I'm alive, and what's left will go to charity by a new will." He kept on slapping the page and crying, "Look at it! Read it! Look at it!" Just then Samuels came in with a letter that had arrived by the 6 o'clock delivery. Recognizing the envelope, Mr. Jack Hollins snatched at it, dropping the will. The letter was, as he surmised, from Mr. Shelton Shelton. He was intending to show it to Minnie as a further proof of his plans. But it was as follows: "My dear Mr. Hollins, advertising to our very interesting and agreeable interview, I cannot tell you how profoundly I appreciate your desire to give me so large a sum as £500,000 to help forward my philanthropic schemes. It is a mark of confidence such as even I have seldom received, and encourages me to continue energetically in my life's work. If you will call to-morrow at about 4, I will explain to you in some detail how I propose to employ your munificent donation, and perhaps at the same time you will indicate what arrangements you are making for the transfer of the necessary stocks or other securities. Believe me, my dear Mr. Hollins, very cordially yours, I. Shelton Shelton." The recipient of the letter gasped, tried to speak, and could not, stamped his feet violently, crunched the letter into a ball, and threw it into the fire, and the envelope after it. The sight of his speechless rage was appalling, so much so that Minnie lost her calm and exclaimed in protest, "Father!" She had never seen anything like it. The old man's face, violently twitching, seemed to puff up. The veins of his neck, overcharged with blood at terrific pressure, stood out like raised seams. His breathing was stertorous, his eyes rolled. The continued violent efforts to relieve his emotion by articulation racked his obese frame, producing such exhaustion that he fell at last into the easy-chair, and his head sank to one side against the flap. Minnie knelt down to him and perceived that he had been drinking whiskey. She rang the bell, and then, as there was no immediate answer, ran out onto the landing. "Samuels! Samuels! Father is taken ill. I think he's had an apoplectic stroke. Telephone for the doctor." Her voice seemed to resound through the house, and she heard responsive feet hurrying and noises from the basement. When she returned to him, Mr. Hollins's forehead had gone white, and his hands were blue. She tried to straighten the twisted right leg. It was as heavy as lead. He was unconscious, and he was paralyzed. Half an hour later, and a few seconds after the doctor entered, Mr. Hollins died. The enormous impudence and vanity of the great philanthropist had killed him. Not for another hour did Marmion arrive. Mr. Hollins was then stretched on his bed, decently and in order. The lights had been extinguished in the big drawing-room. "Quaggy," murmured Minnie, and burst into tears. There was no sobbing, and the tears passed like a brief summer shower. But Marmion had never seen her cry before, and nobody in the house had seen her cry before. He held her gently. She was stricken with grief for the terrible old man, beaten, as it were, at the post of destiny. But for the chance coming of a letter at a certain moment, he might have laid waste her whole life. Yet the foolish creature, ordinarily so wise, could feel acutely the pathos of the dramatic defeat of Mr. Hollins's demoniacal ruthlessness. It was tragic that he could not win. She wondered what the burnt letter could have contained. "All this is very dangerous for you, my dear," said her husband. "Come away." She controlled herself. "What's that paper you've got?" she asked murmuringly. "It's the will." She turned in obedience from the bed, realizing the wisdom of her husband's advice. The thought of the vast responsibility of great riches and of her future rôle as a mother solemnized her, and she leaned softly on Marmion. He closed the door on the poor remains of the formidable and ineffectual Juggernaut. "Poor old chap," muttered Marmion, for he could admire the heroic even in savagery, and he was one of those simple ones who remember that we are all Heaven's creatures. End of Story 5. Story 6 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 6, 9 o'clock tomorrow. 1. James Devereux descended from his car at the entrance to the club. The same adjective applied to himself as to the car. He was perfectly appointed. A dark and handsome Jew, with riches increasing every month, he had the face of a kind, capable, clear-thinking, orderly, masterful, and successful man. In the Jewish community he was much respected for strict orthodoxy, broad generosity, and artistic taste. His pride of race was intense. Charitable in estimating mankind, he accepted only one type of individual from his benevolence. He had nothing but scorn, a scorn fierce, cold, and taciturn, for the renegade Jew. 9:45, he said to the chauffeur. He said it with a friendly, reliant smile, as one human being to another. But in the firm features and gaze there was somehow the warning implication that he did not mean 9:46. He crossed the pavement of Pall Mall, walked up the noble and massive steps of the club, glanced at the encaged hall porter, who by a sign indicated that there were no letters for him, hung his hat in the cloakroom on peg number 58, mnemonics 5/8 are 40, his age, passed into the lavatory to wash, and then through the great, dim, tessellated and pillared hall to the coffee-room, as the restaurant of the club was still called. The long apartment, severe, beautiful, magnificent, disfigured only by bad portraits of statesmen, had just been lighted for the evening. It had tables for 150, and at lunch nearly every chair was occupied. But now there were fewer diners than stewards, cashiers, waiters, waitresses, and page-girls. Devereux, with an inquiring eye, sought among the infrequent guests for an acquaintance whose company might attract him, and found none, sat down solitary at a table for 4, and ordered some food and half a bottle of champagne from an old congenial steward, who devolved part of the command to a pale and high-heeled waitress. "Rather dark here, courser. I shan't be able to see my plate for my shadow," said Devereux cheerfully. "Yes, sir," the old steward replied, and his manner showed that he had the deep sentiment of Pall Mall in his bones. "They have talked of putting in extra chandeliers, but it seems it wouldn't suit the architecture." "We must resign ourselves, I suppose. You might bring me the Westminster Gazette, will you?" "Certainly, sir." Courser went off to get the wine and the paper. When the waitress arrived with the soup, Devereux slyly examined the face, which he could not recall. It was a sad, pretty face, blonde and brainless, with a foolish little mouth. He thought, "Why is she here with her high heels? No tips, nothing. She ought to be in the front row of a theatre chorus." For a moment he imaginatively conceived her as a living creature with desires and sorrows. The whole room was as melancholy as the girl's face. What a contrast with the same room in the lunch hour, when friends and acquaintances and enemies sat close together in amiable and playful conversations, teasing one another, firing off scandal, innuendos, indictments, satire, sarcasm, all in utmost good humour. You could say anything then, simply anything, provided you used the right club tone. The lunch hour was the apogee of the club's day. To lunch at the club was the proper thing, far better and more amusing than to lunch anywhere else. But the diners, chiefly old, dull, and preoccupied, had the air of dining at the club because they could dine nowhere else, an air neglected, desolate, and gloomy. They did not, in fact, dine, they solemnly nourished themselves, and the attendants, prisoners of the club, seemed to partake of the desolation of the diners, as was indeed correct behavior on their part, for it was their business to reflect the club's mood as it changed from morn to eve. Deborah lodged the Westminster Gazette in front of the cruet, but to read it was too much trouble. He preferred to savor the vast despondency of the room. Not that he shared it. No, his own cheerfulness quite uninfected, he merely commiserated the diners, and with benign urbanity disdained them. Nor did he object to dining alone. Being a man of very varied interests, sentimental and otherwise, he was accustomed to evenings over full, and occasional solitude made a piquant change for him. Raphael Field, R.A., came vaguely in, a tall, stout, stooping, slouching old man with white hair and a boyish look on his rather rugged, red, carelessly shaven face, and pale hands whose joints were much enlarged. He wore shabby but well-cut tweeds, clumsy black boots, a low collar, and a little black tie of the last insignificance. Raphael Field's career had been a series of triumphs, not the least of which was the triumph over his fond father, an excessively bad mid-Victorian painter, who had baptized his offspring with that absurd Christian name, and insisted that he must and would be a great artist. That anyone so handicapped should, especially after having commenced as an author, become the most distinguished and successful painter of his epoch, redeeming his Christian name from its absurdity, and reluctantly joining the Academy late in life in order to oblige the Academy and to give lustre to that poor old body, this was miraculously against all the chances and an astounding demonstration of the man's native force. Raphael Field would have been a first-rate lion at any West End party, and the chief lion at most. But in the club, which was a club of celebrities, rich men, high officials, expensive professionals, prominent statesmen, he was just an individual like the rest of the members. Indeed, he had a naive, semi-apologetic demeanor, as though acknowledging that the renown of a painter, however wealthy and successful, could not truly be as authentic and imposing as that of a millionaire, a specialist doctor, a gladiator of the bar, or a transient cabinet minister. He was wandering at large, rather like an ox on a high road, past Deborah's table, when Deborah stopped him. "Good evening, Mr. Field," said Deborah, with his well-known bright smile, and the respect due to genius and to a man not far off 30 years older than himself. The sound of his name seemed to recall Raphael Field from another world. He marshalled his strayed faculties in the manner of the old, and stooped hugely over Deborah and the table. "Ah, Mr. Deborah!" His faint answering smile showed the ruined, irregular teeth. "Have you forgiven me for outbidding you for that Queen Anne table at Christie's?" Raphael Field suddenly beamed. "Ah," he said in his rich, deep voice, the voice of a strong, vital energy that was not yet quite spent. "Ah, you city men always get what you want. We others are content with your leavings. Now, Mr. Field, Deborah protested banteringly. "That's irony. It's common knowledge you've got one of the finest collections in London. And do you know, I've been ashamed of myself ever since last Thursday. I'll be delighted to send you round that table at the price of your last bid. I was carried away with your experience as a collector, you must know the feeling, and I forgot myself. Otherwise I shouldn't have dreamed of bidding against you. Let me send you the table. I should feel privileged." "But this is exceedingly generous of you," said Field, simply and sincerely. "I don't know that I shouldn't take you at your word. I'm an awful brigand, only that yesterday I happened to pick up an even more interesting table than the one you carried off under my guns. Pop guns, shall we say." "I'm so glad." Deborah put genuine relief into his tone. "You've lifted a weight off my conscience. I expect you're dining with someone, or I'd ask you to sit here." "May I?" murmured the eternal boy. Deborah quickly cast the Westminster Gazette onto the floor. "I shall be honored," he said earnestly. And he meant it. Geniuses are rare. He had only a slight acquaintance with Raphael Field, and was eager enough to strengthen it. After all, his own title to distinction was slender. True, he had a house in Cavendish Square, and there were 10 gardeners on his place in Oxfordshire, and he enjoyed great consideration in the city, and in restaurants, and in auction rooms, and he knew a thing or two about all the arts, which is more than could be said of most artists. But Field was the unique Raphael Field. Field would receive an obituary notice of at least 2 columns in the Times, yea, and in the New York and Chicago papers also, and his biography, when it came to be written, would run to a couple of volumes and perhaps 800 pages. They talked about the menu. Field examined the card as though it were a cuneiform inscription, and yet he seemed to know all about it. Deborah soon saw, however, that the old gentleman was incapable of composing a meal artistically, and he thought how strange and pitiful it was that a man should know brilliant triumph and go down to the grave without having acquired the skill to compose a meal artistically. Deborah had the respect of all the chief head waiters in London. He was gathering courage to say, "May I suggest?" when the competent and soothing Courser came to Field's assistance. Evidently Courser knew Field's weaknesses. After a colloquy with Courser, Field blew out breath. "That's done," he said, eased. And then he said, "This room's very dull and dark at night, don't you think?" "I agree," Deborah responded with a grimmish smile. "I usually lunch here. It's quite different then. I'm surprised to find it is so empty. It's nearly as empty as the library. By the way, Mr. Field, what are your views about the suggestion for turning the library into the smoking room and vice versa? The present smoking room's uncomfortably small. The library's twice as big, and is only used as a dormitory." "I did hear something about the suggestion," Field replied with slow negligence, "but I don't know that I care for all these changes. I remember this club for 30 years. I remember it when you could get a meal and a tankard of ale for a shilling, or was it 1 and 2pence? I don't find many changes for the better." "I dare say you're right," Deborah concurred deferentially. "We mustn't forget the claims of tradition in a place like this." But he was thinking sadly, "Here is one of that tribe of obstinate old mummies who keep all good clubs a quarter of a century behind the times." "Do you dine here often?" he asked in a diplomatic tone that dismissed the delicate subject. "Every night, nearly," said Field. "Really? I'm never here at night myself. Mr. Field, if it won't bore you, I wish you'd tell me something about picture prices. I'm very ignorant. I've often wanted to pick your brains, but I never hoped to get the chance." And he skillfully led the old man into the enchanting domain of prices, especially the history of the prices of Field's own early pictures. And he made Field feel glorious, and, so doing, realized with elation that he was once more casting the spell of his personal charm over a fellow creature. Nevertheless, while he listened interested and talked interestedly, he was saying in his heart, "If I hadn't asked the old fellow to sit here, he'd have been dining by himself. And he dines here every night, generally by himself, I bet. What a life! What's the use of being a genius and successful and famous if you're driven to eat in this catacomb every night? Why doesn't he accept invitations? Must have lots. Simply doesn't want to, I suppose." He grew very sad in secret. The evening despondency of the big room had at last infected him. He was filled with painful compassion for the distinguished celebrity, Raphael Field. More, he was filled with compassion for the whole human race, of which so few members had any sound comprehension of the great art of life as he understood it. Just then he detected the waitress delivering a comic, naughty grimace to the impassible courser. This shocking and delightful phenomenon modified his mood of pity for all mankind. He hated waste. At the end of the dinner, Raphael sighed and announced that he was going home. "I'm going too," said Deborah on a sudden impulse. "Which way do you go? Cavendish Square? I'm on your route, then." "If I might walk with you," Deborah suggested respectfully. "I walk so damned slowly." "Oh, I'm not a runner myself." Field's eyes gleamed. The friendship was growing. Field said deliberately, "Would you care to look in at my place? I'd show you some bits of Queen Anne." "Mr. Field, you're too kind. It's an unexpected pleasure, and I jump at it," said Deborah with eagerness. A renewed realization of the fact that he possessed a most singular power of captivating people began to mingle with an exciting sense of anticipation. He had an earnest desire to probe more deeply into Field's existence, and he was about to gratify it. Perhaps it was a morbid desire, but there it was, and he was an amateur of human nature. As they left the club, he murmured discreetly to the hall porter, "When my car comes, just tell the chauffeur I shan't want him any more tonight, will you? Thanks." 2. Raphael Field wore a curious short cape thrown lightly on his shoulders in the cool summer evening. This cape, flowing out under his rather long, dishevelled white hair, added to the pathos of his appearance as he anxiously undertook the feat of threading himself between the taxicabs in the dark dusk of Pall Mall. Deborah thought with pain, and if I were not with him, the old gentleman would be crossing Pall Mall alone. When they reached Orange Square, the whole of which had been built at the end of the 17th century, Field drew out a bunch of keys and turned into a side street. Although his address was Orange Square, his front door was in the side street. He spent half a minute in selecting his latchkey, and another half-minute in getting the door open. Then he stumbled up 2 steps, and, groaning slightly, switched on the electric light on the staircase, and Deborah had a glimpse of pictures rising in slopes above him. They were obviously fine pictures, but the stair carpet lacked distinction. "We'll take the lift," said Raphael Field, banging the front door. "It's my exclusive property, but I never use it at night for fear it would jam halfway, and I shouldn't be able to make my people hear. However, as you're with me, it never does jam, you know, but it might." He laughed uneasily. They took the lift, which Field manipulated. It barely held the 2 of them. When they emerged from it in safety, Field seemed surprised, and Deborah had a feeling of relief. "Shall we go into the studio?" But when Field pulled the switch down, no light resulted in the studio. "That fuse must have gone again," said he. "Let's try the drawing-room." In the drawing-room he rang the bell. Deborah heard the sound of it in the distance above. No answer. Grunted Field, and rang again. No answer. Grunted Field, and went out to the corridor and called, "Higginbotham." No answer. He returned to the drawing-room. "In bed and asleep, I suppose," he said. "I keep a man and his wife here, but I suppose one can't expect servants to work more than 14 hours a day, 7 days a week." He laughed uneasily once more. "Oh, here are the drinks. He's put them in the other corner tonight." "You've lived here for about 40 years, haven't you, Mr. Field?" said Deborah. "At least, so it's generally understood. How central you are," he added flatteringly, "equidistant from Regent Street, Bond Street, Piccadilly, and Oxford Street. It puts Cavendish Square quite in the suburbs." "Oh, no, no," answered Field. "Funny how that story got about of my living here for 40 years. It's true I first had the place 40 years ago, but I gave it up after 7 or 8 years. I had the whole house then. There were no business houses in Orange Square then. Now nearly every house is wholly or partly let for business purposes. The 2 floors under us are occupied by a very fashionable dressmaker. She is a limited company, and she has the main entrance and the main staircase. I use now what used to be the servants' entrance and staircase in my time. Yes, I gave up the place, couldn't stand it somehow. When I came back to England after living in Paris about 10 years ago, I heard that the upper floors were to let, and so I took them. Thought I might as well. As you say, it's very central. What'll you have?" "A little soda water, if I may. Can't keep my eyes off your pictures, Mr. Field. You'll excuse me if I look around." "Do, my dear fellow, do. Most of 'em are given to me by the painters. I've got some furniture here, as you see, but very little. The fact is, most of my furniture's stored in Paris. I couldn't be bothered to bring it over." They examined a magnificent picture by Cézanne together. "It's one of the 3 or 4 very finest I've seen," said Deborah earnestly. Instead of replying, Raphael Field opened a little drawer and pulled out a duster and delicately dusted the frame. "I keep my own private duster in every room," said he, with his uneasy laugh. They passed from room to empty room, all the walls lined with pictures. Field, in a rather childish way, returned to the studio door and tried the ineffectual switch again, and Deborah vaguely made out a large, bare interior, with the statue of a woman that in the gloom resembled a living woman so startlingly as to cause his flesh to creep for an instant. "Do you paint every day?" "Most days. Some days I can't be bothered, and I just sit about or go to the National Gallery." Field displayed the whole floor, even to the bathroom. "Fairly spacious, considering its situation, isn't it?" "It is indeed." Deborah had offered appropriate remarks in front of the principal pictures, but in fact he was not thinking about the pictures at all. The existence of Raphael Field preoccupied him and desolated him. He saw the old man in his queer cape walking home solitary every night from his solitary dinner, and fumbling with his bunch of keys, and fumbling at the keyhole, and puffing up the stairs, the servants' stairs, on his antique legs because he was afraid of the lift, and ringing vainly for servants, and sitting silent and lonely, now in this room, now in that, and probably fumbling with the old-fashioned geyser in the bathroom with the linoleum floor, and finally undressing alone and getting into bed and lying awake alone. But the most heartrending thing of all was the private duster kept in every room to remedy the negligence of servants. Deborah was waited on hand and foot by servants in Cavendish Square. If Deborah came home at 3 a.m. and rang a bell that was unanswered, he would have thought the day of judgment was at hand. As for switches that wouldn't work, as for geysers, as for linoleum in a bathroom, as for private dusters hidden in drawers, his imagination simply refused to conceive the phenomena in connection with his own existence. Of course, the pictures were superb, far finer than Deborah's. The sale of them would be a notable event after Field's death. But they were chiefly gifts. Field had not bought them, and Deborah somehow could not attach a genuine value to that which had not cost money. The furniture was first-rate. There were several museum pieces, but the quantity of it was disappointing. What in the name of common sense and efficiency was the point of keeping beautiful furniture stored away in Paris? The flat was large, but it was only large for a flat. Deborah's house in Cavendish Square would hold 3 of it. His place in Oxfordshire would hold 6 of it. And the flat was not clean. The one indisputable quality it possessed was an impeccable tidiness. Here was Raphael Field, world-renowned, his name familiar and sacred to the lips of every connoisseur throughout Christendom. What had he got out of life? The pathos of him was tragic, shattering. They wandered back through the emptiness of the flat, with the mystery of the servants' rooms above them, and the mystery of the dressmakers' ateliers below them, to the drawing-room. "Oh, here's that Queen Anne table I was telling you of," said the old man. "Pretty good, isn't it?" "Very interesting, very interesting," said Deborah responsively, after he had inspected the piece with polite thoroughness. But he did not really think that it was very interesting. It was, indeed, indisputably second-rate, and he wondered that the old man should have been deceived by it. Still, he went on praising it quite convincingly, for he could never resist the temptation to be agreeable. "Curious thing," said Field, "very curious thing. I picked that up in Mortimer Street on Monday, for less than I gave for it in the 1880s. "Then it belonged to you before?" Deborah's tone was positively eager. "It did, and there's a very curious incident connected with it." "May I hear it? Or is it a secret?" "It would bore you." "Mr. Field, Mr. Field!" Deborah's dark eyes glinted a discreet flattery. "It used to be a secret, but the thing happened so long ago it needn't be a secret any more. I wrote it all down at the time. Did you know I once had literary ambitions?" "Ambitions, Mr. Field? Did I know? I have all your 3 books in my library." The old man flushed with satisfaction, and his face was more boyish, more naïve than ever. "Like me to read it to you?" "I shall insist, Mr. Field." Slowly and clumsily the old man produced his keys, unlocked a bookcase, adjusted his eyeglasses anew, and chose a calf-bound book from the shelves. "The first volume of a journal that I used to keep for practice," said he, and sat down under a light and turned pages backwards and forwards, breathing rather heavily. "Here it is. I was looking at it on Monday night. It's very jejune, I'm afraid. Perhaps I ought to explain." "No, let's let it explain itself. I'll only say that at the time I wrote it, I had almost given up my literary ambitions." This is what he read in his rich, deep voice. 3. Friday morning I was in my beautiful new old house all by myself, just finishing my packing, ready to go away for the week-end to Harry's. There was a terrible state of dirt and mess, because the workmen weren't finally leaving until next day. The front door bell rang. At first I thought I'd let it ring, but it rang several times. The ringing of the bell made the house seem very large and empty, and me very lonely in it. My charwoman had gone. I wouldn't let her stay in the house after me. At last I went downstairs. The front door was locked and the key was gone. The workmen had taken it away by arrangement. I was supposed to be using the servants' entrance. So I had to go out into the street by the side door and round the corner to the front door. A girl was standing in the portico. She was dressed in black. I had made a movement as if to raise my hat before I remembered that I wasn't wearing a hat. I asked her what she wanted, and she said she wanted to see Mr. Raphael Field. Then she said, "You're Mr. Field, aren't you?" I explained how I was situated, and brought her round to the side entrance and upstairs to the second floor, nothing else being even half habitable, no carpets down naturally. "It was to this room I brought her," Field interjected. There were 2 kitchen chairs, my easel, dais, and so on, a floor sweeper, and the Queen Anne table I'd found a fortnight ago. That was all, except some planks and trestles that the workmen hadn't removed. She was extremely nervous, and I was rather nervous too. She said she wanted me to paint her portrait at once. She was leaving England the next day. Just a sketch portrait. She had come to me because I had painted a portrait of a friend of hers, and she wanted the portrait of herself to give to the mother of that friend. What friend? She preferred not to say, and hoped I would excuse her. I told her that I was just going out of London, should be gone in half an hour, had a train to catch. But some other day I'd be delighted. She didn't speak, and I perceived she couldn't speak. The tears were falling from her eyes. I was considerably upset. In fact, I had the most extraordinary sensations. There I was alone in the big house with her. I felt very sad and depressed. I'm a successful man, but I wondered whether I could afford the big house and the servants I'd engaged, and pay the rent and everything. I felt very solitary in the world. It was very curious how I felt. All at once, and without quite intending to do so, I told her I'd go out and send a telegram to say that I couldn't leave London until to-morrow, and I'd do her a sketch portrait immediately. She did not protest. No, she just looked at me quietly crying. It was a rather wild thing for me to do, and I shouldn't have done it, only she was a most beautiful young girl, with very fair hair, and dressed in half-mourning, which suited her. I knew nothing whatever about her except that she was a most beautiful young girl with fair hair. I had very little desire to know anything else about her. I ran off. I was kept a long time at the Regent Street post office telegraphing to Harry. When I returned, she was sweeping the floor. Indeed, she'd practically swept it. Her bonnet was hung on the back of a chair. I was thrilled, couldn't utter a word. I had a prickly feeling all over my skin. She smiled. I told her I'd paint her in her bonnet, and I put a chair on the dais and asked her to take a pose. While I was fixing the easel and arranging my palette, she looked silently out of the window. Suddenly she said, "How much will the portrait be?" I said that didn't matter, and we'd talk about that afterwards. The things one does usually say. But she insisted that the price must be fixed before I began. So I told her to fix it. She said she could pay £50. I agreed. If she'd said 5, I should have agreed. She took the money in notes out of her purse. She said, "You don't know anything about me, and I prefer to pay in advance." I objected. The argument ended by her leaving the dais and placing the notes on the mantelpiece. After I'd been painting about 3/4 of an hour, I decided that the portrait should be more than a sketch, and that I should paint all day. But between 12 and 1 I began to feel terribly hungry. I never felt so hungry before. I suggested to her that we should go out and have lunch at Very's. She told me to go, but she declined to go herself. She said she wasn't hungry and couldn't eat. Then I said that I wasn't hungry and that I wouldn't go either. I said I'd see whether there was any leavings in the kitchen. I went upstairs to the kitchen. The fire in the range wasn't quite out. The charwoman's apron hung on the knob of a cupboard door. I searched about and discovered 3 eggs and then half a loaf. I was startled by a noise behind me. It was she. She said, "If there's anything, let me cook it for you." I pointed to what I'd found. She put on the charwoman's apron, made up the fire, looked into all the cupboards, found some tea, washed a saucepan. Her movements were simply exquisite. I think that these were the most marvellous moments I had ever lived. She was young and extremely beautiful, with fair hair. She was an absolute mystery. I thought what a fool I should have been if I hadn't sent the telegram to Harry. It made me almost sick to think what I should have missed if I hadn't stayed. When the meal was ready, she put everything on a tray, and I carried the tray downstairs, and we had lunch opposite to each other at the Queen Anne table. "This table," Field interjected, pointing. A kind of intimacy developed, but we only talked about painting. She evidently knew something about painting. She didn't really know, but she had that charming superficial knowledge that women acquire of things. She must have had acquaintances among painters. I had been working about an hour after lunch when the light failed very quickly. It was impossible to continue. We heard thunder. Then came a proper heavy thunderstorm. The darkness was such that we could plainly see the lightning. She turned pale. The regular traffic of the square ceased. Only occasionally a horse trotted by. We looked out of the window. The rain rebounded from the pavements, which were deserted. A few people were sheltering in porticos. Charles James Fox, in his tight coat of granite, glittered with wet, and the beautiful, mysterious young girl with fair hair and eye were safely under cover in the big, empty, unfurnished house. We thought the rain would cease, but it didn't. It settled into an obstinate downpour. There was no hope of continuing the portrait. The church clock boomed. I moved the easel to the window so that we could examine it. She was enraptured with it. I also was satisfied. But it was far from finished. She said, "I can come again tomorrow." I reminded her that she was leaving England tomorrow. She said, "Yes, but only in the afternoon. Supposing I came very early?" Thus we arranged for a final sitting. Then the rain ceased. Dusk, however, had now begun to fall. When we looked back from the window into the room, shadows were gathering in the corners. She put on her mantle and her gloves, and picked up her reticule. She would go. She would not let me find a four-wheeler for her. She said she must take an omnibus. I followed her down the stairs. On the first-floor landing she stopped, and I stopped. She said, "Mr. Field, you've been very, very good to me, and I've not thanked you at all. You haven't even asked anything about me. It's only right that you should know my name." She opened her reticule, and then she melted into tears. She was so extremely beautiful, and so benign, and so movingly sad, and so seductive, and so enigmatic, and I was so close to her, that I kissed her. She did not resent the kiss, but she gave a little sob. Her mouth was wet and cool. My feelings could not be described. A piece of paper was pushed into my hand. She murmured, 9 o'clock tomorrow. She ran down the remaining stairs. The door banged. 4. The old man's rich voice ceased. He shut the book and turned to replace it in the bookcase. With his back to Deborah, he said in a self-conscious, excusing tone, "I was under 30 then." "And what happened next?" Deborah cautiously asked. "Nothing." "Nothing?" "Nothing. She never came. The first hours of the following day were the most joyously exciting I ever spent, but she never came. The last hours of the day were the most terrible I ever spent." Raphael Field gave one of his short, nervous laughs. "But you had her address." "I couldn't find the paper. Neither that night nor the next day. Looked everywhere. Thought I'd stuffed it into my pocket. Cut open the lining of my jacket. Couldn't find it. Only a very small paper. Never did find it." "But hadn't you even looked at the paper?" "No. You see, at first I just sat down and thought about her. I didn't worry about her name at first." "And you never had the least idea who she was?" Field hesitated before replying. "You remember the Ollinson case?" "No." "You wouldn't, before your time. Ollinson was a painter. Pretty good in his day. I painted his portrait. He killed himself in his studio in Chelsea. That would be in the autumn of 1879, about. He was always queer, and usually mixed up with women. There was a rumor that he was violently in love. He was violent in everything, but this was said to be more violent than usual, and the girl wouldn't look at him. Well, it occurred to me that the girl who came to me that night might be the girl who wouldn't look at Ollinson." "I see," Deborah said. "She said you'd painted a portrait of a friend of hers, and she wanted her own portrait for his mother. Perhaps the mother had a sort of morbid interest in the girl that her son had killed himself for." "Just so. The mother and she might have been friendly, sorrow drawing them together and so on. Because naturally Ollinson's suicide must have upset the young woman tremendously. Perhaps it was on account of the suicide that she was leaving England. Who knows? All mere supposition, of course. I tried to get hold of Ollinson's mother. She'd died. I tried everything. I got on the traces of about 19 girls that Ollinson was supposed to have been interested in, but mine didn't happen to be among them. And I can tell you that none of the others was the least bit like her either." A silence. "Why didn't she come back the next day?" Deborah said, half to himself. God knows. Perhaps afraid, perhaps she had a sense of duty elsewhere. She may have been run over. People are run over every day. If she's alive now, she's over 60. She's just a ruin of the girl I knew. She may be a grandmother. It's 40 years ago. A long time." Another silence. "I think you've never married, Mr. Field," said Deborah, lapsing slightly from good taste. Deborah had his moments of crudity. "No. It's so long ago, I suppose it seems to you as if it had happened to somebody else and not to you." "Nothing of the kind," Field answered with strange curtness. "It happened to me." Soon afterwards Deborah rose to depart. "We may as well walk down," said Field, as he switched on the staircase lights. Deborah followed slowly, glancing at the pictures on the staircase walls, which Field had not as yet shown to him. "This is it," said Field, halting on the first-floor landing. There hung the unfinished portrait. Deborah examined it intently. A work youthful but masterly. Yes, a lovely creature in the demoded frock and funny bonnet. Tantalizing, mysterious, virginal, voluptuous, acquiescent. The wet mouth. Worth no doubt a couple of £1,000 at Christie's. "I hung it there," said Field, "because it was just there she stopped and told me I'd been very good to her. There was no carpet on the stairs." Outside Deborah stood and looked at the beautiful silhouetted Corinthian façade of the famous church rising from the silence of the square hugely against a soft sky, and he heard Raphael Field shooting the bolts within. To-morrow night the decrepit old fellow with his dignified smile, half boyish and half senile, would no doubt be dining forlornly alone once more at the club. What a life! What a career! What a memory! The decrepit old fellow had created masterpieces, and he had lived. Deborah, walking thoughtfully in the direction of his immense and perfectly appointed home, reflected that though he, Deborah, had got much in this world, he had not got quite everything. He was a little disturbed in his complacency to find himself envying Raphael Field. End of Story 6. Story 7 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 7, The Yacht. 1. When Mrs. Alice Thorpe, with her black Pomeranian, arrived at the yard from the railway station, she at once picked out a small motor launch among the boats that were bobbing about the steps, and said, "Is this Mr. Thorpe's?" "Yes'm," said the sailor in charge of the launch. She signaled to a lad who lingered in the rear with her valise perched on his head. The valise was dropped into the forward part of the launch. Mrs. Thorpe gave the boy sixpence, and placed herself and dog neatly in the stern sheets. The engine suddenly began to fire and throb with great velocity and noise, and the launch threaded out from the concourse of craft into the middle of the creek, leaving a wake of boiling foam. There had been no delay, no misunderstanding, no bungling, no slip. The telegraphic arrangement for taking Mrs. Thorpe on board the yacht had worked to perfection. Efficiency reigned. Aged 27, slim, not tall, Alice was a capable woman. Her eyes had the capable look which many men dislike, for while they appreciate the conveniences of efficiency in a girl, they seem to prefer the efficiency to be modestly masked by an appearance of helplessness. Alice neither disguised nor flaunted the fact that she was capable. Her eyes had also the look of one accustomed to give orders that were obeyed. The dog was supposed to be the only Pomeranian on earth not given to habitual yapping. Alice had purged it of the hereditary Pomeranian curse by replying instantly to every yap with a sound smack on the head. She adored the dog, which was passionately and exclusively devoted to her, after the manner of Pomeranian ladies to their mistresses. This Pomeranian's mistress, if not beautiful, was attractive, especially in figure and in clothes. She was a fine dancer, with a body that always surprised her partners by its extraordinary yieldingness, responsiveness, and flexibility. A man having danced with her for the first time would remember her physical elasticity for days, to say nothing of her sudden eager smiles that puckered all the skin round her eyes. "Which is the yacht?" asked Alice of the sailor. He was tidily dressed, but had an untidy mop of red hair escaping from his white cap, and a shapeless, ugly face, and his manner was somewhat gruff. She knew that he must be Peter, the steward and handy man, her husband's favourite, more than once referred to with laudation in her husband's letters. She did not care for him, and had already decided that he did not care for her, but she smiled amiably. "Her's lying at the mouth of the creek in the river," said Peter, pointing. "That's her that ketch with the blue ensign at the mizzen." Alice looked in vain along the vista of yachts and other craft in the creek. She did not know what a mizzen was, nor that the blue ensign was a flag. She fancied, indeed, that an ensign was a sort of three-cornered thing. Peter's incomprehensible indication, however, merely increased her sense of mystery and expectancy. The moment was thrilling for her. She had met her husband when both of them were in uniform in France. She had married him in London, impulsively, because they were mad for each other. A week later he had been tragically swept off to Mesopotamia. Then, having got out of uniform, she had become organizing secretary to a political body, and had had to go to America on its business. During her absence, James Thorpe had received unexpected leave, but her tyrannous conscience would not allow her to depart from the United States until her work was done, and she exulted in her work. Some caprice of the political body ended it in an hour by cable. She had obtained a berth on a Liverpool-bound liner the very next day. She might have cabled the grand news to her husband, but she found somewhere in her mind a piquant pleasure in the notion of surprising him. She surprised him by a telegram from Liverpool. She knew that he was out of the army and in business. The unconventional wording of his reply to her telegram enchanted her, besides providing diversion for telegraph operators who were not easily diverted. He was yachting alone. She remembered vaguely that he possessed a yacht, laid up for 5 years, and had spoken very enthusiastically of yachting. Of course, he had been for meeting her in London, but she would have none of it. "You shall receive me on your yacht," she had telegraphed. As she was an expert organizer and he was an expert organizer, the arrangements following this decision of hers were easy enough. She was now afraid, and her fear was romantic and terrible. The creek was alarmingly short, the launch surged at an alarming speed through the dappled blue water. She had not seen her lover, who was incidentally her husband, for nearly 2 years. She knew him by his photographs, his handwriting, his turns of phrase, and the memory of his gestures and of the feel of his moustache. But did she know him? Would he prove on further acquaintance to be somebody quite other than the image established in her heart? The situation was acutely disconcerting as she approached it. She stroked the dog's silky hair, and the dog glanced up at her face. "That's her," said Peter to the composed and prim young lady opposite him, pointing again. She almost exclaimed, "It's a very small yacht, isn't it?" but restrained herself. The yacht's stem was pointing up creek against the ebb tide. Peter seemed to steer the launch very queerly. He was apparently passing the yacht. She caught sight of a name on a lifebuoy hung in the yacht's rigging. The name was Alice. "But I thought the yacht was called Hermes," she said. "Governor had her name changed last month," gloomily answered Peter, as it were with resentment. Peter was preoccupied with the manoeuvring of the launch on the tide, and Alice perceived that he knew exactly what he was doing. The nose of the launch edged towards the yacht's side. The launch seemed to hang in the current. Then it slowly swung round, the propeller stopped, and the whole affair came gently to rest against dazzlingly white, cushiony fenders and a polished stairway, from the top of which hung 2 dazzlingly white ropes. The yacht had grown enormous. Its bulwark rose high above the tiny launch, and it was as solid and moveless as a rock. "And now he's called it Alice," said Alice to herself, and the situation appeared to be rather disconcerting. 2. Her husband loomed perpendicularly over her. "Hullo!" he cried, saluting. She answered in a weak voice, "Well." Her face was burning. She seized the white ropes and tripped neatly up the stairway, and the blanched deck of the yacht stretched out firm and vast, and tall Jim clutched at her hand. "Come below and see the saloon," he murmured. He pushed her to a mahogany staircase under the main boom, and no sooner were they out of sight of the deck than he kissed her with rather more than his old accustomed violence, and the situation was acutely disconcerting again, but differently. There was a pattering of innumerable little feet on the staircase, and the dog, who under excitement produced in human ears the illusion that she was a centipede and not a quadruped, bounded into the saloon. "Oh, Fifi, I'd forgotten you! Jim, this is Fifi." The dog sprang into her arms, and Jim praised the dog highly and stroked her. Husband and wife sat side by side in the saloon and talked rather self-consciously about nothing, which was rather strange, seeing that each of them had 10,000 exciting matters to impart to the other. Still, it was all right. Alice knew it was all right, and she knew that Jim knew it was all right. They were strangers in one way, and the most intimate of intimates in another. It might be said that the saloon held 4 people, not 2. "Oh, what's that funny thing?" Alice demanded, pointing to a very complicated kind of dial with a finger on it that was screwed face downwards to the saloon ceiling. "That? Oh, that's a compass, so that I can see the course of the ship when I'm having my meals." "But the finger's moving right around." "Then you may be sure the yacht's moving right around, too." "Then we are off already?" And Jim said in his stern, sardonic tone, "Didn't you hear the anchor being hauled up? Can't you feel the propeller?" The fact was that Alice had not noticed the loud clacking of the anchor chain, her powers of observation having been temporarily impaired by the surpassing interest of her own private sensations. As for the propeller, she had in a vague manner been aware of a general vibration, but had not attributed it to anything in particular. She did not even know that the yacht possessed a propeller. Jim took her by the shoulders, and they ran up on deck. The yacht was gliding out to sea, magically, formidably, by its own secret force, for the sails were not yet set. The entire adventure was ecstatic, incredibly romantic. Alice had never been so happy, so troubled, so restless. "I do want to see all the rooms," said she, like a curious child. "You shall. Are you given to being seasick?" "I have never been seasick in my life," the capable woman replied with confidence. Jim's keen eyes wandered over her admiringly. "No," he murmured, "you aren't the sort that's seasick, you aren't." They descended again to the saloon. A beautiful tea, with real crockery, and brilliant electroplate, and real cakes and real cream, all set out upon a brass tray, lay on the table. "Oh, Pete's served the tea. Good! Will you pour out? You must. You're the mistress of this wigwam." She poured out. As she leaned an elbow on the table tipped downwards under the pressure of her arm. She gave a little squeal. All right," Jim reassured her grandly. "Pete's taken the pin out, you know. Leaves the table free to oscillate when the boat rolls. It's weighted with lead underneath, so it can't swing far." "Oh, I see, of course," said Alice, who, however, was not completely reassured. Things were not, after all, quite what they seemed. She admired tremendously the internal arrangements of the yacht. They were so cozy, they were so complete, the most homelike thing she had ever seen. She visited every bit of the home. There was the saloon or drawing-room, and there were a large double sleeping cabin and a small single one. Also, there was a tiny bathroom. The multiplicity of cupboards and drawers delighted her. Only in Utopia could she have imagined there would be so many cupboards and drawers. And there was electric light. And there were electric bells. You rang a bell, and it was answered just as it would have been in a real house, but much more promptly. Indeed, life on the yacht might be described as playing at perfect housekeeping. Everything had a place, and everything had to be in its place, and every place was full, except the drawers and the mirrored wardrobe reserved for the use of the mistress of the floating home. In the pantry every cup was hung on a hook, every wineglass was lightly wedged in a fitting so that it could not dash itself against another wineglass, and the same with saucers and plates. One surmised that even if the yacht were to turn upside down, nothing would break. And the organism was complete in itself and sufficient to itself. Before dinner Jim said, "Like a cocktail, beloved infant?" The notion of a cocktail appealed to her as something wild and wicked. "Ah, why not?" said she, and Jim rang a bell. "2 cocktails, Pete." In about 2 minutes, Peter, in a white jacket, brought 2 cocktails out of the mysteries of the forecastle, where the pantry was. If Jim had ordered 2 nectars, doubtless Pete would have produced them. The dinner was very sound. It was strictly plain: oxtail soup, tinned, herring, roast mutton, potatoes, rice pudding. But it was sound. Alice admitted that Pete, for all his defects, could not merely cook meat well, he could buy good meat. But she pointed out to Jim that Pete did not know how to lay the table properly. The fellow had put the fish knife and fork within the meat knife and fork, and at Jim's suggestion she pointed out the sad lapse to Pete personally, with a bright smile. Pete received the correction with a tranquillity too perfect, indicating by his nonchalant demeanor that if it pleased madam to have the meat knife and fork within the fish knife and fork, he had no objection to obliging her, but that for himself his soul was above trifles. Pete had been Jim's batman for nearly 3 years in the war, and Jim spoke with quiet enthusiasm of his qualities. Alice, however, did not quite see what that had to do with the knife and fork question. They went on deck. The yacht was now at anchor in another estuary, whose quiet waters were full of phosphorescence. A dinghy, moving towards another yacht close by, threw up marvellous silver fireworks at every stroke of the oars. The night was obscure and warm and incredible. A radiance came from the saloon skylight, and a brighter radiance, sharply rectangular, from the open hatch of the forecastle. The crew, 4 human beings, could be heard talking in the depths of the forecastle. The old skipper appeared and made an inspection in the gloom, and Jim addressed him as skipper with affectionate respect, though he was not but a fisherman in winter and spoke with a terrific Essex accent. The skipper disappeared. When next Alice glanced round, there was no radiance and no sound from the forecastle. The crew had gone to bed. She and Jim were alone in the vast and miraculous world, enveloped by the poetry of water and sky. 3. Nevertheless, the next morning, in the double cabin, when she awoke very early in the twilight, that singular young woman was not utterly happy. That is to say, she was utterly happy, but at the same time she was unhappy, her heart being a huge place where all kinds of contradictory emotions could roam in comfort without interfering with each other. Jim was not in his berth. Through the open skylight, across which a horizontal blue blind was drawn, she could hear him chatting with the skipper. Jim disturbingly friendly with his crew. "Look lively with the tea, Pete," he cried out. "Very good, sir." In another minute she could hear him sipping tea in enormous sips. She had an impression that he was seated, in pyjamas and dressing gown, on the very skylight itself. The floating home, then, had already begun to function very perfectly for the day. It was precisely the perfect functioning of the organism that upset her. Every contrivance in it was a man's contrivance. Woman had had naught to do with its excellence. It would function with the same perfection whether she happened to be there or not. It was orderly, it was comfortable, it was luxurious, and men had accomplished it and were maintaining it all by themselves. And the 5 males appeared to have an understanding among themselves, as if they belonged to a secret monastic or Masonic order. She was outside the understanding. She was a woman, ornamental no doubt, but unnecessary. Well, she resented this in her great happiness, and she petted Fifi, who was curled within her arm, and Fifi resented it also. So that, the next afternoon, Alice had a headache. It was a genuine headache, of which the symptoms were genuine pain in the forehead and a general sense of impending calamity. Considering a headache to be the proper thing at this juncture, she had desired to have a headache, and she had a headache. For she was a capable and thoroughly efficient woman. Hence, with Fifi, she went and lay down in her bunk in the big cabin, and parted from Jim at the door thereof, telling him that she did not want him to tuck her up. She noticed that the general sense of impending calamity had already affected Jim's gaze, and she resented that. What justification had Jim to assume that all was not for the best on board of an ideal yacht, seeing that her behavior towards him had been pluperfect? He had no justification. Therefore, he was in the wrong. In her happiness, she gave herself up to unhappiness. And yet her second marriage, it must be deemed her second marriage to Jim, the first having been an experiment, a prelude, an overture to the authentic union, her second marriage was unquestionably a success. She was mad about him. He was mad about her. She admired his character. He admired hers. She knew that he was the man for her, and she the woman for him. Nothing could have been more propitious, more delicious, more exciting, more solidly sure. But she gave herself up to unhappiness because she felt herself unnecessary to the smooth working of the material organism in which she lived, and also because she felt herself to be outside the monastic or Masonic order of 5 mutually comprehending males. And here was the selfsame woman who had commanded hundreds of fellow creatures in France, saying to them, "Go," and they went, and "Come," and they came, and who had positively frightened a British political body and startled big wigs in New York by the calm, unsentimental power of her horse sense. Most of the persons with whom she had come into contact would have been ready to assert that where a woman's heart usually is, she carried a bundle of pure sagacity, and none would have admitted that she could be subject to fancies. If those people whose respect she had extorted could have seen the charming little creature as she lay all wires and springs and nerves in the bunk, and if they could have looked inside her head! Marriage is a most mysterious developer. The worst of it was that Fifi encouraged Alice in her morbidity. Fifi understood. She did not argue. She did not even yap. But the glance of her eyes was a plain statement of the thesis, "You are always right, and when the created universe is out of tune with you, the created universe needs altering." Then Alice became aware of a vibration, which increased till it affected the entire ship. The bunk, the water glass, the skylight, the pillow, the mattress, her toes, her temples. The propeller was propelling. Never before had the propeller been set to work while Alice was lying in her bunk. Why was the propeller now propelling? The weather was magnificent. The sun slanted into the cabin. The water was calm. Did not everybody know that she had a headache and was trying to rest? It was an outrage that the propeller should be set to work in such circumstances. Soon the propeller was doing more than revolve behind the sternpost of the yacht. It was revolving right inside her poor head. She could not and would not stand it. She rang the bell. A red head appeared in the doorway. "Come in," she said pettishly. But the red head, timid in spite of campaigns, would not come in. "Yes'm? Oh, please ask Mr. Thorpe to have that propeller stopped." Peter merely laughed, a sort of contemptuously amused grin, and shut the door. The propeller was not stopped. In 5 minutes, which seemed rather like a century, there was nothing else on earth for Alice save the propeller. It became the sole mundane phenomenon. It was revolving not only in her head, but in every part of her lithe and attractive body. It monopolized her attention, her intelligence, and her emotions. It had been going on from everlasting, and it would go on to everlasting. As a method of torture, it rivaled and surpassed the most devilish inventions of the Holy Office at Toledo. It was the very thing to manufacture lunatics. Why had not Jim had the propeller stopped? He owned the yacht. If you could not silence your own propeller, what point was there in owning a yacht? Enormous and inexplicable events were passing on deck. Bumps, thuds, sudden rushes of feet, shouts, bangs, rattlings, thunderlings, clackings. But none of the 5 members of the monastic or Masonic order showed the least interest in Alice and her aching head. Ah, the door of the cabin opened. "Better?" asked Jim, standing by the side of her bunk. He was perspiring. "No," she said. "Tea time. Come and have tea on deck. Do you good." "No," she said. "Shall I bring it to you here?" "No," she said. At that moment the propeller stopped. "At last!" breathed Alice sardonically, and even bitterly. "If you've got a headache, it's the most horrible torment one can imagine. I rang for Peter hours ago and asked him to tell you to stop it." "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dove, but you see the propeller couldn't be stopped. We are going up the backwater against the ebb, and it's some ebb, believe me. Wind fell to nothing. If we'd stopped the propeller, we should certainly have drifted on to a mud bank. Blackwater's full of 'em, and stuck there till next tide. We might have heeled over and filled as the tide fell. Ticklish thing, a boat drawing 8 feet odd on a falling tide in a river like the Blackwater. Well, I think someone might have told me. I'm quite capable of understanding, though perhaps you mayn't think it." Jim's eyes glittered. "My child, I never thought for a moment." Just so, and let me tell you, your Peter's extremely rude. When I asked him, do you know what he did? He just laughed, his horrid, sarcastic grin. And I'll thank you to speak to him about his manners to me." Jim did a surprising thing. He laughed heartily. Well, of course it would strike Peter as comic, asking for the propeller to be stopped in a dead calm against an ebb tide in this old Blackwater. He laughed when he came on deck and told me. It appealed to a sense of humor. "And I suppose you all laughed?" said Alice sharply, in a loud tone. "You would." She raised herself too violently on one elbow, and her delightful, misguided head struck the ceiling above the bunk. "Awfully sorry, darling," said Jim, very quietly. But whether he was sorry about Peter's enormity, or sorry merely about the detail of the head bumping, Alice could not decide. At any rate, the bumping of her head rendered her furious, and, quaintly enough, quite cured the headache. "Peter is a fool!" she almost shouted. "Hush!" Jim murmured grimly and dangerously. And at the same time the skipper's voice was heard on deck. "Let out a couple of fathoms more chain, Charlie." Alice's brain grasped the great truth that if she could hear the skipper and crew could hear her, and the still greater truth that voice-raising in anger was impossible on that yacht without open scandal. She would have given about £10 for the privilege of one unrestrained scream. Jim whispered uncompromisingly, "Pete certainly isn't a fool. Also, he's a particular friend of mine." An awful silence descended upon the yacht, and in the silence the yacht's clock, placed over the saloon stairs, could be heard ticking with uncanny loudness. In the late afternoon and early evening, Alice ranged and raged about the vessel, chewing the cud of the discovery that there was no real privacy aboard. There was privacy from eyes, and plenty of it, but there was absolutely no privacy from ears if you raised your tone beyond a certain degree. And Alice wanted to raise her tone above a certain degree. She wanted to do that more than she wanted to do anything else in the world. She examined the dispositions of the yacht again and again, with no satisfactory result. It was 60 feet from end to end of its wonderful deck, and it was full of secret compartments, but it held no compartment in which a grand quarrel, row, and upset could be comfortably conducted, according to the rules of such encounters. As a honeymoon resort, the yacht was merely absurd. None but an idiot could have had the preposterous notion of honeymooning on a 50-ton yacht. Alice did not reflect upon the dangerous folly and the bad form and the gross inefficiency of making a scene on the third day of your second honeymoon. She did not even reflect that man is held to be a reasoning animal. She reflected simply and exclusively upon her predicament, which was surely the most singular predicament that a bride had ever found herself in. But she did not disclose her thoughts. No, to external view she was a charming, capable, sensible little yachtswoman in an agreeable blue jumper and blue skirt, wandering to and fro, in and on the yacht, interesting herself in its construction and its life, and behaving to all the men with the delicatest feminine sweetness. To Jim she was acquiescence embodied. The irritation shown in the bunk had completely vanished. Night fell, and a red eye shone forth from the land. She learned that it indicated a jetty on an island which, in mid-Blackwater, was devoted to the reclamation of habitual drunkards. She was suddenly inspired. "Let's row ashore, shall we?" she suggested persuasively. "But the island's private, you know," said Jim. Here, referring to the affair of the propeller, she might have revolted and said angrily, "Of course you're against anything I want." Many women in her place would have said just that. But Alice was determined to be efficient, and so she said with increased persuasiveness, "Still, it would be a bit of a lark, wouldn't it?" Jim gave the order to lower the launch, and they were taken ashore, and the launch instructed to return in an hour. Half an hour would have sufficed for Alice's purposes, but the captain and 2 of the crew were also in the launch and had to go down river to fill 6 beakers with fresh water from a well in the vicinity, which job could scarcely be accomplished in less than an hour. 4. "Now," said Jim, "shall we take a stroll and look for reformed drunkards?" "I think we'll just stay where we are," Alice answered. "I must have an understanding with you." She spoke firmly, but quietly. The desire to make a noise seemed to have left her, now that she was free to make a noise without making a scandal. Both inside and out she was the self-possessed woman again, the model of efficiency and sagacity, not merely in appearance, but to her own secret judgment. "Oh, certainly," said Jim with calmness. "Let's understand." She was nettled because she thought she detected irony in his powerful, almost brutal masculine voice. "I've already told you that I think Peter ought to apologize to me. He hasn't apologized to me. Quite the contrary." "Ah," Jim answered, "I knew that was on your mind. You're an A1 actress, but I'm an A1 dramatic critic." And he proceeded, "And what's more, I've already told you that Pete's a friend of mine, and I don't like to hear my wife call my friends fools." She then burst out into one of the most voluptuous of human passions, over-righteous indignation. She didn't want any more to be self-possessed, efficient, sagacious, nor to be an exemplary wife, nor to teach a barbaric husband by the force of Christian example, nor to do any of the things that serious young wives very properly want to do. She just wanted to let herself go, and she did. The mysterious and terrible potion had been brewing for several hours. It now boiled over, surging magnificently upwards as a geyser shoots out of the ground. She was at last free of the captivity of the yacht. There was none to overhear, and no eye to see except the red eye on the jetty. "That's just like you!" she cried. "It's just like you! You're ready to risk the whole of our married life in order to indulge your brutality. You once said you were a brute, and so you are. We've scarcely been 3 days together, and yet you're spoiling for a row. You think you can browbeat me, you and your crew. You can't. You've all done nothing but laugh at me since I went on board. Look how you all stood round and smiled condescendingly when I steered. And heaven knows I only took the helm because you asked me to. You're all as thick as thieves together, and I'm nobody. I'm only a woman, a doll to be petted and laughed at. Do you imagine I wanted to steer your precious yacht? Indeed, no. Give me an Atlantic liner, that's what I say. Your crew do what they like with you, and you're such a simpleton you can't see it. They flatter you, and you're so conceited you swallow it all. And shouldn't I just like to see the food bills for your precious yacht? Why, there's been as much meat cooked for us two in these last 3 days as would keep a family for a fortnight. You pay your crew wages that include their food, and then, instead of buying their own food, they live on ours. It's as plain as a pikestaff." In a short pause that followed, Jim said, "Don't let me interrupt you. Tell me when you've quite done, and then I'll make a short speech. But if you think I'm going to lose my temper, old woman, you're mistook." Alice resumed. "I said Peter was a fool. So he is, but he's also a lout, and what's worse, he's a thief. He steals your food." Then Jim, taken unawares, lost his temper. The battle was joined. A big steam tug passed slowly up the river, a noisy but a noble phenomenon in the night. They did not notice it. They noticed nothing except their own dim forms, pale faces and glinting eyes, heard nothing but their own voices and the crunching of their restless feet on the caked mud of the foreshore. The old earth was whirling round with incredible velocity amid uncounted millions of starry bodies of which it was nearly the very least. The mystery of life was unfathomed. The structure of society was shaken and cracked. Tens of thousands of children were starving in Europe. Frightful problems presented themselves on every side for solution. The future of the world was dark with fantastic menaces, and the great beauty and wistfulness of nature were unimpaired by all these horrors. But Alice and Jim ignored everything save the gratification of their base and petty instincts. They were indeed a shocking couple. The moon rose, the solemn, lovely moon that was drawing incalculable volumes of water out of the ocean into the estuary of the Blackwater, and Alice snapped, "What I say I stick to, and I tell you another thing, all red-headed men are the same." A strange glow appeared on the yacht. They did not see it. Peter hailed faintly from the yacht. They did not hear him. They were indulging themselves after restraint. They had gone back to the Neolithic age after too much civilization, and the whole fracas was due to the fact that on a small yacht everybody can hear everything. The ignoble altercation was suddenly cut short by the grating of a boat's keel on the muddy shingle. Peter in the dinghy. "Yacht's afire, sir," Peter called grimly. And so it was. They could see flames coiling like snakes about the region of the saloon hatch. Jim came back to civilization in an instant. "Well, why haven't you put it out, you fool, instead of coming here to tell me? Do you want the bally ship to be burnt to the water's edge?" "Can't find the extinguisher, sir. It's supposed to hang in the small cabin, but it isn't on its hook, and we've run out of water on account of Missy's bath. Not as canvas buckets would be much good." "My dog!" cried Alice. "She'll be roasted alive." "I've brought her ashore," said Peter, pitching the animal out of the dinghy. "Ah!" Jim rushed to the boat's nose, shoved her back into the water, and sprang aboard. "Pull like the devil!" "Stop!" shouted Alice. "I know where the extinguisher is." She plunged, Fifi in her arms, into the dark water, and was dragged into the dinghy. Not only had she transgressed the rules of the yacht by taking fresh-water baths, but she had moved the Pyrene extinguisher from its hook into a locker in order to get another hook for her dresses. The small cabin had been allotted to her for a attiring room, and her attire was all over it. Wonderful it was how one small valise could carry all she wore. She had taken things from the valise, and more things, in the manner of a conjurer taking drapers' shops, flower shops, and zoological gardens out of one small hat. Once aboard the vessel, she plunged devotedly through smoke into the bowels thereof, and ascended again with the extinguisher. In 3 minutes the fire was out. It appeared that someone with a British sense of humor had thrown a piece of burning rope from the tug. The rope had dropped onto the saloon hatch. The roof of the said hatch was severely damaged, and the coat of the mainsail a little charred. But that was the limit of the catastrophe. 5. The yacht was speeding up the Blackwater in the moonlight towards Malden, James Thorpe, with all the dark fire of his nature, having determined at once to hunt the flame-scattering tug and get the law of it. He was in possession of what he considered to be sound circumstantial evidence of the tug's guilt. James himself had taken the wheel, Alice reclined at his feet, Fifi reclined at Alice's feet. The captain and crew were forward. Alice was perfectly happy. She had never really been unhappy, and especially had she not been unhappy in her nervous outpouring of riotous temper. But now she was in a kind of bliss, a bliss which was heightened by certain pinpricks. These pinpricks came from the facts: one, that she had upset the marvellous functioning of the ship by misplacing the fire extinguisher; two, that she had upset the marvellous economy of the ship by using fresh water instead of salt water for her baths; and three, that James, in his enormous magnanimity, had refrained from twitting her about these lapses. She reflected that, owing to pressure of patriotic and other business, she had not lost her temper for several years, and probably would not lose it again for several years, and at any rate to have lost it and safely found it so early in marriage, and with such an agreeable result, was not a bad thing, for it had amounted to a desirable and successful experiment. Her powerful common sense told her that there was a process in marriage known as settling down, that this process had to be gone through by all couples, and that she and Jim were getting through it quickly and brightly. She knew that she need not apologize to Jim, and indeed that he would hate for her to apologize to him. She apologized by a touch, a glance, a tone, and by sitting at his feet. Peter came aft to the little deck larder that was forward of the saloon skylight. "Pete." "Sir." "Don't buy any more meat to-morrow until you've spoken to the mistress about it." "No, sir." Peter departed. Jim lowered his face and murmured, "You know you've got to admit that old Pete isn't a fool." Alice had already fully absorbed the truth that Peter was not a fool. A man who, placed as Peter was placed, had had the presence of mind to think of the dog and bring the dog to safety ashore, such a man could not possibly be a fool. As for being the other thing that she had called him, of course that was absurd, and she had not meant it. No, she fully admitted in the privacy of her mind that she had been hopelessly wrong to call Peter a fool. But what she murmured to Jim in reply was, "Why, you called him a fool yourself." Jim pinched her arm cruelly, but she dared not cry out, lest she should be overheard. Therefore she suffered in silence, and enjoyed the suffering. End of Story 7. Story 8 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 8, Outside and Inside. 1. The events recounted in the following recital had two sides, the outside and the inside, which must be displayed separately. The outside was seen by Mr. Telfer. Mr. Telfer had nothing whatever to do with the affair, save as a spectator of the outside of it. Many other persons, like Mr. Telfer, saw the outside without seeing the least bit of the inside, and from among them I have chosen Mr. Telfer by sheer chance. Mr. Telfer was a quiet, simple, regular man, and a great authority on the times and the speeds of the trains to Surbiton, which trains to and fro he would catch daily with practised skill, by 30 seconds or so. Since he lived at Surbiton, he seldom went to the theatre in London, because he did not care for being up late of a night. Nightly he played patience, occasionally cheating himself, and drank 2 whiskies and sodas during the exciting progress of the game. But one day a friend of his in the city, an official of a trust company, whose tentacles wound themselves about nearly everything in London, said to him at lunch, "Look here, Telfer, my lad, it's the first night of Twelfth Night at the Eden Theatre to-night. I've got a stall, and now I can't use it. Do you care to go?" Mr. Telfer cared. He took an unusual train to Surbiton, dressed, etc., glanced at his Shakespeare, and came back to town for the performance. He had frequently read in the descriptive press gorgeous accounts of the social and artistic glories of theatrical first nights, but he had never attended a first night. Seldom, indeed, had he ever sat in the stalls. When he went the pace, he treated himself and a companion to the dress circle, and no more. Hence he was excited and very pleasurably filled with fine anticipations. As his taxi drove up to the portals of the Eden (he was doing the thing in style, as his ticket had cost him naught), he saw the façade of the theatre inflamed with the following electrical sign: "Aida Jenkinson in Twelfth Night." He had never heard of Aida Jenkinson till that day. With others of the mighty and the exalted, he passed between two rows of gapers into the theatre, and he saw everywhere in the entrance hall boards inscribed thus: "Mr. Osprey Chown" (large) "presents Miss Aida Jenkinson" (enormous) "in Twelfth Night" (moderate) by William Shakespeare (very small), together with the portrait of a rather handsome and dashing dame. Elsewhere it was announced that Aida Jenkinson would sustain the rôle of Viola, the innocent girl who, for adventure's sake, disguised herself as a young man. The auditorium was soon full. Everybody in the stalls seemed to know everybody in the stalls, except Mr. Telfer, who was left lonely, and so had opportunity to wonder at large who was who. The band played, the lights went down, and the curtain went up on the magnificence of Orsino's palace, and after a short scene a cloth descended to represent the sea coast, and three sailors and Viola herself entered, to a terrific roar of welcome from enthusiasts in the gallery. Mr. Telfer could not understand how they recognized Miss Jenkinson so quickly, for to his eyes she bore scarcely any resemblance to her portraits in the foyer. Miss Jenkinson stepped right out of her part and effulgently acknowledged the roar. At this stage she was still dressed as a woman, in an enveloping cloak and a hood over her head. Perhaps the cloak gave a false amplitude to her figure, but the cloak could not account for Viola's crimson cheeks and rich rubious lips, so odd in a young woman who had just escaped from a shipwreck. "What country, friends, is this?" she began in a powerful contralto voice, the voice of a mature experience accustomed to command. Ill-mannered individuals in the stalls smiled at one another. She announced imperatively to the sailors that she would be a man, and serve Duke Orsino, and that the sailors must help her, and the sailors agreed quickly, without argument, and she made her exit, and the cloth rose on Olivia's house, wherein ageless characters, Sir Toby Belch, Andrew Aguecheck, and Maria, indulged in dazzling farce to shouts of applauding laughter. The next scene was Orsino's palace once more. It was empty. It remained empty. Murmurs began in the stalls, in all parts of the theatre. They increased to a hum of conversation. Hours seemed to pass, but probably not more than a minute passed. Then a hidden voice said, "Lower, lower!" and the curtains fell, and a gentleman, beautifully clad in evening dress, stepped in front of it and said, "Kind friends, I deeply regret to inform you that Miss Aida Jenkinson has had a sudden indisposition and cannot possibly act to-night. She begs me to express to you her profound sorrow, together with her apologies. All moneys paid for seats will be returned at the box office." The speaker bowed and vanished. The band played "God Save the King." An absolutely unique sensation in London theatrical life. The audience could not believe its eyes and ears. Mr. Telfer, among others, was disappointed, and yet at the same time he was pleased and made proud by the thought that he had assisted at this absolutely unique sensation. He was sorry that, as his stall had been complimentary, he could not demand 12 shillings for it at the box office. The electrical sign was still brightly blazing on the façade when Mr. Telfer, with the rest of the amazed, staggered, and chattering audience, got into the street. It was barely 8:30. The automobiles had been dismissed till 11 o'clock, and there were no taxis except such as came up with late arrivals. The mighty and the exalted had to get home as best they could. The next morning Mr. Telfer examined his newspaper with extraordinary interest, expecting to see columns about the Eden Theatre matter. but he found only a miserable 2 inches, saying baldly that Miss Aida Jenkinson had suffered a serious indisposition at a critical moment, and that it was understood that the show would be postponed. The show, however, was not postponed, it was totally suppressed. Mr. Telfer had a very agreeable day at the office. He was, of course, the only man in the office who had witnessed the absolutely unique sensation. Such was the outside of the event. 2. Now for the inside. Mr. Asprey Chown, justly reputed to be the greatest showman in England, had his ups and downs, his years when he bought precious stones, of which he was a collector, for choice, and his years when he sold them from necessity, and he had been rather glad of the opportunity to present Aida Jenkinson as Viola in Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. Not that he, in fact, did present her, she very much presented herself. He had experienced 2 devastating failures at the Eden Theatre, and he could put his hand on no spectacle to follow them with a prospect of success. Moreover, the Eden was eating its head off more than 40 horses in 40 stables. Mr. Asprey Chown was paying £350 a week rent for the Eden on a longish lease, and its market value for short tenancies was anything between £400 and £450 a week. Aida Jenkinson contracted to pay him £475 a week for 3 months certain, at the same time leaving him nominally at the head of the establishment. Further, she accepted the whole of the financial risks of the enterprise, and she gave him ample security for her prospective liabilities. She had the reputation of being close-fisted, but in the transaction with the imperial Asprey Chown she certainly showed no sign of this quality. True, the unique Chown had qualms about the effect of the affair on his artistic prestige, but being a very clever and ingenious person, he adopted the wise course of treating it to his acquaintances and business connections as something in the nature of a great and original lark, as something which nobody but he would ever have dreamt of doing. And after all, Aida Jenkinson was no ordinary woman, and assuredly no ordinary actress. When some varieties of actress get into the newspapers apropos of activities other than their professional activities, it generally appears that they are the offspring of tobacconists. Aida, however, was the daughter of a strictly Christian master chimney-sweep in Poplar. From the first there could have been no misapprehensions as to her vocation. She was very obviously born for the stage. At 16, already fully developed, she topped an amateur dramatic society in Shoreditch. Some people were misguided enough to jeer at her. They even attended performances of the society for the sole purpose of laughing. But at 18 she had squeezed herself into a touring company devoted to a full-throated melodrama. At 19 she was playing leads in such pieces as The Wronged Wife, Human Hearts, The Long Lane, What Men Pay For, and The Lone Girl. Her salary rose and rose. She saved. She made an unhappy marriage, lost both her husband and her money, and saved again, loan. She passed a year in America. At 23 she had her own company, to which she paid almost nothing a week, and an extraordinary company it was. Aida did not demand talent, nor youth, nor beauty. She was ready to supply, unaided, all the talent, all the youth, all the beauty. What she wanted and demanded was the spotlight and the center of the stage. There were still misguided people who laughed at her, who asserted that she was dreadful to the point of side-splittingness, and who regarded her posters, in which innocence was always depicted in situations of extreme danger or dazzling triumph, as the final word in chromographic vulgarity. But in the first place, Aida never noticed or heard of these people, and in the second place, even if she had learnt of their existence, she would not have cared. Aida might be just what you pleased, but she delighted the public. Managers of provincial theatres worshipped her as an idol. When she got to stage doors an hour before the performance, she always saw queues of the public waiting patiently but ardently for the privilege of paying money to see her. In auditoriums she seldom saw an empty seat. She never came onto the stage and never went off it without exciting her audience to roars of applause. Of course, her audiences did not consist exclusively of university professors and leaders of society. Her audiences might be fairly described as popular. But they had the three greatest qualities that an audience can have. They paid, they applauded deafeningly, they came again. Aida's share of the week's takings in No. 1 towns frequently amounted to £1,000, and since her company and her entire expenses cost her far, far less than £400 a week, it will be seen that she contrived to live and keep her head above water. Thus she went round and round the country, year in, year out, growing richer and richer, eternally gorged, but never sated, with adulation and success, and more deeply convinced of the unquestionable truth that there was only one Aida Jenkinson. But we are rarely what we ought to be. Aida ought to have been content, and she was not. A worm had insinuated itself into the rose of her happiness and was gnawing at its heart. The worm was not the desire for love. No, she had had one love affair and wanted no more. And the worm was not another phrase for the finger of time. For Aida was changeless. Nobody ever happened to mention to her that 20 years are 20 years, and as for 25 years being 25 years, well, I should hope not. On the contrary, all her employees, all those with whom she did business, conspired to prove to her that 25 years were less than 1 day in their sight. In other words, that she was not a day older, not a day less slim, not a day more mature than in Victoria's reign. She believed the tale. And so mighty is the power of autosuggestion supported by heterosuggestion that it conquered even her mirror. The worm, indeed, was not a worm in the rose of her happiness. Better to say that it was an adder which she nourished in her rich bosom. The adder of ambition. The ambition to play and to triumph in the West End of London. She had never played in London. Somehow she had boggled at London. She had announced that she despised London. The statement was inexact. She felt night and day that her life could not be complete without London. Once in America, where she courageously took what she could get, she had played Maria in Twelfth Night in a one-night stand legitimate troupe. And thenceforward she had longed to play Viola. Henceforward she had seen herself as Viola, and now she had the wondrous, intoxicating notion of playing Viola in London. She met Mr. Asprey Chown in a hotel in Birmingham. Mr. Asprey Chown, to her as to all successful ladies, was very gallant, as they pronounce it in the Midlands and the North. The contract for a season at the Eden Theatre ensued. And Mr. Asprey Chown very soon began to regret the contract. That is to say, he did not regret the financial side of it, but he regretted the other side which would affect, perhaps disastrously, his prestige with the West Enders, who think that they know what is what and who is who. Mr. Asprey Chown's own rather artistic show was quickly dying in the last performances in the evenings, and in the daytime Aida was rehearsing the Jenkinsonian version of Twelfth Night. Mr. Asprey Chown, having had tidings of the nature of the rehearsals, remained inside the manager's room, which he had specially accepted from the tenancy to Aida. The Invisible Man had a series of shocks. In the first place there was the cast. There was, for example, the part of Olivia, youthful, lovely, and ardent princess, the second most important female role in the play, the enchanting girl who had inspired Duke Orsino with a passion that amounted to madness. Aida gave the part to Emily Fantour. Emily was indeed a Shakespearean actress. Her name was known to experienced playgoers and had been printed on many bills. but she was also a grandmother. Mr. Asprey Chown remembered her from his boyhood, and it might be said of her prime that there were giantesses in her day. Aida offered her £8 a week, and she eagerly closed. The ladies of Olivia's court all had similar physical qualities. They dwarfed Aida, which in itself was a feat. They rendered Aida, by comparison, girlish, another feat. The men whom Aida selected were younger and slimmer, save Sebastian, Viola's twin brother, who might well have been the monument on which Patience sat. The next shock was Aida's choice of a producer. Mr. Cyril Blenkhorn, an honourable name in the annals of the Shakespearean stage, had played with Barry Sullivan, Osmond Tir, and Henry Irving. Aida seemed to have raised him from the dead, and he was a funnier caricature of a tragedian than any character of a tragedian that Phil May ever drew. The third shock was the way in which Aida treated Shakespeare and her producer. Aida was a business woman who knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted everything. She wanted the center of the stage and the front of the stage, and she wanted them all the time. She wanted the audience to see Aida's face and to see the face of nobody else. She wanted to get all the tears and all the laughs. She wanted all the effective lines. She cut all the other parts with mighty shears. In the duel scene with Toby Belch and his fellow clowns, she reduced the clowns to naught, and with difficulty prevented herself from killing Andrew Aguecheek dead at the first thrust. Instead of being page to the Duke Orsino, she put on an air signifying that the Duke was page to her. It was all very wonderful. Blenkhorn even came along one day with a cutting from an old criticism by the great Victorian dramatic critic Clement Scott, which said that Twelfth Night ought to be drenched and drowned in Viola. Aida gave Blenkhorn a dinner for that discovery, and subsequently quoted it at every turn. Not that she needed any moral aid. She had learnt ruthlessness at rehearsals in America, and besides had a natural instinct to be tyrannic. She was capable of saying anything, and saying it continuously. The company obtained new aspects of the glorious resources of the English language. Also, the company soon perceived the value of silence, acquiescence, and submission. The next shock was the manner in which Aida delivered Shakespeare's verse, and in which Blenkhorn caused the other players to deliver it. As it issued from Aida's rubious lips, no one could imagine for a moment that it was blank. She gave it forth like thunder, like lightning, like shells from a 12-inch gun, like thick clouds of vapor, like midnight motor buses thundering through deserted thoroughfares. Curiously, she never addressed any of it to the other characters in the play. It was all directed straight into the auditorium, where the packed audiences were to be. She did not make vicarious love to Olivia. She made it to the audiences. She did not swear allegiance to the Duke. She swore it to the audience. But she did quarrel with Antonio, and did not quarrel with the audience. Every syllable was heard, every consonant, every vowel. It was all more than wonderful. "Why don't you come down to one of my rehearsals, Asprey dear?" she asked Mr. Chown. She called everybody by his or her Christian name. "I should love to," answered Mr. Chown, "but I'm so devilishly busy. I will when I've time. I'm dying to see your methods." The next and possibly the master shock occurred when, the rehearsals having advanced somewhat, Aida, ever workwoman-like, appeared one morning in a costume which gave her freedom for action as the Duke's page. The assistant stage manager went up to Mr. Asprey Chown's room. "She's in knickers!" Mr. Asprey Chown stole across into the flies and surreptitiously gazed down. "My God!" he murmured under his breath. "My God!" And Aida went on, absorbed in her splendid part, absorbed in the fulfilment of her ambition, dreaming of grand triumphs, convinced that for her time did not exist, and now and then secretly reproaching herself for having chosen two mature players as a foil when really there had been no need to do so. One day her beautiful dreams were ever so slightly disturbed by a trifling incident. She was making love, on behalf of the Duke, to the grandmotherly Olivia, in her rapt, ecstatic, audible manner, and saying what she would do if she herself, the page, were in love with Olivia. "Build me a willow cabin at your gate," she crooned, lost in Shakespearean emotion. "Some cabin," came a low voice from the wings. Or seemed to come, for surely it could not have been a real voice. Surely it was a delusion of Aida's fancy. She walked majestically to the side, and two members of the company simultaneously choked. Aida saw no one but Mr. Cleeve, the chief electrician, kneeling, engaged in some job of rewiring. He hummed quietly to himself. Aida hesitated. "Please don't hum," she said with majesty. Mr. Cleeve, a stoutish, middle-aged man in creased clothes, turned as if startled and gazed at her blandly. "Right you are, miss," he replied. 3. The dress rehearsal arrived. Mr. Cyril Blankthorne, with flowing white hair and a scarf in the Barry Sullivan manner, thrown picturesquely over one shoulder, sat solitary in the stalls. 20 or 30 people, paragraph writers, a critic or so, photographers, friends of the players, were scattered in the dress circle, and they were joined from time to time by such of the players as were temporarily not occupied on the stage. Mr. Asprey Chown had expressed his deep regret to Miss Aida Jenkinson that he could not be present. Nevertheless, he was secretly present, hidden neatly behind a curtain in an upper box. He was drawn to the dress rehearsal by a terrible and a sinister fascination. He felt that he must know the worst. He soon knew it. Aida, strutting in stockings and gaiters and knee breeches as a page, specifically described by Shakespeare as something older than a boy and younger than a man, made an unprecedented, a unique spectacle, which was rendered worse by her tremendous and impassioned earnestness. The great scene between the fading provincial star as a youth and the grandmotherly Emily Fauntour as a tender and young princess became pathetic, farcical, tragic. At any rate, Aida dominated the stage, and she dominated it in the full glare of attendant beams of light, which left nothing of her features or her form to Mr. Chown's imagination. Her powerful voice threw out the lines like a string of sausages from a sausage machine, and clearly she was very content with herself. Clearly she foresaw triumph. The worst was so much worse than anything previously conceived by Mr. Chown that he honestly wished he had never seen a theatre in his life. Indeed, he had a passing fancy for the grave beneath the sod. What irked him to the point of exasperation was those 4 words on the bills, "Mr. Asprey Chown presents." They frightened him more even than Aida's immense colored posters in the style of cinema publicity. And he was helpless. He could not erase the words, for Aida, under the contract, had full control of all advertising. Aida made her entrances and her exits, and not a sound was heard from the darkness of the auditorium. But after the first clowning scene, during which Aida was off, came a little timid applause, such as is not unknown at dress rehearsals. At the end of the act, Mr. Chown decided to depart, lest some calamity might happen to him, and on his way down he met Sebastian, Viola's double, and told him that his green coat was too full and ought to be taken in. And while passing the prompter's corner, he heard Aida indicating extensive cuts in the clowning scene. "Don't you hear me, stupid? Cut all that, I tell you, and get hold of the parts and put the cuts in before anyone leaves tonight. Let them rehearse it tomorrow morning." Mr. Chown stepped on tiptoe, dolorously, into the street. He could stand no more. He knew nothing of the photograph call after the rehearsal, and was not aware that the photographers were commanded to portray Aida alone in 11 poses, and the whole company, with Aida most prominently in the midst, in only 1 pose. He was not aware that finally Aida said to Mr. Kleebe, "Kleebe, we're going to have another lighting rehearsal now," and that she kept the entire staff up till 5 o'clock the next morning. Nor was he aware that throughout the night Mr. Kleebe, one of the greatest exemplars of self-control in the history of the British stage, addressed no remark to Aida beyond, "Yes, miss," "No, miss," "It's your stage, miss," "It's all one to me, miss," "I'm here to do as I'm told, miss." Nor was he aware that at the close of the proceedings Mr. Kleebe went to a public house off Fleet Street, specially licensed to keep open for the entertainment of newspaper hands, and informed the bar that Aida was a rare fine bit of stuff, though long in the tooth, and that she could what he called act, but that if she tried to come it over him 1 single inch the next night, he would positively do her in, let her be as athletical and as tyrannical as she might. 4 hours after this solemn announcement of Mr. Kleebe's intention, Mr. Asprey Chown, with a bursting heart, fled to Paris. He was not aware either that Heaven was watching over him, and that he himself had quite unintentionally set in motion the strange sequence of tiny events which Heaven would use for his salvation. On the night, in her first scene, in which she appeared as the girl Viola, Miss Jenkinson was received with shouting applause, chiefly from the gallery, but extending also somewhat through the circles down to the stalls. Her exit from that scene, however, was accompanied by silence in the auditorium. Beneath her large, loose cloak she wore all her male attire, except the tight-fitting green coat. There was ample time to throw off the cloak and don the coat before the beginning of her next scene, and she filled most of the interval by a number of sternly whispered commands and recommendations to various individuals in the complicated human machine by which a play gets itself presented. She had never done giving orders. Her dresser waited in the wings with the coat. Aida flung away the cloak and offered her tremendous shoulders for the coat, which the dresser put on. Aida pulled it together at the front and failed to make the sides meet. The intermediate scene was ending. She could not understand what had happened to the coat, or, in the alternative, what had happened to herself. In her impatience she simply forced the garment with one tug to meet in front. A horrid tearing sound was heard. She had ripped the back seam nearly from top to bottom. The garment now met in front, but not behind. The situation was appalling, as much in itself as in the mighty speechless fury of the star. Everybody in her vicinity seemed to be spellbound with fear, mesmerized, petrified. Seconds were hours. Then it was that Mr. Telfer had seen the curtain descend. With the thick curtain between herself and the audience, Aida found her tongue. She raged up and down amid the riven fragments of her ambition to entrance the West End as Viola. She knew that she could not start again the next night or the next week, and that the coat could not possibly be repaired for any continuation of the performance the same night. Indeed, she tore the coat to pieces in the presence of her trembling company and staff. She had worked in vain. She had bullied in vain. She had studied in vain. In these moments she really was a mere girl in her broken and volcanic heart. Mrs. Pumper, the wardrobe mistress, approached her, though Aida had not sent for her. Mrs. Pumper was fascinated by horror into attendance at her own execution. At the sight of her, Aida ceased to rage, and said with fearful contralto calm, "That coat fitted like a glove last night." She waited. Mrs. Pumper gazed affrighted at the impressive figure in tight blue knee breeches, frilled white shirt, and an auburn wig. Mrs. Pumper spoke in spite of herself. "I must have taken your coat instead of Sebastian's, miss. I was told to take it in an inch, and I must have fastened that tab as you asked me on to his coat instead of on to yours. That's what it is. They're exactly alike, and I got 'em mixed up. I'm very sorry, but there's no seeing anything up in my room. Both lamps give out, and I asked Mr. Cleeve to see to it, and he didn't, and I've had to buy candles with my own money to get anything done at all." "You asked Cleeve?" "Yes, miss, I did, and more than once, too." "Where's Cleeve?" "I'm here, miss," said Cleeve, appearing from somewhere. Aida loomed over the stocky, soiled, creased, bearded figure. Cleeve maintained all his tranquillity. Nobody moved. "Why didn't you see to the lights in Mrs. Pumper's room?" "Because you gave me no chance ter, miss. You kept me a-wanderin' around here till 5 o'clock this mornin', and I want some sleep, same as other people. I ain't a mechanical toy as you wind up." Aida's volcano erupted suddenly in smoke and flame, and covered the stage with a sizzling lava of figurative, metaphorical, and symbolical language. Most of it was aimed at Mr. Cleeve, but the entire population of the stage had shares of it. The company and the staff had thought that they knew the full range of Aida's self-expression, but now they admitted themselves to be mistaken. The rich, picturesque, terrible ebullience continued from the splendid mouth which a few moments earlier had been sweet Viola's. At length it ceased. Aida took breath for a further display. "Listen here, miss," said Mr. Cleeve. "If you say one word more, one word, I'll wring your fat neck for you." Several people laughed, but Aida Jenkinson was appalled more completely than anybody else had been appalled at Mr. Asprick-Chowne's theatre that night. It was a knockout blow. She shrieked, sank down in a heap, and sobbed. Mr. Cleeve lit his pipe. The heap was a forlorn old woman. Surreptitious telephones were soon at work. Other theatres had the news. Newspaper offices had the news, but they stuck, following the great British tradition of propriety, to the theory of an illness. Dramatic critics went to bed early, rejoicing in half a night off. Aida married Mr. Cleeve, the only man who had ever stood up to her. She retired from the stage, somewhat poorer in money, but with a master. Mr. Cleeve also retired from the stage in order to devote all his time to the management of his wife's possessions. She may have had regrets, but generally speaking she was happy enough. Mr. Cleeve being a male of the class, and with the social code and manners of her father, her brothers, and her first husband. End of Story 8. Story 9 of Elsie and the Child, A Tale of Riceyman Steps, and Other Stories, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 9, Last Love. 1. "Don't you hate ugly undays, Miss Oseth?" Minnie demanded vehemently, and without any warning. The piano lesson was finished. Teacher and pupil sat at the window of Miss Oseth's small parlor, which looked out over Mowswater, where the bright sea was creeping furtively in the dusk across the salt marshes. "I don't like anything that's ugly," said Miss Oseth cautiously in her soft, weak voice, and gave a characteristic little cough. She felt a responsibility towards Minnie's somewhat indifferent parents, because Minnie adored her more than them. "You're not getting that edge straight," she added. Their heads approached one another above the fine needlework. Though Minnie showed much natural facility upon the piano, more indeed than her teacher had ever had, Miss Oseth did not enjoy the piano lessons, for the reason that the pupil seemed to be incapable of musical emotion. This was strange, seeing that she was an emotional young girl. In the matter of needlework, for example, Minnie could be rapturous. At times she was quite obviously thrilled by the beauty of Miss Oseth's achievements in crocheting and drawn thread work. Needlework united them far more effectively than music, and Miss Oseth, who had a passion for needlework, was thereby made glad and proud and enthusiastic. Nevertheless, Minnie's emphatic tendency to lavish ornamental stitchery upon flimsy garments invisible to the world disturbed Miss Oseth. She glanced anxiously at the head of bobbed brown hair, and at the down-turned pretty face, and at the slim, soft, flexible, apparently undeveloped body. A boyish body. A boyish quality in the face and in the free gestures. The girl was 20 and looked 17. The girl's attitude towards the world was one of frank, fresh, possibly rash, investigation. Nothing perverse or secretive or morbid in her. She was innocence itself, and yet this utterly unboyish preoccupation with unseen attire, which she never attempted to explain or justify. Miss Oseth was alarmed, and at the same time curiously conscious of an agreeable excitement. Minnie dropped the work and leaned upon a third chair that was in the bay of the window. She was always adopting the strangest sprawling positions, and could seldom sit on one chair if there was a chance of sitting on two simultaneously. Her body seemed to be more than she could manage, to be somehow superfluous and cumbersome, despite its frequent startling grace. "Miss Oseth?" "Yes, darling." "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" Minnie intoned these words. When she was not quite at ease she would intone, chant, or even sing, instead of speaking. "Well?" "I've been dying to ask you heaps and heaps of times." Minnie lived in a violent and extravagant universe of her own. In this universe time existed in eons, or it did not exist at all. The same with every other commodity. There were heaps, tons, stacks, or there was not a single scrap. In this universe Minnie died continually from the mere acuteness of her sensations. She did not like or dislike, she hated, she loved, and adored. No intermediate degree of feeling. In fact, a superlative universe, and dangerous to inhabit. "Well?" repeated Miss Oseth. "Have you ever been in love?" A short silence. "No," answered Miss Oseth truthfully, in a smothered voice, realizing first how the girl was mysteriously growing up, and then the shock of the question to her own mind. To hide her constraint, she looked steadily out of the window. In a creek about 50 yards in front of the cottage were 3 yachts. The 2 smaller ones were already afloat on the rising tide. The third and largest, dismantled, was still aground. Miss Oseth saw those yachts float and take the mud every day, and often twice in a day. At any hour she could tell without looking whether any or all of them were afloat or aground. She lived day and night with the ceaseless tides. This evening, as she replied to Minnie, the largest yacht, with its green sagging chain and weed-clad undersides, suddenly appeared to her forlorn and pathetic. She knew that Minnie, misjudging her tone, thought that she was annoyed. She was not annoyed, but she could not say so, because to say so would prolong the topic, which she wished to close at once. It was a disconcerting topic. She could not conceive herself discussing love with the blossoming girl. Instinct warned her against such a perilous course. "I must rush home," said Minnie, after a moment. "I'll go with you part of the way," said Miss Oseth. "You are an angel." Minnie's universe was peopled with angels and fiends. They set out, shutting but not locking the door of the solitary cottage. 200 yards over hummocks of grass, and they reached the hamlet of Fittering. A row of white cottages, an inn, a larger private house, and on the rough cobbled quay 2 antique buildings in the nature of warehouses which were in process of demolition. From Flittering, as from all the coast villages and towns of that East Anglian peninsula, there was only one road inland, and the road from tiny Flittering was no more than a broadish track, nearly impassable by footfarers for days together in winter, but now dry and dusty. Minnie nervously skipped and ran, playing round the sedate Miss Oseth as a porpoise round a ship. When they had passed the disused little 18th-century lighthouse and come to the corner where the track mounted towards the village of Hoe, Flittering's metropolis, and the high road to the vast Babylon, with a music hall and 3 cinemas called Colchester, Miss Ausseth stopped. Lily's farm, the home of Minnie, began at the corner. Minnie leaped passionately at Miss Ausseth and gave her an intense kiss. "I do like you!" Minnie exclaimed, thus, and without another word, begging forgiveness for the indiscreet inquiry into her angel's past. Miss Ausseth fondly returned the kiss. The child receded, a glimmer of white in the dusk. Miss Ausseth faced eastwards again. She passed through White Flittering, calling out good night to the landlord of the inn as she went. She passed the beautiful antique warehouses, whose slow demolition, always painful to her, now struck her as unbearably tragic. A Thames barge, with all its sails lowered or brailed, except the topsail, which hung like a ghost in the sombre sky, was very slowly moving up the channel on the night tide. And in this approach of a phantom to the quay, soon to be deserted forever, there was also a quality unbearably tragic. She climbed over the hummocks of grass. The immense inlet, which at low tide was a waste of land with little lakes, had been transformed into a sea with little islands. The sea gleamed in a strange light. She entered her small garden and looked at the roosting fowls. She opened the door and went into the 5-roomed cottage, which was the end of the inhabited world, and according to her custom she glanced into each room. Then, in the parlour, she lit a candle and drew the blind. Her mother had bought the cottage after her father's death, more than 20 years earlier. Mrs. Drine was a stern old lady, who would sit in the garden in black gloves. She talked very, very quietly, and had always expected and received absolute obedience and entire devotion from Ausseth. They had kept a servant, who was the only human being with any power over Mrs. Drine. They had also a dog. Mrs. Drine died. Ausseth was free, and had not the force to use her freedom. The servant ruled. The dog died. The servant died. Ausseth then became the slave of the cottage, which she could not sell without loss, and would not leave. She was afraid of servants, would not engage another one, and did everything for herself. She had a very small income, and slightly increased it by giving piano lessons she had learnt at Colchester, and by the sale at low prices of her lovely needlework. An appreciable part of the income was spent in small surgical operations on her nose and throat. She was frequently indisposed, and often her face gave signs of the dyspepsia and neuralgia which everlastingly tortured her. The east wind, which blew for 2 months each spring over the Saltings, was her enemy. She was 39. At Minnie's age she had been called pretty, and she was still slim, without being desiccated. Only she was round-shouldered. Having good judgment and an unusually sound and detached sense of proportion, she knew the cause of her failure in life. She had never been able to assert herself, never had the strength to assert herself. She would not have called her existence an unhappy one, but now Minnie's crude question seemed to have precipitated all the unperceived misery which her life had, as it were, held in solution. She was shocked by the swift vision of all that she had missed. Self-pity agonized her. She slipped on to the hard sofa and cried in the loneliness as softly as she talked, and as her mother had talked. She did not sob. The tears flowed quietly. She had the illusion of hearing Minnie's fresh, boyish voice. "Have you ever been in love?" No, she had never been in love. Rarely had she had the chance to be in love, and never the courage to take advantage of the rare chance. 2. In the middle of the night Miss Ausseth was awakened by the noise of a quarrel in front of her cottage. She had, strangely enough for a woman of her timid temperament, not the slightest fear of solitude, but now the sound of men's angry tones frightened her. for never once in 20 years' residence at the cottage had she heard any human voices in the night on the marshes. The cottage was indeed the end of the world. Nobody could safely wander at dark on the marshes, intersected by innumerable creeks. The night sounds round about Miss Oseth's cottage were the uncanny calls of birds, the wind over the rushes and in the chimneys, and during the great Christmas gales, the fringes of the sea in the larger creeks. However, though she was alarmed, Miss Oseth did not bury her head. She arose and lit the candle for companionship. She dared not draw the blind aside and look out of the window. In one of the voices she recognized the gruff, fierce accents of the landlord of the Flittering Inn. "And I tell you, you've no business in that yacht!" shouted the landlord. "I've had my eye on you for 3 hours past." "Oh, have you?" "Yes, I have. That yacht belongs to Mr. Beaumont, and he don't want no dirty tramps on her." "And supposing my name's Beaumont?" It seemed to be a young voice. Miss Oseth heard no more. She listened for a long time to the hammering of her own heart, and at last blew out the candle and went to sleep again, thinking of the history of the Beaumonts. She was roused once more by a new and fainter noise, which at first she thought was her heart, but which ultimately explained itself as an intermittent knocking on the front door. She now pulled the bedclothes over her head. The sound would not be silenced. It was like a conscience penetrating the defenses of a shameful sloth. She sprang up nervously, relit the candle, put on her wrap, and looked out between the muslin curtains of the window. The night, which had been clear, was very dark indeed. Miss Oseth shook with apprehension, but in a moment, as she listened, she seemed to say to herself, "I'm in a dreadful predicament. I may as well be in it." And she yielded acquiescent and relieved to the situation. There were steps on the gravel. "Ah!" cried a calm voice of one who had probably noticed at last the candle light above him and the shadow of a head on the muslin curtains. "Please come down, you up there. I'm all bleeding." It was the voice of the inn landlord's late antagonist. 3. "I think I'd better light the big lamp, and I think I'd better warm some water before I begin on that," said Miss Oseth faintly and timidly, and yet somehow sturdily, too, facing the visitor whom she had led into her parlor, where only a candle was burning. If not precisely ashamed of her little parlor, she was concerned about his probable contempt for it, with its queer bits of Victorian furniture, hand-painted tables, comic chairs, frayed, glaring carpet, her mother's crewel work and water-colors, and incredible photographs and engravings. She knew well enough that the room was enough to make a modern cat laugh. She knew that it was a pathetic exile in the implacable welter of the 20th century. But she would not, could not, have had it altered. She would forlornly stand by it. Also, she was concerned about her own attire, which was very summary and incomplete, whereas the young man was fully and elegantly dressed, though a little ruffled. The young man had a waistline which was created by the lowest button of his jacket, and which became him admirably. Miss Oseth suddenly felt more virginal than she had ever felt. She was flushed and thrilling with virginity. She was eager and defensive. She seemed to dare and to run away, to invite and to repulse, to care and not to care. Extremely unused to men, chance had thrown her close against a man, and in the most singular circumstances. However, as she had encouraged herself before, she was in a predicament, and there she was. And the roughly bandaged hand was enough in itself to reassure the sensitive primness of her virginity. The bandage had noticeably reddened. She wanted to look at the man's face, but looked at the bandage instead. All she knew about the face was that it was fair and impossibly handsome. It was as unique as the face of the angel Gabriel. In addition to feeling virginal, she felt extraordinarily and absurdly young. "Do sit down," she urged nervously, and in her nervousness bungled the lighting of the lamp, which first smelt because the wick was too low, and then smoked because the wick was too high. "Oh, dear, and I must warm some water." Even alone in the kitchen, igniting the spirit lamp with which she always made her morning tea, she was flurried. "What a ridiculous idiot I am," she thought. The young man followed her into the kitchen. "I don't want to make a mess in your living room," he said. He took off the bandage himself and held his hand under the tap at the sink. He didn't know it, but he was being frightfully extravagant with her precious rainwater from the tank beneath the eave. The wound was on the back of the hand, a fairly bad wound, 1.5 inches in length. The cold water soon stopped the bleeding. She was too diffident to inquire as to the origin of the wound, but she connected it with the inn landlord. Then she had to hold his wrist and bathe the wound in warm water, colored pink with Condy's fluid. How unfortunate that she kept her cast-off linen and oddments in a drawer of the kitchen dresser, and so was forced to cut and tear the new bandage in his presence. Still, she was getting hardened now. "I suppose you're Alexis Beaumont?" she ventured, after he had thanked her for the dressing, which indeed she had accomplished very well. She was quite sure of his identity. He nodded, with a mysterious smile. The Beaumonts had bought a house and grounds near Hoe some 15 years earlier. They had invaded Hoe from London, which is equal to nowhere. They were rich, and they were determined, in their ignorance of the fundamentals of English country life, to wake up Hoe. Everybody above a certain station called on them, and they called on everybody. They organized flower shows and tennis tournaments, and they gave dances and established a club for the civilization of laborers. Hoe accepted all. They were marvelous in the war and after the war. Then events compelled them to leave. They imagined that the great departure would stir Hoe to its foundations. They imagined that the painted notice at the august front entrance gate, "This property to be sold," would cause Hoe to shed poignant tears. Not a bit. They left amid perfect calm. Their 7 bright, busy years of occupation had made no more impression upon Hoe than the passage of a strange motor car down the village high street. In the life of the indifferent and insensitive populace, whose roots were buried centuries deep in the social history of the district, the sojourn of the Beaumonts had about the same importance as the picking up of half a crown in the gutter. It was better than a bat in the eye with a burnt stick, and that was all. The yacht alone remained to testify that the Beaumonts really had existed. An agent from Colchester occasionally let it for duck shooting on Moweswater, but he had never succeeded in selling it. Miss Oseth had caught sight of Alexis once or twice as a boy, when he was home from school for the holidays. He then had the reputation of being a spoilt boy who created strife between his parents. "I'll go back to the yacht now. You've been most awfully kind and skilful." He said it neatly, in distinguished tones. He had a rather dazzling style with him. "But are you going to try to sleep on the yacht?" "Where else? There's a bed. 2 beds, in fact. It's rather cozy." He smiled easily. "But the beds must be dreadfully damp." "Oh, no, but they must be." Miss Oseth pitied the simplicity of the man, of all men, in practical details of daily existence. "Oh, it's of no consequence," he said casually, and added, "but if you'd like to spoil me—" He uttered this phrase with a disturbing, irresistible confidence, ever so softly and gently. "I'll tell you what you might do. You might give me a bucket of water. There's soap and towels on board. And a candle." "Oh, yes," said she. When the preparations were done, Miss Oseth lit her outdoor lantern, and they issued forth into the warm night. A loose punt was the means of transport to the yacht. One push, and they were alongside. They both moved quietly, as though afraid of being overheard. To Miss Oseth's surprise, the cabin of the yacht actually did have an air of coziness. When illuminated by the lantern and a candle, it revealed all sorts of handy contraptions and some food, and it was roomier than she would have thought possible. She made up the bed. She poured the water into the brass-bound barrel, which had a brass tap. "Now, have you got everything you want?" "No, but I shall have. I shall run over to Colchester to-morrow and get a toothbrush and a razor and some blacking and a boot brush and clothes brush and shirt or two. I shall take the motor bus." Miss Ausseth laughed, enigmatically excited by this glimpse into a man's private life. "I can let you have everything for your boots," she said. He shook his head in refusal. They extricated themselves one after the other from the close confinement of the cabin. Miss Ausseth going first with the lantern. She got into the punt, and in a moment was on the bank of the creek. "I say," cried Alexis low, "I must tell you you're a splendid girl. You positively are." Enthusiasm was in his fresh, strong voice. Girl! She blushed peacefully in the immense, faintly rustling darkness of the reedy marshes. She thrilled peacefully. Well, she felt like a girl. She did not feel like 39, and could scarcely believe that she was 39. She said nothing in answer. In the parlor she regarded herself in the glass, moving the lantern up and down. Of course, the inadequacy of her attire was terrible, but it did not seem to matter. And honestly, she was convinced that she did not look nearly her age. She was a girl. She had all the sensations of a girl. How old was Alexis? She made a calculation and decided he was 25. In her bedroom she sat by the window and gazed at the candlelight steadily shining through the cabin porthole of the yacht. Mysterious! Fascinating! He had given no explanation at all of his visit to the yacht. "Oh, dear," she reflected. "What a good thing this kind of thing doesn't happen every day. It's most upsetting, and I don't know where I am, and I don't know what people would say." She smiled very happily, expectantly, shakily. She cried. 4. "Oh, Miss Ausseth," cried Minnie the next day, "you look simply frightfully young to-day. I can't think how you do it. I feel 100. Miss Ausseth blushed slightly, whereupon Minnie added, "And you look so charming, too. But then, of course, you always do look charming. Well, it beats me, that's what it does, it beats me." Miss Ausseth blushed a little more. She felt inexplicably happy, but constrained, too. She didn't know what to say. The sincerity and enthusiasm of the young girl's praise gave her a confidence in herself which she had never had before. Obviously, Minnie would not burst out at first sight of her into these impassioned praises without some very striking cause, and Minnie's observations were richly corroborated by Miss Ausseth's own feelings. She indeed did feel young, and though she was tired, and ought therefore, according to custom, have been suffering from neuralgia, she had a strange new physical condition of good health. Had a miracle happened to Miss Ausseth? Miss Ausseth, being usually a person of strong common sense, had no belief in miracles. What she at the moment believed was that she had got into the habit of regarding herself as old when she was not old. 39. 39 was nothing. The phrase, "You're a splendid girl," glowed in her memory and heart, glowed steadily, beautifully, inspiringly. It was the magic phrase of rejuvenation. Always, in her hidden happiness, Miss Ausseth was disquieted by the visit of Minnie. This was not Minnie's day, and though Minnie did sometimes appear unexpectedly, why should she appear on just this day? Minnie had something on her mind, and she had to get it off. She had come with the sole intention of getting it off. "Oh, Miss Ausseth!" she exclaimed, gazing through the window. "Of course you've heard all about Alexis Beaumont? I see he doesn't seem to be on the yacht now. In fact, I know he isn't, because I saw him go past the farm this morning. He took the motor bus to Colchester in Hull High Street. I think he's too handsome. I'd never seen him before, at least since he was a mere school kid, but isn't it funny, him living in the yacht like that? I can't make it out. No one can. They say he's quarreled with his father about something, and he's waiting here till Mrs. Beaumont brings his father round. But how does he manage? I wonder if it's true that he had a fight with Mr. Cossange. I suppose he did, but I'm told they've made it up, and he's going to have his meals at the Maid's Head. Of course, Cossange hasn't been in the district long enough to know who he was." Minnie had without an effort collected all the rumors connected with Alexis. She was clearly obsessed by Alexis. "I can tell you this," said Miss Oseth, in response to Minnie's persistency. "He came here last night and asked me to let him have some fresh water." "And did you?" "Naturally." "And don't you think he's too good-looking for words?" It was nearly dark. Such extreme and calculated duplicity was very unlike Miss Oseth. It ought to have disturbed her conscience, but it did not. She was delighted when Minnie reluctantly left. She desired above everything to think her thoughts in solitude, to think the same thoughts over and over again. She had her wish. No one called at the cottage, not even a tradesman, and she did not go into Flittering. She scarcely even went into her garden, lest if he came by, Alexis might suspect that she had been lying in wait, for he could not reach the yacht without being seen from the garden. A queer, a touching modesty on her part, but perhaps also it was pride. She did no needlework. She sat. She moved, restless and purposeless, from room to room. She sat. She talked to the cat and to the fowls, not about herself, but about themselves. Like most solitaries, she had the habit of talking aloud to herself, but today she said not a word aloud to herself. If she had talked to herself, she would have heard things that would have made her uncomfortable, that would have abashed her. And she was supersensitive. The virgin instinctive and watchful in her heart was ready at any moment to leap up like a young and uncontrollably impulsive savage and do strange deeds. The day was glorious, perfect, endless. The memories of the sun would not leave the evening sky until at last they were annihilated by the enormous moon rising out of the sea. It would be high tide, and a very high tide, just before midnight. Miss Oseth sat late in her bedroom, but she did not undress. She had dressed with care in the afternoon, not in her best clothes. Oh, no, that would have been absurd. Quietly, but more carefully than usual, and a lovely collarette of her own creation. "I must go to bed. I cannot go to bed. I must go to bed." Her thoughts circled round and round. She looked cautiously between the drawn blind and the side of the window, not for the first time, and started. The light was burning in the yacht's cabin. Unimaginable that the vibrations of light from one little candle should transpierce the glass of the portal and the glass of her window, transpierce her head, energize her brain, and cause her brain to energize the physical mechanism of her heart till it thumped, thumped, thumped against her tight-fitting blue frock. Frightening. He had mysteriously returned. How? When? She knew not. But he was there, alone, solitary as herself, within 50 yards of her, enfolded in the tremendous night of the marshes. She sank to her knees at the window, would not move. She would wait till the light went out. She was now very sad and resentful against herself. She was utterly exhausted, too. She was old. She heard sounds on the gravel. She heard an ominous, delicious, soft, authoritative knocking at the door below. He had come. It was impossible that he should come, but he had come. Young again, strong, eager, and fresh as though she had just risen from a long night's rest, she pushed up the window. "I suppose you don't happen to have any aspirin," said the calm, firm voice of Alexis. "I know it's rotten of me to trouble you, but this hand of mine's throbbing like the deuce." 5. "No," Miss Oseth said, holding the wounded hand in her two hands and examining it by the light of the candle in the cabin. "It's going on perfectly all right. Of course, it's still a bit inflamed, but that's because you've been doing too much to-day, carrying parcels and things, I expect, and walking a lot." She spoke reassuringly, with knowledge, and as if there could not possibly be any appeal from her verdict. "Oh, well, that's fine," he murmured, admitting her authority by his relieved tone. She was proud. She at once took charge of the cabin. This interior was about 7 feet long by 6 feet broad. In certain places, under the open flaps of the skylight, Miss Oseth could stand up straight in it, but Alexis could not. A narrow table occupied the center, and 2 couches or beds flanked the table. It was small, but it was habitable, and the diminutive coziness of it ravished Miss Oseth. While she dressed the hand with a new bandage which she brought from the cottage, she kept exclaiming upon the cabin's quality of coziness. And it was picturesque, too. The sides and the top were a dead white, touched here and there with gilt. The table was of teak, which set off the white. The crumpled blankets were highly colored, and the floor was covered with linoleum in a pattern to imitate large black and white tiles. "It's a regular little home," said Miss Oseth. "It's delicious." Her voice was ecstatic. The place was warm, in spite of the open skylight, but she loved the warmth of it. She inquired almost menacingly about his meals, and he replied that he was eating at the inn. "Yes," she said, "I heard you'd made it up with the landlord." She laughed. He laughed. "Things do get about quick, don't they?" he said. "Oh, they do." The two exchanged a glance. "You'd better take the aspirin in hot water." "But I haven't got any hot water." "But I've brought my thermos," she said superiorly. She had laid it in a corner of the empty couch. It was wrapped in white linen. "What's that?" he said, as she undid the wrapping. "A clean pillow slip. I don't mind you sleeping in blankets, but you oughtn't to have a bare pillow. Tick is horrid against the cheek." "You're a wonderful girl," he observed simply. "But that's not all," she said, and crept out of the cabin to the steep stairs leading to the deck. She groped with her hand on the surface of the deck, and brought down a small bunch of flowers which she had left there on entering. All these little matters she had prepared in advance, in the hope of a summons from him. The entry of the garden flowers had quite a sensationally dramatic effect. "They'll have to have hot water, like you," she said. "I've got plenty of cold water now," said Alexis. "The landlord was very decent. After all, I couldn't blame him for making a fuss at the start, could I? How should he know who I was?" Miss Oseth said nothing. She was busy with the pillow slip, and the blankets, and turning over the mattress, and the tin mug for the flowers, and the smaller tin mug with the hot water for Alexis to drink from. She moved to and fro like a real girl, with the flexibility of a girl, and perhaps also the grace. She was acutely aware of her body, and rather proud of its shapeliness beneath the thin, nice frock and stockings, and of her fair complexion and soft hair. She bent over the bunk with a wilful sinuosity of movement. "There! Now the aspirin, at last." The pillow slip, immaculate as Miss Oseth herself, gleamed smoothly with a heavenly invitation. The colored blankets were straightened out, and one corner of the upper one turned back with geometrical precision. The flowers bloomed on the dark table. The small tin mug steamed. Miss Oseth held the tablet of aspirin in her hand. Alexis suddenly and startlingly opened his mouth, advanced the tongue just like a clever, spoilt child. Miss Oseth trembled at the irresistible gesture, hesitated an instant, and then shakily placed the tablet on the tongue and offered the mug. Alexis blinked. Her excitement was extreme, unique to her, and she was exquisitely troubled. Alexis' gesture was the most marvelous and disturbing phenomenon in her experience. Her finger remembered the thrilling moisture of his tongue. "I'll go now," she said, with forced but apparently successful quietude, after he had drunk the water. "Oh, but you haven't seen my purchases at Colchester. You must tell me what you think of them. Won't take a minute." She would have refused to stay 1 second longer, but could not. She had no will power. All fortitude had been drawn out of her by felicity. He was so fair and handsome and frank, his movements and voice were so distinguished, and he had been so obedient to her. And they were alone, and necessarily so close together in the warm, bright coziness of the cabin. And the cabin was hidden in the night of the salt marshes. They were safe. None knew, nor could know, of this intimacy. The sanctions of society stopped short at the tiny paradise of the cabin. and Miss Oseph handled his small purchases and savoured the masculinity of them. The safety razor, for instance. What a strange and dangerous contrivance! She tried it on the down of her delicate cheek. She took it to pieces. Oh, so fearfully! She put it together again. "No, no," she cried, as she rose swiftly and unexpectedly to depart. "Don't move. I can get ashore by myself." She was gone. 4 nights later, to Miss Oseph the intervening period seemed more like a month than 4 days, a month in which her nights had become days and her days nights, and her whole existence turned rapturously upside down. Alexis, without warning, began in the secrecy of the yacht's cabin to tell his companion about the cause of his estrangement from the home in Dorset. He had resolved to join some youthful friends in an expedition for commercial purposes to an uninhabited island some hundreds of miles off the west coast of South America. £500 was to be his contribution to the general funds of the enterprise, and his rich father had absolutely refused to provide the sum. But he was sure from experience that his mother would wheedle his father into a surrender. To Miss Oseph, Alexis painted his own martyrdom in affecting colours. Tears came into her eyes as she sat by his side on the couch. He was moved by her quick, generous sympathy, and never guessed that she wept at the prospect of his departure to the other end of the world. He turned his face to hers, and, looking into her wet eyes, gently kissed her unresisting lips. The kiss was a sacrament for her. She bowed her head and held it bowed. He was spellbound by her hair and pure charm. Had she bowed her head in shame or in acquiescence? Or in both? He was intimidated by her innocence. She had no age then. She was neither old nor young, neither mature nor unripe. She was simply that which had been immaculate. Alexis averted his gaze. Before he could decide what he should do next, she had risen with a hysterical, instinctive swiftness and vanished. How beautiful and exciting, he thought, was the whirl of her white skirt as she flew up the steep stairs into the dark world of the salt marshes. 6. The next morning, but it was the same morning, after receiving from the postman a letter which agitated her from the moment she saw the Brussels postmark on the envelope, Miss Oseph went forth towards the yacht with a pencilled note in her hand. She hurried, and yet was undecided. No sign of life on the yacht. Alexis must be in the deep sleep of youth. She dared not call, and moreover she was too modest to awake him. The tide was low. Taking off her shoes and stockings, she padded through the sticky mud to the yacht's side. She listened, and heard faintly the regular breathing of the unseen sleeper, to her a sacred and a beautiful sound. Life had never seemed to her more romantic or more terrible. She was mysteriously afraid of her excessively strange situation and the immense, hitherto unsuspected power of her instincts. The porthole of the little cabin was open. She ledged the note on the lower rim of the porthole and put a stone on it to keep it in place. She knew well enough, with her capacity for detachment, that Alexis must sooner or later involve her in some kind of tragedy. Nevertheless, her ecstasy had not abated. It had increased, and it had only been exasperated by the letter from Brussels. Her unsigned note to Alexis ran thus: "One of my uncles is very ill in Brussels. I have to go. Shall be back as soon as possible. Please do take care of yourself." Then began the awful fever of the expedition of a woman who had never travelled. She had to go all the way to London to obtain a passport, and then return all the way to Harwich, whose highest chimney rose on the other side of Moweswater in sight of her cottage, to catch the evening boat for Antwerp. The uncle died. She was hustled in a tram in Brussels and all her money stolen. With the amazing audacity of the timid, she made a scene about this, though she could not speak a word of French, at the police station in Brussels. The staff there showed keen curiosity as to herself, and would do nothing until she had revealed, among other things, the maiden name of her mother. And they did nothing afterwards either. They caused her to understand that there were half a dozen pocket robberies a day in the trams of Brussels. Miss Aussett reached Harwich one morning in black, poorer, but with the prospect of an inheritance. She drove by the curling road round the edge of Mowswater back to her cottage, which smelt fusty and was, to her eyes, intolerably dirty. Some letters awaited, but nothing from Alexis. She was in an agony. She could not conceivably ask for news of him. The yacht, with an air enigmatic and secretive, lay as usual in the hollow of the creek. The weather was still magnificent. In the afternoon she went out for a walk in her salt marshes. They were hers because she knew them better than any other living person. The tide was at lowest ebb. On the caked margin of the creek she saw an envelope all brown and green. It was unopened and contained her note to Alexis. No doubt, in closing the porthole, he had, without noticing it, pushed it into the water. It looked inexpressibly forlorn. Clutching it in her hand, she moved onwards into the lonely maze of the marshes. She crossed little bridges of an incredible frailness, climbed and descended slopes, jumped the dry beds of rivulets, skirted the marvelous bright greens of treacherous moss, strode through high, sturdy rushes, dusted her shoes in clumps of bracken, startled fowl and ground game, yielded herself to the vast powers of breeze and sunlight. The landscape was as primeval as the sun and the wind. Scarcely any foot but hers ever ventured into that tremendous waste, which indeed was dangerous enough for the unwary and ignorant. On those walks she always ultimately made for the same objective, a bowl of grass-green land protected equally from the wind and from the water. In the hollow she saw Alexis and Minnie sitting side by side, and their lips were joined in a long kiss. They were so young, so graceful, so natural, so ingenuous, so innocent in loving gesture, so fitted to the wild and lovely landscape, that Miss Aussett stood entranced, as much by admiration as by a shocked astonishment. They were pure creatures of the golden age, which never was and never will be, but which flickers now and then for a moment into a half-existence and vanishes. They had probably been there all day, and nothing but dusk would arouse them to the reality of time. They were sure of their solitude, and it was Miss Aussett herself who had taught Minnie the intricate geography of the marshes. Miss Aussett turned and ran. She ran lest she should be seen. She ran because she was ashamed before these two of her age and her disillusion. The memory of the exquisite movements of Minnie's lithe body shamed her. These two were bound to meet, and once met, neither could resist the other. "But do your father and mother know?" Miss Aussett asked when Minnie feverishly gave her the news. "Well, it only happened yesterday. Alexis is going to see them to-day. They'll be all right." "And his people?" "Well, they've got to be all right," said Minnie confidently. "But isn't there a quarrel?" "It'll be fixed up. He isn't going on that Pacific Island business." "Oh, he's given it up." "You don't suppose I'd agree to such madness, do you? Oh, Miss Aussett, I love you more than ever because he says you were so frightfully kind to him." She clung round Miss Aussett's neck. "I'm so happy. I might die of it any minute. I might, really. You can't imagine how happy I am." "Oh, yes, I can," said Miss Aussett firmly. Minnie, wondering, surveyed her. "Can you?" When the beautiful girl had gone, Miss Aussett sat down to the piano and played, all alone in the cottage, a little prelude of Bach's, and, as she played, she resolved passionately to be the tireless guardian angel of the two youths. She forgot herself. She was poignantly happy with a vicarious happiness. End of Story 9.